Your three-point shooting percentage is as high as 99%. Even Curry would call you a beast. But even so, you're still wandering in the NBA, bouncing through 8 teams, because the head coach never gives you a chance. You didn't prove your worth on any team until the last day of your 10-day short-term contract with the Lakers. Finally, opportunity arrives. At this moment, the score is Lakers 80-110, a full 30 points behind the Warriors. Like many games before, the Lakers' offense is a mess. Their three-point shooting, 3 out of 18, is atrocious. On the other hand, the Warriors' star, Curry, has entered the zone again. 11 three-pointers made out of 15. He alone has outscored the entire Lakers team from beyond the arc. The game has reached the final 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. Seeing no hope of closing the gap, the Lakers' head coach has pulled all the starters, LeBron, Anthony Davis, etc., from the game. LeBron is looking down, intently chewing on his fingernails. Anthony Davis might be watching the court, but his mind is elsewhere. In this atmosphere, the head coach shakes his head helplessly. His eyes sweep across the bench. They finally land on you. This young man from the East, though of average talent, has never gotten playing time with the Lakers, but he works hard in practice, humble and low-key. The head coach is fond of you, and since tonight is the last night of your 10-day contract, he thinks about giving you a chance to show something. Though, the Lakers certainly won't give you a second 10-day deal. Maybe another team will notice you and give your next job, even if the odds are basically zero. Thinking this, the head coach waves you over. Wang, let's see what you can do. Your attention has been on the head coach the whole time. When you hear him call, you feel a rush of hot blood surge to your head. You spring to your feet. You haven't played in 3 months. Finally, you're standing on an NBA court again. Just then, a voice echoes in your mind. Congratulations, host, for getting a chance to play for the Lakers. System activation reward. Super 3-point shot. 10-minute trial. You hesitate for a moment. Before you can think too much, the referee, courtside, starts waving. You have to quickly jog onto the court. At the same time, across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the 2 commentators see you on screen and only mention it in passing. Our player Wang Yi is coming on. Let's see how he plays. No lengthy introduction. Just a simple remark. After all, you've been riding the bench in the NBA for 2 years. Everyone knows that. Neither commentator has much faith in you. The live chat is full of abuse. I open the stream and see this guy. What bad luck. He's embarrassing us abroad. Might as well come back now. Back when you first landed in the NBA, you were hyped up. Domestic fans put you on a pedestal. But later, because of a wrist injury during training, you performed poorly on the court. Plus, many NBA coaches already have biases against Eastern players. No opportunities. Gradually, you became a fringe player. So most domestic fans started ranting, as if they want to send you to the 18th level of hell. There are a few who understand you, but compared to the haters, they're almost negligible. Now at Staples Center, no one is inbounding the ball. As a shooting guard, you pass the ball and then move to the Lakers half. The few Lakers on the court are players who never get minutes except in garbage time. Finally getting a chance to play, they all want to show off. Nobody wants to just coast. 2 possessions later, the 4 of them each take a shot. None goes in. Instead, the lead grows even bigger, reaching 35 points. Finally, on the 3rd possession, during a Lakers offensive set, the ball comes to you at the top of the 3-point arc. The moment you catch it, you feel a surge of energy. You sense an indescribable power flowing through you, as if you've been dominating the court for decades. Your touch is incredibly hot, seeing the defender in front of you, standing loose and lazy. You don't hesitate. You rise up quickly. A textbook shooting form, with a bit of a beautiful fadeaway. The ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. A beautiful 3-pointer. But this shot barely catches anyone's attention. Compared to the 30-plus point deficit, this 1-3 is a drop in the bucket. A third of the audience has already left. Most of the remaining spectators are chatting or playing on their phones. Across the ocean, in a 10-cent live studio, the 2 commentators are talking, discussing team rankings. They didn't even notice that the player from China hit a nice 3. But the chat is full of sarcastic comments. Oh, he actually made a 3. Just got lucky, right? Don't talk about luck. If he can make 2 more 3s, I'll eat dog shit. The game continues. After the Warriors miss a shot, the Lakers attack again. Two Lakers players mess up a pass, almost getting stolen by the Warriors. Luckily, the ball bounces around and comes right to you. Once again, you catch it at the top of the arc. Without any hesitation, you catch and shoot. You're on fire right now. If you don't go all out, after tonight's contract ends, you'll never get another chance to play in the NBA. Forget about chasing your dreams. Even living might become very hard. The three-pointer arcs over the top. Nothing but net again. Another beautiful three. 86 to 115. The gap is down to 29. But this three still doesn't stir any reaction from the live crowd. Only the Lakers head coach claps hard to encourage you. LeBron has stopped biting his nails. He also claps for you. As the team's leader, when a teammate makes a good play, he's the first to show support. Next possession, the Warriors make a turnover. Lakers fast break. You put your head down and sprint, running your hardest to the front court. You spot up in the corner. The Lakers' point guard wants to drive for a layup, but the Warriors' defense is quick to recover. Their center is blocking the driving lane. Open space. He instinctively passes to you. Feed the hot hand. A basic rule of basketball. You again rise up without hesitation and shoot. The ball clanks off the rim. A dull thud. But it bounces off the glass, rattles on the rim 4 times, and finally drops through. 89 to 115, the Lakers are within 26. This time, a few scattered claps come from the crowd. You've drilled 3 threes in under a minute. That makes them a little surprised, but that's it. On the 10-cent NBA live chat, some fans start to mock. He made 2 more threes. Where's that guy who wanted to eat dog shit? Where's our dog shit brother? But dog shit brother has already disappeared. Staples Center. The Warriors head coach immediately called a timeout. Although, the Chinese guy who just came in for the Lakers had scored 9 straight points. It seemed like a drop in the bucket. But to be safe, he still wanted to quickly brief them on defending this Chinese player. He called all the players over. He pointed among the bench players to the one with the afro who had the best one-on-one defense and said, "You're guarding the Lakers number 1. I'd rather let him drive than let him take a 3. Got it. The afro-haired guy squinted, glanced at that Easterner in the distance, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He nodded. Don't worry, coach, I'll guard him, so that he's crying for his mom, and crawling back to the east. On the Lakers side, the head coach gave a simple assignment to the Lakers players. You guys set screens for Wang. If you have a chance, shoot the 3. Be decisive when you shoot. He was encouraging you. Hearing this, you felt a warmth in your heart. This was the first time since you entered the NBA that a head coach had voluntarily drawn up a play for you. Even though it was just a simple screenplay, it still excited you. So you nodded firmly, with a fiery gleam in your eyes. Just then, the team's leader, LeBron James, walked over. He took your hand, and after a high five, he said, "Hey, bro, I like that three-pointer of yours, but I expect to see more." You nodded. You puffed out your chest and raised your head. You said confidently, "You will." Meanwhile, in the Penguin livestream room, the 2 commentators were doing a halftime recap. Let's look at the Lakers players' scores. LeBron, 23 points. Anthony Davis, 28 points. Wang Yi, 9 points. When he said that, the commentator paused slightly. Our country's player Wang, he has actually scored 9 points already. The other commentator said he just hit 2, or maybe 3 three-pointers. Let me check. That's right. It's 3 three-pointers. 3 for 3. Good percentage. 9 points. This is Wang Yi's highest single game score since entering the NBA. He'll see if he has any more threes in him, but he has a wrist injury. His last three-pointer just now wasn't smooth. Maybe he won't take any more threes. After all, shooting threes puts too much pressure on the wrist. As they spoke, the game resumed. The Warriors scored 2 points on a passing cut play. The lead was stretched back to 28 points. Coming back the other way, the Lakers attacked again. The Warriors' afro-haired player stuck to you tightly. The coach told him to guard the Easterner, so he was going to guard that Easterner. And he was mumbling, constantly spewing trash talk. "Easterner, your frail little body. Can you even still shoot threes? Thanks. Don't worry. I'll stick to you like glue. Stick to you until you cry like a woman." You ignore the afro-haired guy's trash talk. After all, you always prefer to let your performance speak. Following the coach's play, you came off a screen and once again caught the ball at the three-point line. By now, the afro-hair guy behind you had chased over. You had only a split second to shoot, but you didn't hesitate at all. You stopped on a dime and jumped, raised your arm, flicked your wrist, and released, all in one fluid motion. The whole move was smooth and flowing, as smooth as Dove chocolate. The ball sailed over the afro-haired guys, reaching fingertips. Under the spotlights, it traced a orange arc swish. The net billowed, white at the center. Nothing but net. You pulled back your right hand, glanced at the afro-haired guy, and a mysterious smile had already appeared at the corner of your mouth. Another extremely smooth shot. At this moment, you finally realized that tonight's hot shooting could all be attributed to the system's super three-point skill. As soon as you released it, you knew it would go in. This is the feeling when a sharpshooter shoots. You couldn't help but glance at Curry on the Warriors bench. Curry, at that moment, also happened to look at the afro-haired guy. Seeing that, the afro-haired guy followed behind you, still chattering nonstop. Your opponent is me. Don't get the situation wrong. Next, I'll defend you until you doubt your life. Defend you until you cry and crawl back to your country, without even turning your head. You rarely replied, I'll shoot until you. If you hadn't said that, it would be fine, but saying that only riled up the afro-haired guy even more. He kept chasing you, spewing trash talk, and you didn't say another word. You just treated it like a few barks from a dog. At this point, because of your 4 3-pointers, the lead had been cut to 25 points. From 35 to 25 points, it felt like only an instant. The Lakers players on the sideline had all stood up, even if they lost tonight. Within just 1.5 minutes, 4 3-pointers. That alone was stunning enough. Next possession, Warriors missed the shot. When the Lakers attacked, as soon as you crossed half court, you started calling for the ball. Your performance had already won over the Lakers' point guard. The ball naturally came to you. The Warriors' afro-hair guy had already gotten up on you. You used a screen from a teammate, dribbled once. The afro-haired guy got bumped, creating a little bit of space. At this point, you were still 2 meters from the three-point line. If you kept dribbling, the afro guy would catch up quickly. So without thinking too much, you stopped suddenly, raised the ball, flicked your wrist, and released. Swish! Another three-pointer made. The lead came down to 22 points. In an instant, a third of the crowd stood up and cheered. Although there was less than 3 minutes left, the lead was still more than 20 points. It was definitely unrecoverable. But this Easter man's 5 consecutive three-pointers still reignited their passion. This Easterner is so strong. He's the Lakers' Curry. How have I never seen him before? What's his name? He's a Lakers 10-day contract player, but I don't know his name either. With that basket going in, you felt your adrenaline skyrocket. Your confidence swelled rapidly. At that moment, you felt the rim was like the ocean. No matter how you threw the ball, it would obediently fall into the hoop. On the Warriors bench, Curry's eyes flickered. As a historic three-point shooter, a pioneer who ushered in the small ball era, now encountering another man hitting 5 threes in a row, his fighting spirit was also ignited. He wished he could compete with this man on the court. But when he looked at the head coach subtly shook his head. They had this game won for sure. No need to send Curry out again. Next possession, the Warriors again hit a three-pointer. Lakers turned to attack. After crossing half court, you call for the ball again. This time, the afro-haired guy had learned his lesson. He stuck to you even before you caught the ball. Still 2 meters from the three-point line, giving you no chance to shoot. You dribbled and looked at your right hand. When the afro-haired guy saw you seemed hesitant, he immediately got pumped. He clapped his hands loudly and exaggeratedly gestured at you. Come on, if you've got the guts, make another one. I bet $100. You can't make the shot. This kind of trash. Such trash talk is a psychological tactic. Shooting, especially deep three-pointers, is a scoring method that heavily tests mental toughness. A tiny change in the mind, and the motion will break down. If the motion breaks down, naturally you won't be able to make the shot. Hearing that, your fighting spirit is aroused. You keep dribbling, but instead of going forward, you dribble backward 3 steps. Your foot lands right on the center circle line. The afro guy sees this, showing a wide grin. Mitt kort. Want a logo 3? You think you're Stephen Curry? Isn't it? I think you're still dreaming. At that moment, the white commentator on site is stunned. Oh my God. What is this Easterner trying to do? The other commentator jokes. Trying a logo 3? Can a Chinese even hit a logo 3? He's made 5 threes in a row. Gets cocky and thinks he's Curry. There's a hint of mockery in both commentators' words. But before they finish speaking, you push the shot. From midcourt, you have to use more force to compensate, but the release feels perfect. You know the shot is going in. After the release, while the ball is still in the air, you turn away, back facing the basket, raising your right hand high, extending 3 fingers, making the 3-point gesture. The ball traces an extended arc through the air. 11 seconds after you make the 3-point gesture, like a cannonball, it slams hard into the basket. Boom! Logo 3 complete. This 3 isn't a swish. It's powerful and heavy, speeding across half court like a projectile. The ball crashes into the rim, and it crashes into the entire arena. The whole stadium erupts instantly. Oh my God, it's a Logo 3. God, what did I just see? He turned and celebrated before it even went in. That is so cool. The decibel level in the arena skyrockets. After all, a Logo 3 is visually explosive. And turning to celebrate before the ball goes in, a swag move even Curry hasn't done. Not just the live audience. Even the 2 commentators who were mocking you earlier can't help but shout. Good heavens, what am I seeing? A Logo 3. Unbelievable. He really did it. He's the Lakers' Stephen Curry. That's how many NBA announcers are. Weather vanes blown by the wind. They were mocking you a moment ago. Now, they're heaping on the praise, without a blush or a misbeat. On the big screen, the camera lingers on you. After a few moments, it cuts to Curry on the sideline. Warriors head coach Kerr shakes his head helplessly, glances at Curry, and thinks, so this is what it feels like when the other team has a Curry. Curry hasn't moved, but there's already a fiery look in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench comes alive. The reserves are waving towels wildly. Even the starters, stunned by the incredible shot, are jumping and high-fiving. Anthony Davis also stands up in pain, his thick eyebrows shooting up, his big eyes full of disbelief. LeBron James quickly rises, raising both hands to form the 3-point sign, his face an exaggerated expression, repeating, "Oh my God," under his breath. "Oh my God," across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA livestream. The 2 guest commentators are excited, eyes sparkling. 6 threes in 2 minutes? And a Logo 3. My God. That's incredible. Amazing. 18 points. Our Chinese player Wang Yi scored 18 points in 2 minutes. This is beyond imagination. Because it was garbage time, most viewers had left the stream. Now the remaining audience starts posting bullet comments. Awesome. 666. Whoa, is Wang Yi about to blow up? After the Logo 3, he didn't even watch the basket before celebrating. I want a boyfriend that cool too. Of course, there are also some haters. He's been in the NBA for 2 years. Scored less than 100 total points. This one game, he gets lucky, hits a few threes, and thinks he's the man. He should just come back. Stop embarrassing us. If he's so good, let him hit a few more. Stay humble. Turning to celebrate after a 3. Too cocky. Disrespectful. If he can make 8 threes, I'll livestream myself eating shit while doing a handstand. At this point on the court, after you hit that Logo 3, your confidence has skyrocketed. The deficit has been cut to 19. This is the feeling you wanted. Your body trembles with excitement. Your blood is burning. Turning to celebrate immediately after the shot. Many players have done it. LeBron has done it. Curry has done it too. But turning to celebrate right after a Logo 3, you're the first. You believe in staying low-key in life. But basketball is a sport about showing off. On the court, you bring out everything you've got. Let your personality shine. If you can't be flashy on the court, then why play ball? Stay low-key in life. Play flashy on the court. The Afro guy watches the ball crash into a basket and bounce on the floor. His eyes are wide, like he's seen a ghost. For a long time, he doesn't make sound. You look at him and calmly say, "Hey, brother, don't forget my $100. The Afro guy snaps back to reality. Curses, "Shit, Easterner. You piss me off." But you've already turned away, heading back to defense. Next possession, the Warriors' offense is stopped. The Lakers' point guard dribbles past half court, passes directly to you. At the same time, he sets a screen for you, planning to let you shoot a 3 off the pick. But you're already hot-headed. You wave and say, "No need." The screener clear out. The player can only shrug and clears the space. You face the Afro guy. You want to curl your finger at him, but that's a taunting move, and you'll get a technical foul. You're not afraid of techs, but one tech costs $25,000. For you, who only signed a 10-day contract, that's a huge amount. So you suppress the urge to beckon and say in less than perfect American English, "Come on, brother." The Afro guy, already riled up, strides up to you, spreads his legs, adopting a desperate defensive stance. A mysterious smile curls at the corner of your mouth. Your right foot suddenly steps to the right. The Afro guy quickly shifts, but you've already pulled your right foot back and jump at the same time. The Afro guy knows he's been tricked, curses fuck in his mind, then quickly closes out. There's only a momentary gap, but you still take the three. On the sidelines, all the Lakers players stand up, and every fan stares at the ball. Swish! The ball goes through the net. At the same time, the Afro guy, having lunged too hard, knocks you to the floor. Ball in, whistle blows. The Afro guy is called for a defensive foul. The arena is ignited once more by this shot. 7 threes. My God, 2.5 minutes. 21 points. What an explosion. This is insane. This Easterner is too strong. This Eastern guy is too strong. How can someone this strong only be on a 10-day contract? Lakers, give him a guaranteed contract now. Otherwise, you'll regret it if another team snatches him. At the same time, the two on-site commentators were screaming, "Wow, this is absolutely one of the most amazing performances I've ever seen. Incredible. Absolutely incredible." Compared to those two commentators, back in China, on the other side of the ocean, the viewers had a lot more colorful language, and their emotions were much richer too. Holy shit, damn motherfucker. In the arena, you look at that guy with the afro, feeling an incredible sense of satisfaction. That guy with the afro now had a face as dark as iron. He wasn't trash-talking anymore. Instead, he was dead silent. The guy he was guarding had just scored over a dozen points over his head in just over 2 minutes. Especially that last shot. He called him out to defend, then pulled up over him and hit a deep three-pointer. That was definitely not very harmful, but extremely insulting. How could he still have the face to trash talk? Ridiculous. Just earlier he had said he'd defend this guy, so he'd cry and roll back to the east. Now look. Not only did he not cry, but he himself was left wanting to cry, but having no tears after being scored on. After you made the free throw for the and one on the scoreboard, Lakers 97-112, only down by 15. From 35-15, it seemed like just a moment. Down by 15 with 2.5 minutes left. The chance of coming back was almost zero. But under your insane performance, who would dare be so sure? If you sink 2 more threes, the lead would be single digits. The Warriors' head coach called another timeout. He was a bit annoyed. He shouted to the players on the court, "Double team. Double team him now." The Warriors players heard the coach. They were all stunned. They all thought they misheard. Double team him as soon as he gets the ball. Force him to pass to others. We absolutely cannot let him take another three. The players looked at each other. For a guy who only signed a 10-day contract, whose name they don't even know, they're actually double-teaming him? That's giving him way too much credit. But no one dared question the head coach. Well, they got back on the court. The Warriors followed the coach's instructions. They immediately double-teamed you. The on-site commentator laughed. "Oh my God, did you see that? Did you see that?" The other commentator also laughed out loud. The Warriors actually used a double-team strategy on him. That's definitely an honor for him. The crowd also started laughing, but you couldn't laugh. Even with the system's help, your wrist was already injured. It hurts every time you dribble. Now, facing a double team, you had to pass the ball quickly, hoping your open teammates could seize the chance. Unfortunately, both threes your teammates took rimmed out. But even so, you kept running off screens to find opportunities. In the final 2.5 minutes, you seized 2 more opportunities. Hit 2 threes. Every time you hit a three, the crowd erupted in cheers. Finally, when the final buzzer sounded, the score was locked at 111-118. The Lakers lost by just 7 points. But the crowd showed no signs of disappointment. They didn't know? Then you shouted loudly, calling out your jersey number, 1. Even though they lost, they seemed happier than if they had won. Team leader James immediately came over. He hugged you tightly, whispered in your ear, "Brother, you really did it. 5 minutes, 28 points. Thank you for showing me a great performance. Brow also came over and greeted the female trainer. The Lakers lost the game, but acted like they won. As for the Warriors, even though they won, every single one of them had grim faces, even somewhat depressed, especially the head coach. He was even shocked into a cold sweat, leading by 30 with 5 minutes left. It was clearly a blowout win, but almost got overturned. If it had been overturned, he would probably be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The Warriors would be forever disgraced, as per tradition. After the game, the key players from both sides shake hands. The Warriors' leader, Curry, first hugged James and Brow. They exchanged a few words. Then Curry walked straight toward you. A gleam of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Your threes are strong. You immediately replied. Your threes aren't weak either. On Curry's face instantly appeared his iconic schoolboy smile. Even though he's grown a beard, his smile is still so cute. Truly worthy of the title Cute God. Curry then said, I hope we can compete on the court and see who's better. You nodded heavily. Fighting spirit surged in your eyes. If possible, who doesn't want to challenge the strongest in their field? Just then, a substitute player from the Lakers walked over and said, Pelinka, the GM, is looking for you. Upon hearing this, your heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. Your 10-day contract had expired. If the Lakers didn't want to re-sign, they would directly call to inform your agent. Only if they planned to extend would the GM personally seek you out to let you know in advance. James, standing beside you, heard this. He was also happy for you. He smiled and said, Wang, I told you, maybe tonight is the start of your good luck. You replied, thanks, then quickly headed to GM Pelinka's office. Pelinka is a very quiet middle-aged man. He often stands at the far end of the stands, watching the team's games in silence. No one knows what he's thinking. Now he sat behind his desk. He calmly said, Wang, your performance tonight surprised everyone pleasantly. You also know that Schroeder is injured and hasn't returned yet. Our backcourt still lacks a scorer. Would you be willing to sign another 10-day contract with us? Pelinka is very diplomatic. He didn't say, we are willing to sign you. Instead, he said, are you willing to sign with us? Although the meaning is similar, the former puts the team in a higher position. The latter shows more respect to the player. Although you had already guessed, your performance on the court just now would surely impress the Lakers management. Hearing it from the GM's own mouth still brought joy to your heart. Thank you, GM. I don't think I have any reason to refuse. To be able to sign another 10-day contract, you felt it was already good enough. As for a guaranteed contract, the Lakers certainly wouldn't give it for now. After all, in about another week, the Lakers' starting point guard Schroeder will return. Then the Lakers' backcourt will be crowded. Naturally, they can't give you a guaranteed contract, unless in this second 10-day period, you can still deliver an extremely dazzling performance. Saying this, you remembered earlier the system in your mind. You clenched your fist secretly. Then you heard Pelinka continue. This second 10-day contract is $20,000. I hope this is satisfactory. Upon hearing this, you immediately nodded and said, thanks. I'm very satisfied. 10-day contracts vary based on past performance, from a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. Your previous contract was only $8,000. This time, it's directly raised to $20,000. It'll make your life less tight. Coming out of the manager's office, guard Caruso is already waiting for you. You're currently living at his place. So after every home game, he waits for Wang. So, is it guaranteed contract? You shake your head. Short-term deal. Caruso pats your shoulder. It's okay. As long as you keep playing like tonight, I believe it can definitely turn into a guaranteed contract. You nod. Don't say much. Back at Caruso's place, after a simple dinner, you just lie down on the bed in the garage when the cold electronic voice sounds again in your mind. Legendary superstar. The system has activated training mission release. Make 1,000 three-pointers. Mission reward. 3-point shooting percentage permanently increased to 45%. That night, you stay awake all night. Your mind is full of the system's words. 3-point shooting percentage permanently increased to 45%. This reward is too crazy, because a 45% shooting percentage already makes you an elite 3-point shooter. Even Curry, his career 3-point percentage is under 45%. In the entire history of the NBA, only Warriors head coach Kerr has a career percentage above 45%. You never imagined The system's first mission reward would be this insane. If you ask what the Lakers are missing most now, it's definitely a reliable three-point shooter. Pope, Kuzma, Schroeder, Tucker, they can all shoot threes, but their percentages are really bad. In the small ball era, without consistent outside shooting, the game becomes a struggle. So you can imagine, if you can raise your three-point percentage to 45%, how terrifying that would be. At 4 a.m., before dawn, you can't wait any longer and head to the Lakers training facility. The security guard dozing off recognizes you as the Lakers' newly signed 10-day contract player and immediately lets you in. He looks out at the pitch-dark night sky and can't help muttering to himself, "These Easter people are so hardworking nowadays." At the gym, after turning on the lights and setting up the shooting machine, you immediately start on the system's mission. The sound of three after three swishing through the net echoes from the gym. At 8 a.m., James also arrives at the gym. He looks clearly surprised to see you. After greeting you, you ask James to talk to the coach. Today you want to focus on practicing threes, because the team is lacking a reliable three-point shooter. James thinks it over and nods in agreement. As for disrupting the coach's training plan, you certainly can't do that yet. Only someone like James, a superstar with absolute authority, can. However, James usually doesn't abuse that authority. Today, for your sake, he's making an exception. At 10 o'clock, the other players start arriving one by one. They've basically just woken up, seeing you and James already drenched in sweat. They're used to it. Everyone begins today's training according to the coach's plan. You, meanwhile, keep practicing threes in the corner. At 4 p.m., today's training ends. Players leave one after another, but you are just 11 makes away from completing the mission. James hasn't left either. He stays to do extra practice, seeing you shooting threes like a madman. He realizes you've been shooting all day. You didn't even have lunch. James is deeply astonished. You just stand there watching you. Since your energy is almost drained, you take nearly 60 shots for those last 11 makes. Finally, as the last three-pointer swishes through the net in your mind, the cold electronic voice sounds again. Mission complete. Three-point shooting percentage permanently increased to 45%. You let out a long sigh of relief. You collapse on the floor, lying flat in a star shape. James and Caruso, who's been waiting for you, are both quiet now. They don't say anything. After catching your breath for a full 2 minutes, you turn your head and smile at them. Can you believe it? Tomorrow night against the Clippers. You can fully trust me. James and Caruso exchange glances, thinking about your 20% shooting in practice. They don't understand where your confidence comes from. The next evening, 8 p.m., the game between the Lakers and the crosstown Clippers is about to start. Players from both sides are warming up. On the Clippers side, their guard, Patrick Beverley, the Mad Dog, volunteers to the coach. "Coach, let me guard James." Clippers coach Tyronn Lue nods without thinking. "LeBron is yours, Mad Dog." Beverley hears this. His eyes instantly light up, as if a hunting dog spots its prey. Mad Dog Beverley may not be tall, but he has endless fighting spirit. Once he steps on the court, he's like a hunting dog, clinging to the opponent's key player. He once locked down Slim Reaper Durant. In contrast to him, both were ejected. So Beverley is usually used to guard the opponent's top scorer. Of course, the Clippers' other defensive anchor is Kawhi Leonard with his death clamp. But as the team's core player, he needs to conserve his energy. So under normal circumstances, Tyronn Lue won't have him guard the opponent's top scorer. Besides, in Lue's view, James is getting old now. There's no need to use Leonard's death clamp. Soon the game begins. Still sitting at the end of the bench, you watch the action on the court, while also splitting some attention to head coach Vogel, afraid of missing the coach's signal to put you in. The two teams are evenly matched, so the game is sure to be intense. In this situation, the coach probably won't risk sending you in, but as a professional player, you have to be ready at all times. The game starts. They trade blows. The Lakers have a huge advantage in the paint, so they focus on the inside. The Clippers are strong from three, so they play to their strength and shoot more threes. At the same time, over on the other side of the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA livestream, the guest commentator is well-known media figure Sue Kuhn. The other host is Wang Ming. And there's the functional female host, Maina. Maina is a big James fan. Basically, whenever there's a Lakers game, she hosts. Host Wang Ming first raises a question. Last game, our player Wang Yi, in the final 5 minutes, hit 9 3-pointers and scored 28 points. Absolutely insane. Teacher Su, do you think he'll play tonight? Su-kun is looking at stats with a smile. His performance last game really amazed everyone. The Lakers have already signed him to another 10-day contract, clearly valuing his three-point shooting. But tonight the teams are evenly matched. The game is likely to be close. His chances of playing are probably slim. Wang Meng says, Teacher Su's analysis makes sense, but we're still looking forward to seeing another explosive performance from him. On the live stream's bullet comments, many fans are already voicing their opinions. Hope Wang Yi gets a play. I haven't followed the NBA since I retired. Yesterday, I saw our players score 28 points in 5 minutes. Absolutely shocked. Of course, haters far outnumber fans. Just one game. Haven't even won yet. Can't win a game, even if you score 100 points. Just a stat patter. Last game was just luck. Nobody was defending in garbage time. If someone guards him this game, let's see if he can still be that good. Don't worry. He might not even play this game. At the game, you weren't aware of any of this. And even if you were, you wouldn't care. Over the past 2 years, you've taken so much abuse and slander from online trolls back home. So your heart had already been tempered into steel. Completely immune to trash talk damage. Completely immune to trash talk. On the court, Beverly is glued to LeBron James, constantly spewing trash talk, and his moves are aggressive. LeBron is older now, and his style is more about conserving energy. So in the first half, he usually doesn't lead the offense. He mostly distributes from the top of the key. Luckily, the Lakers' three-point shooting held up today. They went 5 of 11 from 3 in the first half. At halftime, the difference was only 2 points. But in the third quarter, the game took a sudden turn. LeBron planned to attack the paint in the third, drive and kick. But the Lakers' three-point shooting went into another slump. They missed 3 straight threes. Meanwhile, the Clippers nailed 4 consecutive threes. The lead ballooned to 14 points in an instant. Coach Vogel quickly called a timeout. He emphasized defending the three-point line, but just emphasizing defense isn't enough. The Lakers have to score themselves. They have to make shots. But that's not what happened. After the timeout, the Clippers poured in 2 more threes. And on the Lakers side, because their threes weren't falling, the Clippers used a packed zone defense. LeBron couldn't drive in either, so the Lakers had to look for opportunities from outside. But that's how it goes. The more you rush, the less you make. With 6 minutes left in the third quarter, the Lakers were down by a full 20 points. Lakers coach Vogel is smart, but he's helpless. Everyone knows the best way to beat a zone is to hit threes. But if you can't make them, it's painful. The whole Lakers team started to get down. Then Caruso remembered what you said yesterday. You can trust me completely. Thinking that, he whispered something in LeBron's ear. LeBron's eyes lit up. He looked across the ocean. When the Lakers were down 20, in the Penguin NBA live stream room, the 2 commentators started offering advice for the Lakers. Wang Meng spoke first. Teacher Su, the Lakers are already down 20. Look, Maina's almost crying. To make the game more exciting, and to keep Maina from crying, can you give the Lakers some advice? Could you offer the Lakers some advice? Hearing Wang Meng's joking tone, Su-kun laughed and said, the Lakers' problem is they can't hit threes. Everyone knows to shoot threes against the zone. The Lakers know that too. You saw it. In these few minutes, Caruso took 2. Bazemore, Tucker, and Davis each took 1, and LeBron took 1. Combined, they went 1-4-6. With that shooting percentage on any other team, the game would have been over long ago. It's only because the Lakers' defense is decent that they're only down 20. So their problem is still solving the three-point shooting. In this small ball era, if you can't shoot threes, it's hard to beat any team. Wang Meng nodded. Teacher Su makes sense. Would it be better if Coach Vogel took a chance and put in our Chinese player, Wang Yi? Su-kun said, that's up to Coach Vogel. I hope he doesn't do what he did last game, waiting until garbage time to put Wang Yi in. You saw Wang Yi's explosive performance last game. Why not try him before the game is completely out of reach? Give it a try. In the live comments, fans were saying, Brother Wang Yi, get him on the court. Of course, haters were saying, if the starters and second unit can't solve it, you think a fringe player can? You're too naive. You guys are too naive. I've been saying, send him back. Don't embarrass us. Looks like he's going to rot on the bench, huh? And at the game, the Lakers called another timeout. LeBron went over to Coach Vogel and said, Coach, how about? Before he could finish, Vogel nodded. Let him try. Vogel is actually a coach who uses his players wisely. He had already thought about putting you in, but he saw LeBron talking with you, so he didn't bring it up himself. Instead, he waited for LeBron to suggest it. LeBron is the team leader. If he suggests it, the players will be more comfortable. That helps LeBron unite the team. And Vogel knew that by doing this, LeBron would appreciate him. Dealing with a superstar like LeBron, whether they follow the coach's orders, is crucial to winning. Clearly, Vogel is emotionally intelligent. He waved and called out Wang. You were already ready. You sprang up like a spring, jogged over to the coach. He jogs a few steps over to the coach. Vogel said, LeBron suggested putting you in. I hope you don't disappoint us. Your heart immediately burned with determination. You nodded firmly. Don't worry. At the same time, a cold electronic voice sounded. Game check-in successful. Congratulations. You've obtained a basic lockdown defense experience card. You were overjoyed. With 45% three-point shooting and using the lockdown defense card that meant in this game, you would become a top-tier 3 and D player. And that's exactly what the Lakers needed most right now. Thinking that, you spoke up. Coach, when I get in, please let me guard Leonard. It was Leonard's relentless drives, forcing the Lakers to collapse their defense. That gave the Clippers a lot of three-point opportunities. If someone could stop Leonard's drives, then the Clippers' three-point chances would be much fewer. Head coach Vogel was a bit surprised, because from what he knew, you with only average physical talent don't have great lateral quickness, so your defense is only average. And now you're volunteering to guard the robot Leonard. Your eyes are firm. You say directly, Coach, just 2 possessions. If I can't stop him, then switch someone else in. But what you really mean is, everyone who's guarded Leonard has already been tried. No one could get the job done. So then, might as well let me give it a shot. But saying that would hurt. Team harmony. So of course you can't say it outright. The coach has to figure that out himself. Vogel thinks for a moment and understands what you mean. He nods and says, all right, I'll give you 3 possessions. You nod firmly. Your fists clench tight. Your gaze turns to Leonard on the Clippers side, like a wolf spotting a mechanical sheep. Timeout over. You step onto the court with the Lakers. The commentator sees this and can't help but say, the Eastern player who made 9 3-pointers in 5 minutes last game is on the court. Let's see if he can work his magic again this game. Tonight is the Lakers' home court, Staples Center. The fans cheer too. Of course, not many fans are cheering. For one thing, the team is down by too much. Second, for a fringe player like you who's only been here 10-odd days, many people still don't know you. In the Penguin NBA livestream, the haters see you take the court, and they all jump out. Oh, he's actually playing. He's out there embarrassing himself again. Then the Lakers get the ball up the court. LeBron is at the top of the key, looking for a quick pass. The Clippers are still in a zone defense. LeBron scans the Lakers players. Finally, his eyes land on you. Hey, he calls out. He passes you the ball. You catch it without any hesitation. Bend your knees, lift the ball, jump. Flick your left wrist, and release. The ball arcs through the air, a rainbow-like trajectory, and swishes through the net. The crisp sound of the ball brushing the net echoes through the arena speakers. The Lakers DJ announces in a high-pitched voice. 3-pointer by Wang. You hear that drawn-out, not quite perfect pronunciation, and you close your eyes slightly, savoring the moment. LeBron comes over and high-fives you. Enjoy it, brother. Caruso bounces over too. What I said yesterday was true. Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue sees your 3, but he doesn't care. It's just 1 3-pointer. None of the Clippers players care either. Of course, they've scouted their opponent. They know that in your last game, you sank 9 threes in 5 minutes. But a performance that otherworldly, even once in a lifetime, is incredible luck. Like McGrady's 13 points in 35 seconds. The Clippers know there's no way you could be that hot 2 games in a row. So Coach Tyronn Lue doesn't make any adjustment. Now it's the Clippers' turn to attack. You're matched up directly against the Clippers' core, Kawhi Leonard. With your talent, shutting down the long-armed Leonard is basically impossible. So you immediately use a Death Grip experience card. The next moment, you feel your foot speed increase just a little, and your lateral quickness picks up too. Mad Dog brings the ball past half court and passes it to Leonard. You get into position quickly, legs spread apart, and guard in front of Leonard. The arena commentators see this and can't help but be surprised. What? This Eastern guy is going to guard Leonard? Am I seeing this right? He's half a head shorter than Leonard, and way lighter too. Let him guard Leonard, and he's going to get carved up like Swiss cheese. I wonder what Vogel is thinking. In the Penguin NBA livestream, the trolls in the comments see this and suddenly get active. He's asking for a beating. He's going to guard the robot? No way. He just got lucky with 1-3, and now he's full of himself. He actually thinks he can stop Leonard? With Wang Yi's height, Leonard can just ignore him, either shoot over him or use his body to bully through. He'd probably crush him. On the court, Leonard doesn't choose to shoot over you. That's not his preferred way to score. His favorite way to score is to drive halfway and then pull up for a mid-range jumper. Now he quickly puts the ball down with his right hand, planning to drive from the right side. But from the shake of his shoulders, you've already read that direction. Your feet slide quickly, blocking his driving path. Leonard sees he can't get by, so he pivots on his left foot and makes a smooth right spin, trying to drive from the left. But just as he spins and pulls the ball through, the moment the ball hits the floor, a hand sneaks in, intercepting the ball in midair. Leonard's dribble lands on nothing. You make the steal on the spot. At the same time, a figure has already dashed toward the front court. You look up and see it's LeBron. You whip the ball forward with your left hand. LeBron catches it, takes one dribble, 3 strides and jumps. Bang! A signature, powerful tomahawk dunk instantly electrifies the crowd. The camera cuts to LeBron and replays that dunk over and over. But few noticed that before that dunk, it was your steal and assist. But LeBron doesn't forget. He comes back to the backcourt and high-fives you, yelling excitedly, "Brother, nice work." Kawhi Leonard also turns his head to look at you. It's just a glance, seemingly indifferent, without any real fire. But a superstar has pride. You strip me once, I'm coming right back at you. Beverly knows that too. After bringing the ball past half court, he wants to feed it to Leonard. How could you not know that? So, you play front defense, denying Leonard any chance to catch the ball. Beverly can't get the ball to Leonard, so he has to pass it to PG on the other side. PG faces Brow's defense and doesn't force a shot. Back on the other end, the Lakers attack. The Clippers are still in a zone defense. You move actively, stationing yourself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. Playing with LeBron, a lot of things become very simple. As a three-point shooter, you just have to stand beyond the arc, and the ball will come to you. Sure enough, LeBron faked a drive, collapsing the defense, and then passes the ball to you in the corner. PG has already charged at you. PG, as the ultimate background, has been a professional for 20 years. He has years of experience being on the wrong end of game winners. Game winner by LeBron. Game winner by Lillard. Game winner by Wade. Game winner by Booker. Twice by Butler. The list of players who've hit game winners on him could circle the earth 5 times. Of course, that's also because his defense is so outstanding. He's usually the one guarding the opponent's final shot. But now, facing the charging PG, you don't hesitate at all. Your shot is full of finality. Swish. Three-pointer made. Another clean swish. They were down by 20 just a moment ago, and in less than a minute, they've cut it by 8. Only 12 points left. The crowd immediately erupts. The Clippers head coach quickly calls a timeout. In the Penguin NBA livestream, Wang Meng says excitedly, 2 threes in 1 minute. Is Wang Yi about to repeat last game's miracle? Su Kun, more analytical, says a miracle like that, one in a lifetime, is already lucky enough. It's almost impossible to see a second time. But if Wang Yi can keep his three-point percentage at a relatively high level, that would indeed be a lifeline for the Lakers. During the timeout, the Clippers head coach, Tyronn Lue, points at you and says to Mad Dog Beverly, "Mad Dog, when you get back out there, bite him to death." In American culture, dog is not a derogatory term. It represents loyalty. And the nickname Mad Dog isn't derogatory either. It refers to Beverly having an almost manic fighting spirit, while also being fiercely loyal to the team. For the game, he is always hungry. So that nickname, Beverly is fine with. Don't worry, coach. I'll bite him to death. Timeout ends. The game continues. When Leonard goes on offense, you continue to lock him down with death grip defense. This time, their coach did more than that. Leonard finally catches the ball off the screen. But just as he catches it, a ghostly hand slaps the ball. Smack! The ball falls to the floor. Leonard dives to the floor to fight for it. But you've already lunged forward like a fish. You see Brow already sprinting up the court. You flick your left hand, sending the ball toward Brow up ahead. Brow catches it and slams down another dunk. The crowd erupts again. The commentator shouts, AD with a great dunk. I love that dunk. But we can't ignore Wang's defense anymore. He stopped Leonard 3 straight possessions, making Leonard struggle like that 3 times in a row. That's extremely rare in this league. Clearly, we underestimated Wang's defense before. Great 3-point shooting, great defense too. A classic 3 and D player. That's exactly what the Lakers need right now. With LeBron and AD on the Lakers, a role player's job becomes simple, defense and threes. And those are exactly what Wang Yi has right now. He's a perfect fit with the 2 stars. The Lakers should think about giving him a guaranteed contract. On the court, you hear the commentator's voice. A meaningful smile curls at your lips. 3 and D player? Your ambition goes far beyond that. Now the lead has been cut to 10 points. Lakers on offense. After LeBron brings the ball up, he fakes a drive again, compressing the defense while looking for you. But the Clippers are ready this time. They use a 4-man zone to protect the paint, leaving Beverly to guard you one-on-one. Defend. Beverly sticks to you like glue, applying body contact while talking trash. Old man from the East, you just hit 2 threes. You think you're something? That's only because I wasn't guarding you. Try it now if you dare. Oh, sorry. With me here, you can't even get the ball. You know Beverly's reputation. This guy will keep bodying you up and trash talk nonstop, trying to get under your skin. Once you lose your cool, he's won. So you won't get angry. And you won't let Beverly cling to you like this. You actively go around Brow's screen. As a quality 3 and D player, you can't just stand at the 3-point line and wait for the ball. You need to learn to move off screens, to create open space. Then the ball will come to you. Sure enough, you get open. LeBron's pass reaches you immediately. You catch it beyond the arc. Beverly quickly fights through Brow's screen and charges at you. Of course, he can't block your shot now, but as he lunges toward you, his right hand swipes hard at your face. Your heart tightens slightly, even though you still release the shot. Your mind is unsettled. The ball clangs off the rim. As for Beverly, his hand stops just 2 inches from your face, and he pulls it back sharply. No contact at all. You frown. Beverly has always played dirty, so your instinct just now was that Beverly was really going to slap your face. A slap in the face might be okay, but what if he gives you an eye poke and groin shot like Green? That would be rough. Seems your mental toughness still isn't solid, but a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. You won't fall for the same trick twice. At the same time, on the 10-cent NBA broadcast, the 2 commentators say, as expected, the magic is gone. That's right. But this is more like what a normal player should do. Yeah, if every shot went in, that would be terrifying. In the live comments, haters saw you miss 1 shot and immediately come out to jump around. Finally, your true colors show. His luck is running out. The only reason he shot well before was because the opponent didn't put pressure on him. Look now, Beverly got physical with him, and he immediately can't handle it. His body is so weak, nothing to say. The mad dog has just shown his fangs, and before even biting, he falls down himself. Get the hell back home. You've disgraced all Chinese people. Meanwhile, on the court, after missing that shot, you're not discouraged at all. A 45% shooting percentage. You can't make every shot. On the other end, you face Leonard's offense again. This time, Leonard uses their center Zubac screen, finally breaks free from your defense, and hits a mid-range shot. The lead is back to 12 points. You inbound the ball. LeBron catches it and says, Wang, you still dare to shoot? A confident smile appears on your face. If you dare to pass. LeBron doesn't know where your confidence comes from. Tonight, your performance is clearly not as hot as last game, but you're still so confident. Is it just because of yesterday's practice? LeBron ponders as he dribbles up the court. You've already gone around Brow's screen, arriving at the left wing beyond the 3-point line. Now you're facing away from the basket. Behind you, Beverly's like a mad dog, fighting through the screen, relentlessly chasing you. LeBron's pass is already on its way. You receive the ball. You leap suddenly while still facing away from the basket, turning in midair, leaning back, right foot stretching forward slightly, keeping your body balanced. Left arm raised. Flick your wrist and release. This shot isn't a beautiful arc, but a very flat trajectory. The ball flies fast, like a high-speed cannonball. Bang! It slams through the net. And Beverly thought you at least turn around after catching the ball, before jumping. Never expected that you would jump while facing away and turn in the air. He had no time to block. Only hearing the bang behind him, the arena DJ's voice booms. Three-pointer from Wang Yi. Hearing this strange, unfamiliar Easter name, Beverly clenches his fist and mutters a curse, shit. Then he continues trash-talking you. Old man from the East, you got lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. You smile confidently, completely ignoring his trash talk. But Beverly feels a little annoyed inside. He's guarded many stars. Usually if he trash talks them and keeps provoking them, they get angry, and the play gets rougher. That works in the Clippers' favor. But this Eastern guy is different. He's been trash talking for so long. But you're not angry at all. Instead, you show a scornful smile. It feels like a bratty kid, constantly testing an adult's limits. But the adult just smiles faintly, because in his eyes, it's just a bratty kid after all. I have to say, besides playing tough defense, his imagination is also top-notch. Back on the other end, he dribbles across half-court, looking for Leonard. This time, that Eastern guy isn't sticking tight to Leonard, but staying a step away and occasionally glancing at Paul George. Beverly guesses, you're probably guarding against a pass to Paul George. So he felt relieved at that moment. Pass the ball to Leonard. But just then, you suddenly burst out like a cheetah, intercepting the ball in midair. Earlier, you had looked at Paul George, which was just a way to deceive the offensive player, making Beverly think you were distracted guarding George. But in reality, you were watching Leonard the whole time. After getting the ball, you quickly dribbled toward the front court with your left hand. And behind you, a figure had already closely followed. That figure was Mad Dog Beverly. He was behind you, chasing you relentlessly like a mad dog. Your right hand was injured, so you could only dribble with your left, making you inherently a bit slower than usual. After crossing half court, Beverly had already caught up and kept reaching in from his side to disrupt your dribble, all while trash-talking nonstop. You're not taking another from me. Not a single one. You turned your head and glanced. Caruso had followed up. This was originally a great 2-on-1 opportunity, but under physical contact, it was hard to pass one-handed. So you made a firm decision. Since that's the case, I won't pass. When you dribbled to the three-point line, you suddenly rose up, gathered the ball, and jumped. Mad Dog Beverly couldn't react in time and was faked out, stumbling 5 meters away. You raised your arm, snapped your wrist, and released. The whole sequence was still as smooth as Dove chocolate. The ball left your fingertips, spinning backward toward the rim. Swish! Another clean net. The lead had been cut to 6 points. Nearly 20,000 fans in the arena immediately erupted with thunderous cheers. You listened to the wave-like roar, feeling your own excitement surge. You turned and looked at Beverly and saw his brows tightly furrowed. Beverly also looked at you. He felt this Asian guy was unfamiliar. It's not like he hadn't played with Asians before. In his impression, these people weren't fast, didn't jump high, and played with a mild style. He had never bothered to guard such players before. But how was this Asian so good today? Three-pointer after three-pointer, like sharp knives, stabbing straight into the hearts of the defenders. At this time, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue quickly called another timeout. From the last timeout to this one, only a little over 2 minutes had passed, but the lead had shrunk from 12 points to 6. Today was the Lakers' home game. If they caught up, the Lakers' momentum would soar, and it would be very hard for them to turn it around again. When all the Clippers players gathered around, Tyronn Lue pointed at you from a distance and said to Leonard, "You guard him." Upon hearing this, Beverly couldn't help feeling disappointed. That Asian had already sparked his fighting spirit. He was just thinking of having a good battle with that number one. But the coach no longer trusted his defense. But thinking about it, under his defense, that guy had hit 2 more three-pointers plus 2 steals. It could be said that in those 2 minutes, he had been completely dominated by that guy. If he were the head coach, he would also switch to someone else to defend. Leonard glanced from afar, said nothing, only nodded. He had always been a man of few words. Leonard's height was just over 2 meters, but his wingspan reached a terrifying 2.21 meters. Plus those alien-like large hands. When he guarded an opponent, it was simply the opponent's nightmare. As long as there was dribbling, his long arms and hands would likely poke the ball away. That's why his defense was called Death Wraparound. Many offensive stars in the league have suffered losses in front of Leonard. Even as strong as LeBron once got troubled by his defense. So once an opponent's player was on a hot streak, it was usually Leonard who took on the assignment. On the Lakers side, head coach Korver explained the next steps to the players. We hit several threes in a row, but that doesn't mean our three-point shooting is hot. In fact, only Wang's three-point shooting is hot. So next, they will still use a 4-man zone defense. At the same time, they will still stick to having one person chase me. So Wang, you cannot stop moving. He nodded and said, I'll come off screens to get open looks. Coach Korver nodded at you again upon hearing that. Coming off a screen doesn't necessarily have to be around a teammate. You can also cut through their 4-man zone area, weave through it, and thus shake off the guy chasing you. Your eyes lit up involuntarily. That's essentially letting Clippers players set screens for me. Korver smiled and nodded. That's right, this way. Their defense will become chaotic. Their defense is chaotic, and our opportunity will come. LeBron timely patted your shoulder. Buddy, whether we can turn the score around depends on you. Brow also slapped your butt, encouraging you. Hope you can lead us to victory. At the same time, Tucker, who was replaced by you, looked a bit dejected. If you continue to perform so outstandingly, then his rotation spot will likely be taken by you. But he also knows this is the cruelty of competitive sports. If you perform well, you'll enjoy all the adoration. If you perform poorly, no one will favor you. The timeout ended quickly. Clippers possession. You continue to apply death wraparound defense on Leonard. At this moment, the Clippers' Paul George stepped up, hitting a 2-pointer. The lead went back to 8 points. Lakers turned to attack. The Clippers indeed still used a 4-man zone. The remaining Leonard stared at you closely, not letting you catch the ball. The on-site commentator keenly noticed the situation. Look, Leonard is actually guarding Wang now, a player on a 10-day contract. Being guarded by Leonard as the primary defender, that is already an honor. I wonder, under Leonard's defense, can he still hit those threes? Hard to say. Leonard is taller than Beverly, stronger than Beverly. For him to continue hitting threes over Leonard, it's a bit difficult. Across the ocean, on the Penguin NBA live stream's bullet comments, many haters who were just scared off by your performance started stirring again. Earlier, it was just because Beverly is too short. Now Leonard is the main defender. This guy is probably done for. The death wraparound is no joke. If he can hit 2 or 3 threes over Leonard, I'll live stream eating shit. The earlier brother shit, who fled, has also popped up again. Staples Center. The game continues. Like a robot, Leonard stared at you intently, not giving you any chance to catch the ball, especially his long arms and large hands, waving in front of you, like a small tree blocking the way, making it impossible for you to catch. This is the terror of death wraparound. At this moment, you make a spin move, quickly darting into the paint. Leonard naturally followed closely into the paint. You run into the Clippers zone area in the paint, go around their power forward, then quickly run to the left corner to catch the ball beyond the 3-point line. Leonard is bigger than you. He can't weave through teammates as well as you, and his teammates cannot move out of his way, because if they do, their zone defense formation will be disrupted. As they watch, you have already run to the 3-point line. Leonard quickly pushes his teammate away and chases to beyond the 3-point line. But by then, you've already got open space. You receive Caruso's pass. Raise your arms instantly. Leonard is still 3 meters away. Seeing you're about to shoot, he leaps high immediately, like a giant bird pouncing toward you. Have to say, his height, vertical, and wingspan, that talent is absolutely elite. Even from 3 meters away, when he jumps like that, he can completely cover you, making it impossible for you to even get a shot off. But you're no fool either. That was just a pump fake. After Leonard, like a huge bird, flies past over your head. You calmly take the shot. Three-pointer, swish. Three-pointer made. The deficit is down to just 5 points. The crowd erupts again. On the big screen, the camera shows you who just hit the three. The arena announcer's booming voice echoes throughout the stadium again. Three-pointer from Wang. Back on the other end. The Clippers are on offense. You're still locking down Leonard. After Leonard catches the ball, seeing you still glued to him, he sidesteps and dribbles once, using his body to bump you off, planning to force up a mid-range jumper. But with the boost from your Death Clasp experience card, your reaction is lightning quick. After being bumped off, you quickly step back in. Leonard has only just raised the ball and hasn't jumped yet. You swing your left arm, slap. A massive block, right in his face, cleanly sending Leonard's shot away. Caruso on the left is quick-eyed and fast-handed, grabbing the ball in an instant. He sprints quickly toward the front court. You follow fast. You attack straight to the corner three on the front court. PG is already chased back. Caruso can't go up directly. He spots the left corner and immediately whips the ball over. You catch it and are about to jump, but Beverly has already recovered. So you again. Use a pump fake. Beverly bites and flies past you. But now Leonard is also chased back. You pump fake again. Leonard gets faked out too. But if you shot now, Beverly, having recovered, would definitely get you. So you take a big step to the right, avoiding Beverly's fingers. Jump, flick your wrist, and release, swoosh. Another three-pointer hits the net. The deficit is down to just 2 points. How spectacular this play was. You can tell from the crowd's roar. Beautiful. So cool. He actually blocked Leonard, then comes back and fakes out both Beverly and Leonard, hitting a three. Two-way play. This is exactly the 3 and D player the Lakers need. Now I'm starting to wonder, between Leonard and Wang, who really owns the Death Clasp? On the big screen, the entire sequence from defense to offense is replayed over and over. The commentators keep shouting Wang's name in excitement. He's definitely the Lakers' biggest find this year. Wang's two-way play on that possession, absolutely beautiful. I don't understand how a player like this got overlooked. Then the other commentator tells the truth. Because he's Asian, some coaches just won't give him a real chance. Of course, on that topic, the two commentators don't dwell too long. Just a brief mention. Meanwhile, in the Penguin NBA livestream room, the two commentators are also quite pleased. Wang Meng says, today Wang Yi's three-point shooting isn't as explosive as last game, but the two-way play he's shown really reveals his value. Su Xing nods. That's right. If I remember correctly, ever since he started guarding Leonard, Leonard hasn't scored a single point. Look at his defense, staying tight on the opponent, not letting him catch the ball. Even though he's shorter than Leonard and has a shorter wingspan, the way he plays deserves to be called Death Clasp. At that moment, the barrage comments explode. Didn't someone say Leonard would destroy Wang Yi? Well, where are they now? Yeah, where did all the haters go? Come out and take a walk. Bro Xiang, you still watching? After this game, you're going to be stuffed full. But the haters have already gone silent. That's how haters are. When you play badly, they roast you to death. When you play well, they all shrink back into their shells. At Staples Center, you're guarding Leonard again. This time, with his teammates' help, Leonard finally gets a dunk. The deficit widens to 4 points. Your vertical is average, and you're 10 centimeters shorter than Leonard. Nothing you could do on that one. Back on offense for the Lakers. You cut into the paint again. You weave around their 4 interior players. Leonard is great at defending the ball handler, but he rarely guards someone like you, who constantly moves without the ball. Eventually, the Clippers' interior defense is completely scrambled. Then you dart back out to the perimeter. Leonard, having learned from last time, chases after you with full effort, but you go around James' body, and James hands the ball off to you. You catch it beyond the arc and rise up immediately. When Leonard pushes past James, he stumbles and bumps into your side. But by then, because of your strong confidence, your release is extremely quick. The ball is already gone before you complete the motion. At the same time, the referee's whistle blows. The ball you shot has already gone in for 3. The referee signals, Leonard fouls. Your 3 counts, and you get a free throw. You make the free throw as well. The score instantly becomes 86-86. Lakers tie it up, from trailing by 20 to tied in just half a quarter. That closing speed is absolutely terrifying, and everyone can see that it all started with your death clasp. You lock down the Clippers' go-to guy, and your steals and multiple threes open up the game for the Lakers. The decibel level in the arena has hit its peak. Nearly 20,000 fans are cheering nonstop. For a moment, the Lakers' momentum is at its zenith. You look up at Leonard. He's just like always, expressionless. He looks like a robot without feelings. At that moment, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue, seeing a 20-point lead disappear in an instant, is a little anxious. But he doesn't call another timeout. He already used 2 timeouts in the last 5 minutes. If he uses any more, he won't have any left for crunch time in the fourth quarter. So he just shouts from the sideline, "Leonard, George." Both turn to look at the coach. Tyronn Lue says nothing. He just gazes at the two of them with deep eyes. They understand what the coach means. Figure out yourselves. That's Tyronn Lue's usual instinctive approach. Back when he coached James in Cleveland. Internal matters? Ask LeBron. External matters? Ask LeBron. One time in the fourth quarter, LeBron was exhausted, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Let them figure out themselves. It's Tyronn Lue's typical instinctive approach. Back when he coached James with the Cavaliers. If he couldn't decide on internal matters, he'd ask LeBron. And for external matters, he'd ask James. Once in the fourth quarter, James was completely gassed. Already so exhausted he was nearly collapsing. He called 2 straight timeouts. Not to draw up a play, but just to let LeBron catch his breath. Only he would pull a stunt like that. So, right now, facing your sudden defense and 3-pointers, he was a bit puzzled. He could only ask the team's 2 core players. But those 2 were fine playing one-on-one on their own. When it came to finding solutions in a tight spot, they fell short. Helpless. He had to turn his attention back to Rondo. Rondo has been around the league for so many years. He's a crafty veteran, experienced, and with extremely high basketball IQ. That time he told Cousins to guard the air shows you his basketball mind. So, it's no exaggeration to call Rondo the coach on the floor. During a dead ball, he said to Rondo, "Whether we win this game or not, it all depends on you." Rondo naturally felt it was his duty. Without saying much, he nodded and walked back onto the court. Over the next few minutes, thanks to Rondo orchestrating, the Clippers' offense got going. On the Lakers' side, since your 3-pointers broke their zone defense, the 2 teams traded leads. Into the third quarter, the score difference was only 2 points. During the break between quarters, almost every Lakers player came over to high-five you. You felt a little emotional inside. Back when you were drifting in the NBA for 2 years, had you ever seen a scene like this? Those players wouldn't even high-five you. Some wouldn't even look you in the eye. And now, after just 2 games, almost every player on the team comes to high-five you. How could that not stir your emotions? Now you looked over at the Clippers bench, your eyes fixed on Leonard. You hoped that one day, death winding wouldn't just be a boost from the system, but something you yourself had mastered. Soon the fourth quarter began. The Lakers let LeBron rest, and you didn't play either. It had only been 8 minutes of game time, but it had drained your energy enormously. On defense, you had to use death winding against the robot Leonard. On offense, you had to keep moving, set screens, and shoot threes. Even if you were made of iron, you couldn't withstand that kind of wear and tear. So the coach didn't put you in. Coach Vogel also had his own considerations. As things stood, through these 2 games, you had already proven yourself as a quality 3 and D player. That kind of player is the best fit to pair with LeBron. So he planned to send you in together with LeBron. When LeBron returned to the floor, without LeBron, Davis was leading a bunch of reserves on the court. But the Clippers had Rondo directing the offense, so their attack was smooth. The Lakers bench, on the other hand, kept their blacksmith tradition. Finally, with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Clippers gradually extended the lead to 9 points. And then the most critical moment happened. After Davis blocked another shot, he suddenly grabbed his hip and winced. Everyone's heart immediately tightened. The entire arena went quiet. A trainer quickly went over to help Davis stretch his left leg. A moment later, he helped Davis to the locker room. Soon news came from the locker room. Davis would not return to the game. LeBron's expression turned serious. He walked over to Vogel and said with a tone of determination, "Coach, I want to play." According to the normal rotation, it was his rest time, but he couldn't rest anymore. Even though it was just a regular season game, these 2 teams were already crosstown rivals. And the Clippers, were the Lakers' biggest hypothetical opponent in the Western Conference playoffs. So he had to win this game. Davis was injured. LeBron asked to play. Head coach Vogel waited for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. Then he turned his eyes to you standing beside him. Wang, this is your moment. You had the best three-point shooting in this game. So naturally, when LeBron was on the floor, he needed a partner. At the same time, Vogel turned to Drummond. Drummond, focus on protecting the boards, especially the offensive rebounds. Drummond nodded. Since joining the Lakers, he had often been a ghost, only occasionally playing like his old self. So he also desperately needed to prove himself. Originally, he and LeBron were not compatible. LeBron's playing style needs the other four on the floor to spread the floor. But Drummond had no mid-range shot, so he couldn't space the floor. But this game was different. Your outside shooting could be trusted. If the opponent packed the paint and didn't come out, you could punish them with your long-range shooting. And if they chased you out, LeBron would have the space to drive. Soon, 3 players were subbed in. Now with the Lakers' 5 on the floor were LeBron, Drummond, Caruso, Pope, and you, these 5. Except for Drummond being a little slow on his feet, there were almost no weaknesses on defense. The game continued. Lakers possession. You kept moving off the ball, looking for an opportunity. The man guarding you was now Paul George. PG's defense was also elite, even though he was known as the embodiment of highlight reels. That actually showed how tough his defense was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the one, guarding the opponent's most important player at the most crucial moments. Drummond was big, so his screens were solid. You came off his screen, temporarily shaking Paul George. LeBron had excellent court vision. Seeing you run into open space, he immediately passed. You caught the ball on the left wing at 45 degrees. Without any adjustment, you rose up and shot. A bank shot three-pointer. It goes in. The lead was cut to 6 points. The game continued. On the other end, you again used death winding on Leonard. On the other side, LeBron was locking down Paul George. Even though LeBron was older and couldn't defend for long stretches, in those key possessions, the defensive pressure he applied was still terrifying. Caruso was hounding Rondo. After Rondo drove, he tried to kick it out. Seeing Paul George smothered and Leonard being tangled, he could only pass to Beverly on the other side. Beverly tried to shoot, but Pope closed out and intimidated him into passing. He dribbled and passed back to Rondo. Rondo reorganized the offense, but seeing everyone else covered, he had to force up a 3 as the shot clock expired. Clang. The 3 misses. Lakers take it back on offense. LeBron grabbed the rebound and immediately threw an outlet to Pope, who had leaked out on the fast break. Pope slammed it home. The lead was cut to 4 points. Over the next minute or so, the Lakers' high-intensity defense kept the Clippers scoreless. The Lakers scored on 2 fast break opportunities, plus a LeBron free throw and a 3 from you, and they tied the game. The Clippers were completely neutralized. The atmosphere in the arena reached another peak. LeBron gave you a hard high five as he went to the bench. Inside the 10-cent NBA livestream, most of the haters in the bullet comments had disappeared. That troll from earlier had already gone silent. Only a few haters were still stubbornly nitpicking on weird points. His left-handed shot looks really awkward. I think he's just a stat patter. The NBA is a place for personality, and he still has such a plain haircut. So freaking uncool. Timeout at Staples Center. After returning to the court, Clippers offense. You're still the primary defender on Leonard. By now, the death stare experience has expired. So you've made up your mind to defend like your life depends on it. When Leonard tries to get the ball, you keep fronting him to disrupt the pass. At the same time, you constantly body him up, even though you're at a physical disadvantage. Keeping that constant pressure on him also drains Leonard's energy significantly. And when Leonard has the ball, you keep bothering his movement, making him extremely uncomfortable whether catching or dribbling. When catching and dribbling are off, he loses his rhythm. And once he loses rhythm, his shooting percentage drops. Sure enough, in the next few minutes, Leonard goes 1 for 4 on mid-range shots, 0 for 1 on three-pointers. As for PG, James holds him to 1 for 3. On the Lakers side, due to heavy fatigue, their shots aren't as accurate as before. But even so, during the stretch, you go 2 for 4 from 3. With this back and forth, the Lakers had built a 5-point lead. But then the Clippers shooters started heating up, hitting threes in succession. Even Coach Rondo, knocks down a three. In the end, the game's outcome hangs in the balance until the final 28 seconds. 115 to 117, Clippers lead by 2. Lakers ball. Now, whether it's the fans in the arena or watching on TV or those on computers and phones, everyone's heart is racing. Palms are sweating. Almost all the fans in the arena are standing. Many female fans clasp their hands over their chests, heads bowed, silently praying. On the big screen, the camera keeps cutting to James and the upcoming possession. It's extremely critical. James is the team's superstar, and also the team's brain, the offensive engine. It's natural for him to take the shot, but your three-point shooting tonight is terrifying. 12 of dash. From 3. Handing it to you doesn't seem like a bad option either. What should they choose? The atmosphere is tense. Even the cheerleaders' timeout performance. No one can be bothered to watch. Even some Lakers players are starting to get nervous, especially the few on the bench. They're clenching their hands tightly, silently praying in their hearts. Caruso keeps wiping sweat with a towel. McGee chugs water. But at this moment, you're not nervous at all. On the contrary, your eyes are shining, your blood boiling inside. Your stamina has been heavily drained. But now, under the surging heat in your heart, you can't feel it at all. To be part of a battle like this, your only feeling is excitement. This is your innate trait. Since you were a kid, the tighter and more intense the game, the more excited you get. You love competition, and you crave it. This trait is something you were born with. Coach Vogel has also noticed your personality, and he's quite surprised, because he rarely sees a player who gets more excited. The more intense the game, and usually such players perform better in the most critical moments. He can't help but ask Wang, if I let you take this shot, how you feel about it? The Lakers players are taken aback. Sure, you've played great this game, but clutch shot like this, given to a player on a 10-day contract, can he handle the pressure? You know, the more critical the moment, the more psychological pressure a player bears. Under that heavy pressure, will his three-point shot still be steady? Let alone a 10-day contract player. Even many starters on other teams wouldn't dare take that shot in a clutch moment. So you only give that kind of shot to your star? Now, the coach is asking you this. Truly unexpected. But you don't hesitate for a second. You answer immediately. I think it's great. Hearing your words. Some players are even more stunned. Where does a 10-day contract player get this confidence? You naturally can't explain that. The more critical the moment, the more excited you get. You just say, I'm just a 10-day contract player. If I make it, people will say I'm cool. All kinds of praise will come my way. If I miss, everyone will blame the guy who passed me the ball. Why would you give such a crucial shot to a 10-day contract player? So the pressure is on you, not on me. Your words leave everyone speechless. At the same time, they all start laughing. In such a tense atmosphere, your remarks undoubtedly ease their nerves. But then James says, Wang, don't move around too much. Just camp in the left corner beyond the three-point line. I'll drive into the paint with the ball. The Clippers will think, I won't give you the ball on such a critical play. So they'll definitely collapse in the paint. That's when I'll pass it to you. You nod excitedly. Good, just one word. But everyone can feel the hunger for battle contained in that word. Back on the court. Lakers inbound. James brings the ball up the court. The Lakers are down by only 2, so they can choose to go for a 2, or they can take a 3. You do as James said, staying in the corner, not moving much. The Clippers head coach sees this and breathes a small sigh of relief. Sure enough, Vogel won't give this key shot to a 10-day contract player. Or maybe that 10-day contract player can't handle the massive psychological pressure, and he himself doesn't dare to shoot. That's why he's not moving at all. Thinking that, he shouts to Paul George, who's guarding you, from the sideline. Pay attention to helping on the inside. Watch the paint. James' three-point shooting tonight is not enough, knowing Tyronn Lue's understanding of him. James will 100% drive hard to the basket. George nods. He's been on the receiving end of a James game winner before. This time, no matter what, he can't let James hit another clutch shot. The one guarding James is the robot, Leonard. After a crossover, James gets half a step on Leonard, then uses his body to bump Leonard off, forcing his way into the paint. Now, even though there are already 2 players waiting in the paint for James, George is still uneasy. He rushes over to help anyway. Just as George lunges toward James, James delivers a precise pass, suddenly arcing over George's shoulder. Right to you. George's heart sinks. He knows it's bad. He quickly turns and charges back toward you, but it's too late. When you catch the ball, George is already 4 meters away. You catch and shoot. Without a single moment of hesitation, the ball arcs high in the air, descending toward the basket. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the orange ball. Clippers players and fans alike clench up. Given your 3-point shooting tonight, you're a real threat. This clutch shot in a clutch moment. They can't help but hold their breath. Under the gaze of nearly 20,000 fans, the ball finally reaches the rim. Clang! A heavy iron sound. The ball hits the front of the rim, bouncing high. The nearly 20,000 fans in the arena see it and let out a collective oh of disappointment. Clippers players, head coach, and their fans all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this Lakers' #1 player ultimately still can't handle the pressure. Didn't make the shot at such a crucial moment. This might be the most important shot of the game. All Lakers fans who saw this were already cursing in their hearts. Why pass the ball to this 10-day contract? The on-site commentator, speaking very fast, now says excitedly, "Oh no, why pass the ball to me?" There's no denying. Wang's performance tonight has indeed been outstanding, but he has never played even 1 second in his career. In crucial moments, cannot withstand such immense psychological pressure at all. LeBron, that was a bad pass. I wonder if LeBron will defend his title? In the Sheila NBA Live studio, both commentators were a bit regretful. Wang Ming said, "Wang Yi misses the 3-pointer. What a pity." Su Kun also shook his head. If the shot had gone in, it would prove that Wang Yi is a clutch player. This is crucial for him to sign a guaranteed contract later. However, at this moment, the Damaku had nothing, because after the shot bounced off the rim, the game wasn't over yet. In this suffocating, tense moment, the haters had no mood to jump out and trash talk on the court. After this ball bounced high, the Clippers had 4 players packed in the paint, planning to grab the rebound. And the Lakers players, except for LeBron, the rest were all outside the 3-point line. They simply couldn't get there in time. Soon the rebound was grabbed by the Clippers' Rondo, planning to dribble. But before he could put the ball down, a pair of hands suddenly reached in from the side. This person directly grabbed the ball, exerting force suddenly, actually ripped the ball right out of Rondo's hands. Apuristid. This person was none other than Alex Caruso, Los Angeles' one and only Caruso, the king of steals. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. The Clippers' 4 players all surrounded him. Caruso was completely boxed in by 4 players. He spotted out of the corner of his eye, still standing in the left corner. Without time to think more, Caruso jumped a big step toward the baseline out of bounds, creating a passing space. While in the air, he threw the ball out to you. When the fans in the arena saw Caruso passing to you again, almost all of them screamed no in their hearts. No, no. The on-site commentator also spoke very quickly. Caruso steals the ball, and he passes it to me again? Wang just missed. This time, he shouldn't shoot again. He will pass it to someone else. LeBron is open on the perimeter. Pass it. There's plenty of time on the shot clock. Wang should pass it to LeBron and reset the offense. But you didn't think about any of that. Wide open in front of you. If you don't shoot, wouldn't that be wasting such a good chance? As for the psychological pressure, that's a joke. For you who crave battle, you simply don't know what psychological pressure is. At that moment, Paul George had already closed out again. But after catching the ball, you still had not a single hesitation. Your eyes were full of determination. Bend knees, rise on toes, jump, raise arms, snap wrist, release. The whole motion was smooth and fluid. One fluid motion. Paul George closed out extremely fast this time. But because the distance was too far, he could only watch the ball sail over his fingertips. The hearts of all spectators rose again. Even the commentator kept shouting no. No, 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 no. The ball arced quietly through the air. The entire Staples Center fell silent. Everyone held their breath. All eyes were fixed on the ball, following the ball as it sailed through the air, until the next moment. Swish! As the ball brushed through the net, that satisfying sound came. A white splash erupted from the center of the rim. 3-pointer made. Staples Center instantly erupted into tremendous cheers, like a volcanic eruption. On the other side of the ocean, On the Penguins NBA livestream, commentator Wang Yi pumped his fist hard and yelled, "Awesome. Freaking awesome." Sukun also couldn't help pushing up his glasses excitedly and said, "Oh my god. Wang, he really dared to shoot, especially at such a critical moment. Clutch player. What a clutch player." In the Damaku, those haters who were about to trash you were all silenced, as if struck dumb. The screen was flooded with 666 and sick. But at this moment on the court, the 5 Lakers players had no time to celebrate. Because the Clippers had used too many timeouts earlier, they had no timeouts left. The Lakers had to get back on defense quickly. The Clippers' final possession went to Leonard. This time you were still guarding him. You stared at Leonard intently. Head coach Vogel signaled to you from the sideline to use a tactical foul. You nodded. Seeing that time was down to the final 13 seconds. Just as Leonard was about to start, you reached out and grabbed Leonard's jersey. Since the Lakers hadn't reached the team foul limit this foul didn't result in free throws. The ball was inbound again. Paul George caught the ball. You stayed glued to Leonard, not giving him any chance to catch the ball. Paul George tried several times to pass to Leonard, but saw that Leonard's opportunities to receive weren't good. He also recalled that you had stolen the ball from Leonard twice in a row earlier, so he had to abandon the idea of passing. Facing LeBron's defense from outside, he forced up a shot. Bang! As the ball clanked hard off the back of the rim, the red light on the backboard lit up. Buzzer sounds. The game ended. 118-117. The Lakers win by 1 point. The crowd erupted once again. All the Lakers players raised their arms in cheers. Caruso was the first to rush over, hugging you excitedly and shouting, "Wang, we won. Thanks to your clutch three-pointer." LeBron and the others also came over. "Wang, this is your moment." LeBron said, "Enjoy this moment." As someone who has been there, he shared his experience. Tucker, Mark Gasol, Harrell, and others all high-fived you. "Wang, you're a clutch player. Bro, you've got it." The Lakers players gathered together, enjoying this hard-fought victory. A moment later, the Lakers' emotions gradually settled down. The Clippers players came over and hugged the Lakers players one by one in respect. Leonard first hugged LeBron, then came over to hug you. He doesn't talk much, only said one sentence. "You are a worthy opponent." You said even less. "You too." Leonard then quickly walked toward the tunnel, but when you hugged him just now, you could feel the surging fighting spirit inside him. All superstars are like that. The stronger the opponent, the fiercer they're will to fight. After Paul George hugged LeBron, he also came to hug you. "After today, I'll remember your name. I'll look forward to our next matchup." You nodded and said, "Yeah, me too." After they left. But at that moment, another staff member called him back. Apologizing, he said, "Sorry, you can't leave yet. There's another interview, a reporter from your country, a mid-court interview. For an ordinary player, it's an honor, but for many big-name players, the staff member's apologetic expression shows your status in their eyes has already risen a level." Hearing it was a reporter from China, you immediately nodded. Let him come over. Far from home in a foreign country, seeing a fellow countryman, you gladly accepted. The staff member, seeing you agree, quickly nodded. "Okay, I'll have him come over right away. Soon." A beautiful reporter walked over with a cameraman. You turned to look. She had long, flowing hair, wearing a tight, white short dress. Her hot figure was perfectly outlined by the outfit. You naturally knew her. Zhou Lingyan, back when you first entered the NBA, she had interviewed you. Chinese fans who often watch the NBA should be familiar with her. She often does post-game interviews with some players after the game. But her status in the NBA is clearly far below those big-name reporters from TNT and ESPN. So under normal circumstances, she can't interview big-name players after games. Mostly it's role players. "Hey, Wang Yi, we meet again." She greeted you casually first. It wasn't your first meeting, and hearing Mandarin in the NBA is rare, so you felt a warmth. You also broke into a smile. "Good to see you again." Zhou Lingyan said, "Congratulations on your outstanding performance tonight, and for hitting that clutch shot." You nodded. "Thanks." Zhou Lingyan continued. "You only played 15 minutes tonight, and went 9, 4, 13 on three-pointers. finishing with 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. With such an outstanding performance, how do you feel inside right now? You put on a thoughtful expression, as if organizing your words. Zhou Lingyan didn't rush you. She knew that all NBA players, after entering the league, undergo interview training, learning what to say and what not to say. After a moment, you seem to have decided and organized your response. You took a deep breath. You replied, "It feels awesome." Zhou Lingyan was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. You prepared for so long, and that's all you came up with. The cameraman also struggled to hold back his laughter, the camera starting to shake slightly. After a moment, Zhou Lingyan suppressed her laughter and asked, "So what drove you to play so well tonight?" This time you didn't think much. You smiled directly and said, "So that after the game, I could do this interview with you." Zhou Lingyan heard this, and her face bloomed into a smile. She said, "You're really funny." Then Zhou Lingyan asked one last question. "You have a lot of fans in China supporting you. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?" You nodded. "To the fans who support me, I won't let you down. As for the haters, keep barking all you want. If I even respond to you, I lose." Zhou Lingyan was momentarily stunned. You seemed gentle on the surface, so she didn't expect you to say that directly. But thinking about it, you hadn't produced results in 2 years. So many domestic fans gradually stopped paying attention to you. That's understandable. Haters constantly bashed you for not being good enough, and you accepted that. But many haters would stoop to personal attacks, even attacking your family. To say you weren't angry will be impossible. Now that you played so well, you feel vindicated. Saying that now was your way of letting out all the frustration from the haters. With that, Zhou Lingyan smiled and said, "Wang Yi, thank you for the interview. Looking forward to another great performance next game." You nodded. "Hope to see you again." You said goodbye to Zhou Lingyan. As you entered the player tunnel, you were a little surprised. LeBron was waiting for you at the entrance of the tunnel. Usually, when a role player has an outstanding performance, LeBron and Brow, after the game, wait for him at the tunnel entrance on the way back to the locker room. Today you played such an outstanding game and hit the go-ahead shot, so you certainly deserve that treatment. LeBron patted you on the shoulder and said, "Bro, come with me to the press conference later. I told you. Your luck is about to change." You laughed. "Thanks." Back in the locker room, you took a bath. Then you followed LeBron to the press conference. This was your first time attending a post-game press conference. You answered every question from the reporters. Your responses were flawless, and you even cracked a few jokes, getting laughs from the room. Meanwhile, at the jersey sales area inside Staples Center, a blond boy about 10 years old ran in frantically. He held $10 in his hand and said to the clerk, "I want a Lakers #1 jersey." The clerk shook his head. Saw the "No número uno jerseys." The boy looked confused. How was that possible? #1? The player who hit that go-ahead shot tonight. Wang, his jersey. The clerk shook his head again and said with a smile, "Sorry, he's currently on a 10-day contract. Our store does not sell jerseys for players on 10-day contracts. 10-day contract players have non-guaranteed deals. He might be cut right after this game, and even if he isn't, he's only playing for the team for 10 days. After 10 days, he might go to another team, or no team will sign him at all. So of course we can't sell his jersey." The boy grew anxious. "Then what can I do? I really want Wang's jersey." The clerk shrugged. If you have a phone number, you can leave it with us. Once we get his jersey in, we'll notify you right away." Just as he was speaking, the boy's parents had followed him into the store. After hearing the situation, they left their phone number. Before leaving, the boy kept reminding the clerk, "If Wang's jerseys arrive, please tell me immediately. I really want his jersey." At the same time, some fans were posting on Twitter, "No Wang jersey. This is ridiculous. I heard it's because Wang is on a 10-day contract. Lakers, hurry up and give him a guaranteed contract. Pelinka, get moving." At that moment, you knew nothing about what was happening outside. As for a guaranteed contract, you weren't worried at all. Through these 2 games, you had already proven your worth. A quality 3 and D player is extremely sought after in the NBA. Even if the Lakers don't give you a guaranteed deal, you believe other teams will be fighting to offer you one. Besides, Right now, what the Lakers need most is a quality 3 and D player. What the Lakers need most right now is a quality 3 and D player. You believe Pelinka won't just sit there. That evening, you went back to Caruso's garage and fell asleep early, half a world away on the Chinese internet. Because of your game winner today, it exploded. Every NBA-related media outlet online basically mention your name. Tencent Sport NBA Section. Surprise. Wang Yi drops 28 points in 15 minutes. First near-game winner by a Chinese player in the NBA. Hoopoo Basketball Forum. Sorry, LeBron James. A new king is coming. Attack Pelinka. What are you waiting for? All kinds of reports and posts quickly spread across the entire internet. There's no denying that many of them are exaggerated. But that's how the domestic media works. When you play poorly, they'll stomp you into the mud. When you play well, they'll lift you to the sky. As a Chinese player in the NBA, you have to be ready to be lifted up, but also have the courage to be stomped down. On the Weibo of famous Chinese basketball commentator Wang Yi, he only posted 2 words, so satisfying. What those 2 words meant goes without saying. For fans back home, ever since Yao Ming retired, they've been waiting for the next Chinese player to establish himself in the NBA. You went to the NBA, but the first 2 years you bounce around teams, only getting a few minutes in garbage time. So naturally, you didn't show much. But in today's game, not only did you drop 28 points, you also hit a near game winner that made Chinese fans feel like the frustration they've held for over a decade finally let out most of it. At the same time, the news of your near game winner also shot up to the top of Weibo trending. Even people who don't follow basketball closely, seeing news of a Chinese player making his mark in the NBA, would search for it. And the clip of you scoring 28 points in 15 minutes was also spreading across short video platforms. All of this you were completely unaware of. The next morning at 5:30, you just woke up when the cold electronic voice sounded in your head again. Complete 1,000 lateral slides. Lateral speed increased by 20%. Hearing that reward, you instantly woke up completely. If your lateral speed increased by 20%, you'd instantly become one of the elite in the league. In that case, your defensive quality would jump up a level. Looks like you really are becoming a top-tier 3 and D player. Unable to contain the excitement, you immediately headed to the training facility. The security guard, though woken up by you, didn't complain at all. Instead, he was very warm. Wang, you're this early again? I saw your game winner last night. So cool. When can you give me an autograph? This security guard is a die-hard Lakers fan. For most of his life, he's basically worked at the Lakers arena and training facility. You said, anytime is fine. The guard nodded. Great. I'll come find you later. Speaking of which, you're really hardworking. I've only seen one other person as hardworking as you. Know who? Kobe Bryant. You answered without hesitation. In the NBA, Kobe is famously hardworking. The guard nodded and laughed. Keep it up, buddy. I hope in the near future, I'll see a second Black Mamba. You just smiled and said nothing. Being the second Black Mamba would certainly be an honor, but you don't want to be someone else's second. You just want to be the first you. One of kind. Entering the training facility, you take off your jacket, get into stance, and immediately start lateral slide drills. At 9 a.m., Lakers players start arriving at the arena one by one, and you've already completed 1,000 lateral slides. Hearing the task completion prompt, you feel completely drained, as if you've collapsed. You drag yourself to the bench, panting heavily. When you've almost rested enough, you look up and see General Manager Pelinka has appeared beside you. You don't know when. Wang, I have something I want to talk to you about. Please follow me. Hearing that, you immediately guess what it's about. You follow Pelinka to the GM's office. Pelinka points to the couch. Have a seat. At the same time, he pours you a glass of water. Generally speaking, general managers are very shrewd. They say what people want to hear. But Pelinka is different. He likes to be straightforward. After you've finished the water in your cup, he gets straight to the point. Wang, I'm not going to give you a guaranteed contract right now. You're a bit surprised. After a performance like that, Pelinka won't guarantee you? And your 3 and D skills in these 2 games are exactly what the Lakers need. Logically speaking, Pelinka should at least give you a guaranteed contract. You stay quiet. Waiting for Pelinka to explain, Pelinka continues. Your performance has earned the team's approval. It's enough for a guaranteed deal worth over $2 million. But I think you're capable of more than that. So, I'm not going to give you that $2+ million guarantee yet. With the team's current salary cap space, we can offer over $5 million. But for $5 million, you need to earn it with the right performance. So I want to watch a few more games. If before this 10-day contract ends, you play the way we're expecting, I'll give you that $5+ million guaranteed contract. You breathe a sigh of relief. So that's what Pelinka meant. The reason he didn't sign you to a guaranteed deal right away was to see a few more games, to see through the next few games, whether you could earn the higher $5 million salary. You nod. I understand. Pelinka continues. Of course, even if you don't end up getting the $5 million, I'll still give you a guaranteed contract, just within $2 million. Just based on your game winner last night, you're worth that $2 million. Hearing this, you can't help but smile. Thanks. To be honest, Pelinka is a decent guy. After finishing the morning practice with the team, you go out to eat with the other players. Returning after lunch, you see the security guard holding a Lakers jersey and a marker. You smile and sign it for him. The guard is very happy. Wang, keep working hard. Once you become a superstar, I'll put this jersey up for sale online. I'll definitely get a good price. Hearing that, you're left speechless. The security guard laughs loudly. Just kidding. How could I ever sell a Lakers jersey? Time quickly comes to the next night, 9 p.m. Today is another game day, and the opponent for this game is the Phoenix Suns. The Suns eliminated the Lakers last year, making the Lakers the first defending champion to be eliminated in the first round. That's a shameful record. So the whole Lakers team is holding a grudge, especially the star player, LeBron James. After being eliminated last year, he took a lot of ridicule from NBA legends to millions of netizens. Even though this is just a regular season game, LeBron doesn't want to lose. The game hasn't started yet. On China's Penguin NBA livestream, fans were already buzzing. Do you think Wang Yi's threes will pop off this game? Very likely. Hope he explodes. China hasn't produced a player who can really ball in a long time. Of course, there are also plenty of haters. Explode my ass. 3 straight games going off. You think he's Curry or something? Heard that Brow is out injured this game. That'll make the Suns' defense a lot easier. Their attention will also be spread more to other players. Under those circumstances, if Wang Yi still explodes, then that really would be a ghost story. Yeah, the previous 2 explosions were just like Jeremy Lin back in the day. Other teams didn't know him yet. Now that he's blown up 2 games in a row, the Suns have definitely studied him. If they let him pop off again, the Suns front office should just disband. If he explodes, I'll eat my own shit live. As soon as that comment appeared, someone immediately fired back. Get out of here. You still owe us shit from the last 2 games. Now you're coming back for more free food. In this game's Penguin NBA broadcast room, the host was Kufan. The guest commentator was well-known domestic basketball analyst and media personality Yang Yi. The female host was still Maina. Kufan started Young. The game hasn't started yet. Can you predict how this one will go? Yang Yi laughed. Are you setting me up to get roasted? But predictions can never be 100% accurate. In this game, Brow is out, and Paul is playing injured. History always repeats itself in striking ways. As for how it'll go, on the Suns side, you've got Paul and Cook. For the Lakers, relying only on LeBron won't cut it. Other players have to step up, and there's a real game to be played. Kufan, upon hearing this, pressed further. So who do you think can step up? Yang Yi didn't hesitate. The Lakers' 3-point shooting has been a major problem since last season, and it's carried over into this season. Pope is hot one game, cold the next. Caruso and Kuzma can hit a couple now and then, but relying on their threes as a regular weapon still falls short. Schroeder's 3 isn't reliable either. So the ones who could step up, first, see if Schroeder can drive, and second, look at our guy, Wang Yi. But Wang is in a tough spot now. He's had 2 straight explosions, so the Suns will definitely prepare some targeted defensive schemes against him. Chances of him popping off this game are slim. At 9:30 p.m., the game began. This was the last of a 5-game homestand for the Lakers. Fans had already filled the stands early, and today, Oscar-winning actor Jack Nicholson was also in attendance. He once starred in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and won an Academy Award for Best Actor. He's also the Lakers' most famous fan. Basically, for the vast majority of the Lakers season games, he would be there. At this moment, he once again sat in the VIP seat, row 1, seat 124. This was his long-term reserved seat. From there, he could watch the game up close and also vent his frustrations at the referees, putting pressure on them. At this moment, his gaze fell on you, wearing the number 1 jersey. He had followed the Lakers for over 50 years, witnessing their rise and fall during those 5 decades. This season, because LeBron is getting older, his numbers had dropped to an average of only 20.1 points, and Brow was frequently injured, so the Lakers weren't ranked highly. It seemed the Lakers were heading into another decline, but after those past 2 games, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope again, and that glimmer came from this Easterner. The reason the Lakers have been playing poorly this season, injuries and LeBron's decline, were certainly 2 main reasons. But the Lakers' awful 3-point shooting percentage was a major factor in itself. If the Lakers could just solve their 3-point problem, then their performance could still be promising. Now this Easterner might become the key to changing the Lakers' outside shooting performance. Of course, these were all Jack Nicholson's inner thoughts. Whether this Easterner could live up to that responsibility, we'll need a few more games to determine. The game started. Lakers starters: LeBron, Schroeder, Drummond, Pope, and Caruso. The Suns starters didn't change much either. Right off the bat, LeBron gave the ball to Schroeder to let him initiate the offense. If Schroeder can get going, then the defensive pressure on LeBron will be much lighter. Schroeder drove and scored 2 points. Then LeBron hit a 3-pointer. 5-0 start. Looks like a smooth beginning today. But then the game shifted dramatically. The Suns' Booker hit back-to-back threes, and Paul nailed an open jumper. At the same time, the Suns, just like last year's playing game, stayed in a zone defense. To crack a zone defense, one way is to hit threes. Another is to push the fast break. The Lakers failed to get out in transition twice in a row. And on the 3-point front, the perimeter players carried on their usual shooting touch. Ice cold. Except for that early 3 that LeBron hit. The other starters missed 3 straight from outside, nearly bending the rim. On the other end, the Suns' cook was about to erupt in the first quarter, sinking 4 threes in just 5 minutes. 4 for 4 in 4 minutes. The score went to 5-14, a 9-point gap. The Lakers quickly called timeout. In the Penguin NBA livestream room, Maina was stamping her feet in frustration, literally stamping her feet. When the camera wasn't on her, she kept furrowing her brows, muttering silently. What kind of play is this? Kufan shook his head repeatedly. History always repeats itself in striking ways. Is the first quarter of last year's Game 6 happening again? He also shook his head repeatedly. In last year's Game 6 first quarter, Devin Booker went 6 for 6 from 3, scoring 22 points. Today, after 4 minutes, he's already 4 for 4 from 3, dropping 12 points. One man is destroying the entire Lakers team. That scoring ability is just insane. Looking at the game's direction, it's obviously heading the same way as last year. Kufan said. Now we'll see how head coach Vogel adjusts. Will he bring in Wang Yi? He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not this soon. Wang Yi should be in the rotation today, but he won't come in this early. And indeed, as he said, when the Lakers came back from the timeout, you were not put into the game. Coach Vogel simply had Pope chase Booker and asked other players to help double-team Booker. But the Lakers' offensive problems still weren't solved. The Suns kept playing zone defense, forcing the Lakers to shoot threes. The Lakers' 3-point shooting remained atrocious. LeBron had no choice but to resort to driving early. But with everyone packing the paint, his driving efficiency took a big hit. After all, he's older now. Not like before, when he'd just charge and no matter what, leap up and throw down a rim-rattling dunk. Now, when LeBron drives in, he can basically only manage a layup or rely on a turnaround fadeaway. He did score a couple of baskets, but Booker was scorching hot. Even with Pope chasing him and other players trapping, he still nailed 2 ridiculous threes in a row. 6, 4, 6 from beyond the arc, plus drives to the basket. He had already scored 20 points total. He was really on track to repeat last year's Game 6 first quarter. After half a quarter, the Lakers were already down by 15. Vogel quickly called another timeout. if they fell behind by 20, trying to come back would be. As the Lakers players left the court, each one wore a grim expression. LeBron, in particular, was reminded of last year's Game 6. His memory far surpasses an average person's, which gives him many advantages. For example, remembering every opponent's play and knowing what each of their hand signals means. But it also brings him pain. He can't easily forget past moments of agony. Those painful moments keep replaying in his mind over and over, every detail making him feel like he's right back there. The Lakers were down 15 just 6 minutes into the game. When they were stopped for the second time, in the stands of Staples Center, the crowd wasn't as fired up as before. They all remembered last year's Game 6 too. Back then, Booker was 6 from 3, and the Lakers' situation took a sharp turn for the worse. They didn't want to see that scene repeat. The Lakers, as a traditional powerhouse and a 17-time champion, have very picky fans. They won't cheer for the team when they're playing poorly. They'll just curse Vogel. Can't you figure something out? What kind of play is that? It's total crap. I spent so much money just to watch you kids. Playhouse. Of course, there were also many reasonable fans. Is making threes the only way for the Lakers to get going now? But these bricklayers shoot threes worse than Shaq. Then someone thought, you've been on fire from 3 for 2 straight games, coach. Vogel won't put you in now? What are you waiting for? Put Wang in. That shout stirred up the surrounding crowd. Put Wang in. Put Wang in. Many in the stands began to chant along. Vogel's eyes then turned to you. Originally, today, he had planned to let you play a few minutes, near the end of the second quarter. After all, just because you had 2 good games, he couldn't immediately insert you into the rotation. He had to take it slow. But the rotation hadn't even taken the floor yet, and the situation was already slipping out of control. No choice. He had to send you in early to see what you could do. Wang, you're in. Replace Schroeder. Schroeder heard that, just nodded, and silently sat down on the bench. Actually, Vogel had a reason for having you replace Schroeder. Schroeder is too short, and Cook shooting over him was just stupid. Stupid. So he put you in. With your defense, you should be able to contain Booker a bit, and also from 3-point range. He hoped you could support the team. The moment you stepped onto the court floor, it was as cold as the previous 2 games. An electronic chime sounded. Check in on court successful. Obtained. Basic block trial card. You didn't look closely, nor did you use it immediately, because it was the Lakers' possession. No block needed. After you entered the game, you matched up against Devin Booker. Your heart began to burn. Excitement flickered in your eyes. Devin Booker once scored 70 points and had 2 straight games of 50+. His scoring ability off the charts. Facing an opponent like that only fuels your fighting spirit. Your eyes meet Devin Booker's. He also saw the battle intent in yours. Clearly, Booker knew about your performance in the last 2 games. First possession for the Suns, still, zone defense, even though they knew your 3 is deadly. You've only had 2 good games, after all, so they didn't immediately lock onto you, but tested your shot to see how you felt. So you, beyond the 3-point line, easily received a pass from LeBron. Without a hint of hesitation, you shot with your left hand. Swish. Hand down, man down. 3-pointer made. The deficit narrowed to 12. The crowd finally cheered again. Devin Booker saw that and took the ball directly. As a star, he had to respond. Especially since he was hot from 3 right now. You could guess his intent easily. So you immediately activated the block trial card. Basic block trial card activated successfully. Block success rate, 50%. Duration, 10 minutes. At that moment, Devin Booker faced you and didn't dodge at all. He's taller than you. No need to dodge. He pulled up for a 3 right in front of you. As a former 3-point contest champion, he had that confidence. The announcer was the Lakers' home commentator, naturally biased toward the Lakers. Seeing Booker about to pull up for 3, he shook his head and said, "Oh no, Devin Booker is pulling up." But before he finished speaking, you'd already jumped with him. Your left fingertips just grazed the ball. The ball's trajectory changed. After flying 2 meters, it fell weakly. The announcer's midway sentence changed instantly. Blocked by Wang. He blocked it. Cook, this is too much. At the same time, Caruso picked up the ball and pushed a fast break. Kuzma had already sprinted ahead, so he easily dunked it in. The deficit shrank to 10 in an instant. The fans erupted in joy. No way. Devin Booker glanced at you. Anger kindled in his heart. After Paul crossed half court with the ball, he knew what Booker was thinking. Having just been blocked by an unknown Laker number one, Booker naturally wanted to get even. Paul, as a veteran, also understood the importance of letting Booker get his revenge now. He passed the ball to Booker, then motioned for everyone else to clear out. Booker, one-on-one with you. This time, Booker didn't pull up immediately. Instead, he suddenly dribbled to the right, as if trying to blow past you with speed. You immediately took a step back, and just as you stepped back, Booker stepped back beyond the three-point line, then raised his arm and shot a three. But you lunged at him with incredible speed. The moment Booker lifted the ball, before he could release it, you swatted it down, ball and man, a full-on smother. A perfect Wade-style block. The home announcer was stunned. My God. Wang blocked it again. How could he be so fast? That's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Devin Booker was also a bit dazed. Logically, that drive fake, followed by a step back, should have shaken you off. How could he close out so fast? But the truth is, that step back he took when he drove was actually a defensive fake too. You knew Booker had just been blocked once. He wouldn't accept it, and likely would try another three in front of you. So when you stepped back, your upper body was already leaning forward, ready to pounce forward. When Booker stepped back, you were already on him like a shadow. Naturally, that made you look very fast. There was an element of gambling here too. If Booker had really driven, he would have blown past you easily. But you guessed right. You grabbed the ball. You dribbled quickly toward the front court. Behind you, Paul lowered his head and chased fast. You initially planned to go up for the layup yourself. But considering that your right hand is injured, a left-handed layup isn't as smooth. So after dribbling past half court and reaching the three-point line, you make a behind-the-back pass to Pope, trailing behind. Pope catches the ball and leaps high. With a loud bang, he slams it home. The deficit is down to just 8 points. The crowd noise jumps up another few dozen decibels. At the same time, the arena DJ draws out his voice, announcing loudly. The assist on Pope's dunk comes from Wang Yi. The DJ isn't blind. He knows full well that the reason this play worked is 90% thanks to you blocking Booker, who is on a hot streak, and then grabbing the ball. That's what led to Pope's dunk. So when he announces your name, the DJ's voice is especially high and excited, drawn out extra long. And the DJ's tone is extremely stirring. The atmosphere in the arena heats up once again. Amid the cheers, the fans start buzzing with comments. I told you, they should have put Wang in earlier. He blocked 2 shots in a row, and both were against the Suns' best scorer. That's so cool. Wang doesn't look like a 10-day contract player at all. I think he's a star player. Suns head coach Monty Williams is cautious too. After the Lakers went on a 7-0 run, he quickly calls a timeout. During the timeout, he observes Booker closely. Booker is drinking from a water bottle, but his eyes burn with fierce fighting spirit. Getting blocked twice in a row by that Chinese guy. He isn't having it. Who does this nobody think he is? Daring to mess with me? Coach Williams knows Booker is young, prone to losing his cool. If he tries to suppress him, it's bound to backfire. So Booker has to fight back on his own, but there's a right way to do it. Can't just force it. He pats Booker on the back and says, Devin, you've got to get your revenge. Teach that Chinese guy a lesson. Booker twists the bottle cap tight and answers firmly, I know. Coach Williams nods, but no more three-pointers. That kid is a great shot blocker, and he seems experienced in defending the three. So you need to change your approach. Attack the rim. Turn him into a sieve. Understand? For a young player like Devin, changing his strategy is almost like admitting defeat. 2 years ago, he would never have agreed. But after last season's playoffs, he has matured. As long as he can laugh last, the road to get there doesn't matter. He nods. Understood. Hearing this, Paul feels relieved. If the Suns want to achieve greater success, Booker, as the team's main man, has to grow. And from what he sees, Booker is indeed growing fast. Back on the court, the game continues. Paul dribbles up, crosses half court, and still dishes it to Booker. Everyone else clears out for an isolation. Booker faces your defense. He crosses the ball slowly from hand to hand. After 4 dribbles, he suddenly changes rhythm, bringing the ball up with both hands, as if to shoot. You immediately step forward to contest. But it's just a pump fake. Next moment, he drops his center of gravity and tries to blow past you on the left. But the instant he drives, you have already slid over with lightning speed. He slams into your chest. Booker reacts quickly. The left side is cut off, so he does a behind-the-back dribble with his left hand, shifts instantly to the right, and tries to drive right. But after just one step, thud, another collision with your chest. Booker can't get past. He has to step back a few paces, create some space, then tries to accelerate past again. But your lateral quickness is just too fast. Every time, you perfectly cut off his driving lane. Booker tries 5 times in a row, and finally has to step back behind a three-point line. This time, you actually get faked out, but even so, you can't let Booker take an easy shot. You lunge at him as hard as you can, without touching any part of his body, trying to disrupt the release. Maybe because he's a bit anxious, or maybe wary of your block. This shot hits the back iron, and Drummond grabs the rebound. The commentator excitedly says, "Did you see that? Did you see Wang's defense just now?" Of course we did. Airtight. No leaks whatsoever. His lateral movement is incredibly fast. Devin Booker simply couldn't get past. That has to be the fastest lateral mover I've ever seen. It's no exaggeration to say he's elite among active players, but as strong as your defense is. Unfortunately, the Lakers missed this time. Next possession. Suns ball. Booker still can't get past your defense. He forces up another shot. Misses the 3. The Lakers fast break and sink a 3. The lead is down to 5. Back the other way. Suns offense. Paul sees that Booker is starting to panic. He knows they can't keep going like this. Booker needs to calm down, and the team hasn't scored in a while. Paul has to step up and put points on the board. That's the veteran experience of Chris Paul. When the offense is flowing, he's the orchestrator, feeding his teammates. When the offense stalls, he steps up to score. This time, he doesn't pass to Booker. Instead, he signals to Booker, pushing his right hand down in the air, meaning, calm down. Booker respects Paul a lot. Even though he's still frustrated about getting locked down by you, he knows he needs to settle down. So he stops asking for the ball, and instead sets a screen for Paul. By now, the Lakers have subbed Drummond out and brought Harrell back in. The team's mobility has greatly increased. So the Lakers' current defensive strategy is switch on screens. After the switch, you end up defending Paul. From watching you guard Booker earlier, Paul already has a sense of your defensive style. Against a defender like this, Paul has 100 ways to fool him. Facing your defense, he suddenly pivots to your right. You move right to anticipate him, but Paul only spins halfway, then quickly lowers his body and drives to your left. You immediately slide left. By then, Paul has already gotten half a step inside. When you slide over, he has already gathered the ball with both hands, pretending to jump. He wants to pump you into the air, then shoot. But this time, who usually loves to jump, don't bite. Paul was so confident he'd get you airborne that he goes ahead and shoots with confidence. A mid-range jumper is as sure as a layup for him. But the moment he releases, you leap. Paul is startled. He leans back midair, but your fingertips still graze the ball. The ball floats 2 meters in the air, then loses power and falls weakly, like after a climax. Paul frowns. This guy loves to jump on defense so much. Why didn't he jump this time? How could he know that you don't actually love jumping? He can't possibly know the real reason. This guy loves to jump so much on defense. So why didn't he jump this time? How is he supposed to know you're not really a jumper? Although you haven't played many official games in the past 2 years, apart from training and sleeping, you spent almost all your time watching footage, analyzing NBA players' moves and habits. You know all 30 NBA teams, the skills of every starter and rotation player, their habits on the court, even their temperaments and personalities. To exaggerate a bit, those players' own teammates probably don't know them as well as you do. So it's not that you truly love him, only that you love guarding players like Devin Booker. You know Paul is short, so after he drives, if he can't create much space, he always fakes first before shooting. So when Paul faked the first time, you didn't jump. When Paul jumped the second time, that's when you went up with him. Blocking shots sounds simple, but it's actually the result of years of hard work. After blocking Paul's shot, the ball happens to fall into their center, Ayton's hands. Ayton catches it, turns, and is about to shoot. You happen to be the closest, and before Ayton releases, you smack. Swat the ball right in his face. The ball flies straight toward the Suns crowder. Crowder catches it, sees no one under the basket, and rises up to dunk. But you slide sideways, appear in front of Crowder at blinding speed, then leap up high, both hands raised, like a volleyball block. Crowder's dunk smashes into your palms. The ball drops and LeBron grabs it. He fires a trademark long pass to Kuzma, who has already leaked out on the fast break. Kuzma throws down a one-handed jam. The arena erupts like a volcano, a deafening roar. The rafters of Staples Center, under this massive wave of cheers, tremble. And you've blocked 3 shots in a row. You roar to the sky, as if releasing all the emotions you've bottled up for 2 years. Then you raise your right hand, extend your index finger, and wag it 3 times. The announcers go crazy. Oh my God, consecutive blocks. Consecutive blocks. What am I seeing? The African mountain. No, not the African mountain. The Asian mountain king. He is the unconquerable Mount Everest. Over on Penguin NBA's livestream, the comments section is flooded with 666 and beast. The screen is blown up. After the game, Team GM Pelinka finds you. You thought your performance was enough to earn a guaranteed $2 million a year. But to your surprise, Pelinka says you're worth much more than that. He believes your potential merits $5 million a year. But you need to prove it during this 10-day contract. Deliver accordingly. Pelinka wants to see a few more games from you. If you don't shine again, he promises he'll still give you a $2 million guarantee. Because that near-game winner you hit was fully worth it, and you don't let him down. 2 days later, in the Lakers versus Phoenix Suns game, Devin Booker of the Suns is red hot, hitting 6 of 6 threes in the first 5 minutes. He's almost replicating last year's Game 6, single-handedly destroying the Lakers in the first quarter. Getting beaten like that on their home floor, the fans are furious. They all shout for you to be subbed in. Head coach Vogel also looks your way. He hadn't planned to put you in this early, but the second unit hasn't even entered the game yet, and the situation is already out of control. So you step onto the court once again against the wind. By now, the Suns' Devin Booker has taken on a god-slaying posture. But what nobody expected is that after you check in, you immediately block him twice in a row. Booker is stunned. The Suns' head coach quickly calls a timeout to settle Booker down. But they have no idea that those 2 blocks were just an appetizer. The game resumes. Suns veteran Chris Paul has the ball. He thought handling a rookie like you would be easy, but you've completely figured out his game. Another block. Because your fingertips graze the ball, Paul shot, after traveling 2 meters, weakly wobbles and falls short. The ball lands right in their center, Aiton's hands. Aiton grabs it, turns, and is about to shoot. You happen to be the closest. Before Aiton can even release, you rise again. Smack. You swat the ball right in his face. The ball flies straight toward the Suns' Crowder. Crowder catches it, sees no one under the basket, and rises up to dunk. But you slide sideways, appear in front of Crowder at blinding speed, then leap up high, both hands raised, like a volleyball block. Crowder's dunk smashes into your palms. The ball drops and LeBron grabs it. He fires a trademark long pass to Kuzma, who has already leaked out on the fast break. Kuzma throws down a one-handed jam. The arena erupts like a volcano, a deafening roar. The rafters of Staples Center, under this massive wave of cheers, tremble. And you've blocked 3 shots in a row. You roar to the sky, as if releasing all the emotions you've bottled up for 2 years. Then you raise your right hand, extend your index finger, and wag it 3 times. The announcers go crazy. Oh my God, consecutive blocks. Consecutive blocks. What am I seeing? The African mountain. No, not the African mountain, the Asian mountain king. He is the unconquerable Mount Everest. Across the ocean on Penguin NBA's livestream, the comments section is flooded with 666 and beast. The screen is blown up. In the broadcast booth, Kevin and Yang Yi also keep praising this defense. It seems to have leveled up even more than last game. Yeah, he blocked Booker twice, Paul once, Aiton once, Crowder once. That's 5 blocks in just 5 minutes. He's only 1.92 meters tall. His shot blocking ability is really outstanding. Everyone sees his blocking ability, but what catches my eye more is how he defended Crowder on those possessions. He was too fast for Crowder to even get past him. This makes me even more excited for the rest of the game. Right then, the broadcast shows the referee, who makes a T sign. Kefan exclaims, Jo. What's going on? He got AT. Wang Yi is also surprised. What happened? The camera was following Harold on the break. We didn't see what happened. Let's check the replay. The replay comes up quickly. It shows you, after blocking 3 shots in a row, wagging your finger at the air. Kefan realizes. It's the finger wag. Wang Yi wagged his finger after 3 straight blocks. Wang Yi shakes his head. In the whole NBA, only Mutombo is allowed by the league to wag his finger. Wang Yi's second short contract is $20,000. This tee will cost him $25,000. That's a bit not worth it. Kefan says, I'm sure LeBron will pay the fine for him. The haters who had disappeared from the comments jump out again. No respect. You could tell a person's character from their game. With this kind of attitude, he must be a jerk too. He blocks 3 shots, and already his head swells. Hey, you got a T, but you don't regret it. The NBA is a place for showing off your personality. If you don't show off after blocking 3 shots in a row, then when will you? Since you got a taste of trash talk, the Suns are at the free throw line. After Paul hits the free throw, they continue their offense. This time, you block their attack with a huge swat, sending the ball flying into the stands. The crowd erupts again. The system's blocking experience card theoretically boosts your block chance to 50%. But on top of that, your familiarity with these players' techniques, moves, and habits means the probability is even higher. Coming back down the court, you knock down another 3. And since the defender was too aggressive fouling you, it's a shooting foul. So that's a 3+1. Your free throw is still solid. After sinking it, you've erased the deficit. The first quarter ends. In the Penguin NBA broadcast booth, Wang Yi comments, the Lakers really are a magical team. Down by 15 midway through the quarter. Then they erase the deficit in almost the same amount of time. Kufan nods and says, that's right. The Lakers don't have to repeat the process of last year's Game 6 collapse. Everything changed from the moment our player Wang Yi stepped onto the court. To be honest, these 3 games, Wang Yi has brought us surprises every single game. Wang Yi continues. In the first game, his 3s were like divine intervention. In the second, besides 3s, he pulled out the death grip defense. And in this third game, he's shown off his shot-blocking prowess. It's like he has an arsenal of weapons, bringing out a different one each game, keeping opponents off balance. Suns head coach Williams, while pumping up his players, also makes his tactical adjustments. We have to slow down the pace. Play as slow as possible. Don't give them any fast break chances. He knows the Lakers' defense is tough. So normally you'd want to play fast against them. But playing fast leads to too many turnovers now. And they'll easily convert those into fast breaks. So he has no choice but to try to slow it down and see if Paul can run the offense to score. It's like having 2 poisons in front of you. You just chose the first one and got poisoned. Now that you've respawned, even though you know the other one is also poison, with the attitude of just giving it a try, you still have to pick the other one. After the huddle, his gaze drifts, almost unintentionally, toward the far end. The Lakers bench. Earlier, everything was going the Suns' way. But ever since that guy came onto the court, everything changed. If they want to win the game, they need to fix this. With that thought, he turns and looks at Crowder. After a moment, he shakes his head slightly. Let's see how it goes first. If it really doesn't work, we'll use him in the third quarter. When Crowder enters the game in the second quarter, most of the Lakers starters are resting. Only Schroeder on the floor with a bunch of bench players. The bench players, maybe inspired by your 3 consecutive blocks earlier, are playing fiercely. Morris and Monk hit back-to-back 3s. Even Drummond sinks a 3, and Schroeder drives to the basket 3 times in a row. On the Suns side, maybe rattled by your triple blocks, their morale is low. They can't hit from outside, and inside they even miss dunks. With 3 minutes left in a half, the Lakers have already built a 12-point lead. Then you come back on the court and block 2 more shots, plus hit 2 3s. By the end of the half, the Lakers have stretched the lead to 20 points. Halftime. The arena commentators are excited. This game, the start looked like it would repeat the pattern of last year's Game 6. But Wang turned the whole thing around after coming in. Now the Lakers lead by 20. Wang didn't just change the direction of the game. He completely flipped it. Let's look forward to the second half and see if Wang can deliver even more. In the VIP seat 124, front row by the court, Oscar winner Jack Nicholson's reddish eyes. Behind, those eyes are filled with deep satisfaction. So far, this Easterner keeps bringing surprises to the Lakers. Maybe the hope of the Lakers revival lies with him. Now, in a visiting team's locker room, the Suns players are all feeling down. They've been down by 20 before, more than once. Logically, they shouldn't be this low, but this game is different. Ever since that Lakers #1 came onto the floor, they've been sinking deeper and deeper into a pit, with no sign of any chance to cut the lead. Can't score on offense. Can't stop them on defense. How are we supposed to play? Even the team star, Devin Booker, has his head down, a towel over his head, not saying a word. Veteran Paul sees this and claps his hands forcefully. You're already giving up? Do you want to be called soft? Get your damn heads up. Remember how we eliminated them last year? They were the defending champions. We turned the defending champions into losers. Now, in front of these losers, we're going to back down. Are you really going to show off in front of this loser? Paul is definitely one of the NBA's most competitive, most tenacious players. His speech gets the players one by one to slowly lift their spirits. But being down by 20 points, just his pep talk alone, is far from enough. So, head coach Williams looks over at Crowder again and says, Crowder, in the third quarter, lock down that Chinese guy. By lock down, he doesn't just mean playing tight defense, but constantly provoking and angering the opponent, even possibly using some dirty moves. Back in the Heat's finals run, Crowder was still a Heat player then, and he made life miserable for opposing players many times. A villain like that, fans don't like. Players hate. But if a team wants to succeed, they need someone like that on the roster. Once upon a time, Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, Draymond Green of the Warriors, groin kicker Poker, Zaza Pachulia, Andrew Bogut, Crowder during the Heat's Big Three era. They all play that role. Crowder knows his job well. He makes an okay sign and says to his teammates, leave that Chinese guy to me. Don't worry. At the start of the third quarter, they keep the same starting lineup from the first quarter, but the Lakers' Schroeder seems distracted. In just 3 minutes of play, he commits 2 turnovers. The coach pulls him and sends you back in. Now you've truly entered the regular rotation. On the bench, THD feels disappointed. Originally, he would have been in the rotation, but now because of your outstanding performance, his playing time has been cut a lot. But that's the cruelty of competitive sports. Whoever performs gets the minutes. If you don't, you're out. All he can do is train hard, and whenever he gets a chance to play, he has to seize it and show what he's got, not sit on the bench and complain like a bitter ex. Schroeder, on the other hand, seems to have his mind wandering off the court. No one knows what he's thinking. After you come on, your three-point shooting isn't as hot as in the first 2 games, but you're still shooting a solid 45%, which is better than most. That forces the Suns to change their defensive plan. They don't dare use zone defense anymore and have to extend their defense. As a result, the Lakers have room to drive. LeBron drives 3 times in a row, and Caruso also gets a drive. Caruso went bald too, scoring inside and out. As for the Suns, you block them twice more. Add to that Booker's cold shooting, and his drives are shut down by you. The others aren't shooting as well as before either. Luo did hit 2 mid-range shots, but against the Lakers' wave after wave of offense, one man can only do so much. The lead is heading toward 30 points. Now the Lakers are on offense. You do what you always do. Keep coming off screens to catch the ball beyond the arc. Right then, Crowder, while the referee's attention is on the perimeter players with the ball, sneakily grabs your arm and yanks it hard. You're startled. You go down with emotion, slamming hard onto the floor. Lucky you went with a fall. Or with Crowder's strength, your right arm might have been dislocated. Crowder stumbles a couple of steps from your pull, and he also falls to the ground, complaining to the ref that you fouled him. He pulled me down. That's a dirty move. The villain crying foul first. But since almost everyone's eyes were on the top of the arc, the refs didn't see what you two did. The referee signals to play on. You get up and rotate your arm. Keep running. While chasing you, Crowder keeps throwing little cheap shots. The sneakiest is pinching your waist, like that old villainess from the Palace drama, twisting your waist every now and then. You've studied Crowder. You know he never used to do that. In the whole NBA, the one who pinches waist most is Paul. Since Paul isn't tall, when he defends, he often uses this kind of sneaky move. It really hurts the opponent, makes them think twice. And in the heat of the game, the refs rarely catch it. Now Crowder has learned that trick too. Seeing this, you sneer inwardly. Waist pinching, huh? Who can't do that? So, when Crowder is pressing too close, or you're tangled up together, you secretly reach over and pinch his waist too. Damn it, Crowder mutters under his breath. Another 2 minutes of scrapping. Your waist is already black and blue. Crowder isn't feeling great either. He's black. So the bruises on his skin aren't as obvious. But he's got plenty of purple marks too. That's your way of dealing with a dirty player. Fight fire with fire. Turn his own tactics against him. Don't talk about sportsmanship or the spirit of the game. Crowder's sneaky little moves are hard for the refs to catch. Complaining to the officials is useless. In this situation, are you supposed to just take it? Let him keep chasing and pinching you? Now Crowder chases after you again. As you tangle, you suddenly pinch his waist hard once more. While Crowder is still wincing, you sprint out beyond the three-point line, catch the ball, and nail a three. Crowder, holding his waist, curses viciously under his breath. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Then he gets in your face, growling, Chinese guy, we're gonna get yours later. This waist-pinching dialogue between you and Crowder is so subtle that even the other 8 players on the court have no idea what you're doing, let alone the refs. Crowder is steaming inside. He started pinching this Chinese guy's waist to provoke him. The Chinese guy took the first hit, and if Crowder could get him angry, maybe he'd throw a punch, or even just curse at him and draw a tech, and then he'd be ejected. But this Chinese guy didn't get mad at all. Instead, he pinched back hard, digging into him painfully, and then hit 3 straight threes over him. That really gets on his nerves. He stares at you as you sprint back on defense, already cooking up a plan. He just wanted to teach you a lesson, make you back off. Since you won't wise up, he's got no choice. So when the Lakers attack again, and you come off a screen to catch and shoot at the top of the key, Crowder knows he can't block the shot, but he lunges at you anyway, right arm high, pretending to go for the ball, but really swatting down at your face. And because Crowder puts so much force into it, you're knocked out of the air completely, crashing hard toward the floor. Crowder finally lets out the rage in his gut. But before he can celebrate, a searing pain shoots through his groin. In that instant, he feels the whole world disappear. Or in his world, everything else vanishes, leaving only pain. Pain down to the marrow. Pain that pierces his heart. You know Crowder's dirty habits. You know that when he can't stop you, he'll escalate, maybe even go dirty. So you were ready for it. As Crowder swats you down, your upper body falls backward toward the floor, but your right foot times it perfectly and kicks him in the groin. Is it a dirty move? Extremely dirty. But when the other guy has already stepped outside basketball, are you supposed to be polite, smile and nod? Play the gentleman? And for a player like that, the refs will only eject him, maybe fine him, but next time he'll do it again. Sometimes one move like that can end a player's career. Do you still need to be polite to someone like him? Fight fire with fire. Crowder is now writhing from the searing pain in his groin, both hands clutching it as he collapses to the floor, rolling in agony. Because you were prepared, it looks like you fell hard. But when you landed, your left hand cushioned the fall, so you only feel a little sting. Still, you don't get up right away. Crowder started the dirty stuff. He hasn't gotten up. You're the victim. If you pop up now, the refs might actually sympathize with him more. Oh well, might as well play the actor for once. With that thought, you hold your right hand on your waist, grimacing and baring your teeth, and pound the floor with your left hand. Your teammates rush over, asking how bad it is. You don't answer, as if you're in too much pain to speak. Many fans around the court go quiet. Dudley at the sideline sees this and wants to come onto the court to back you up. That's his job on the Lakers. But the assistant coach holds him back tightly. If a non-player steps onto the court now, it's a suspension. Caruso also wants to step in for you. But when he sees Crowder rolling on the floor in agony, he hesitates. Is this guy faking? He's the one that knocked you out of the air. What's he got to be in pain about? Then the big screen shows the replay. Everybody sees Crowder going straight for your face. The crowd erupts. Damn, he's a killer. Should a killer even be on the court? He belongs in jail. He was aiming for the man. Throw him out. But when they see that during your fall, your right foot caught Crowder in the groin, first there's a collective gasp, especially from the male fans who know the feeling. They flinch in sympathy for Crowder. Then the crowd cheers. Nice one. If I were Wang, I'd do the same. Crowder had it coming. At this moment, teammates from both teams on the court come over separately to check on the injured player. A teammate asks Wang, "Where does it hurt?" "Does it feel a little better now?" Holding his lower back, he says, "Seems like it's my back, but I'm not sure. Anyway, it hurts everywhere." The teammate asks a few more questions, then finally says, "Can you stand up?" You sneak a glance at Crowder. Seeing Crowder already being helped up by his teammates and sitting on the bench, you say, "Help me up. I think I can still play." So your teammates help you up. Under the trainer's guidance, you slowly move your body around. Gradually, your pain seems to ease a lot. The referees at the sideline watch the replay over and over. First, what's certain is that Crowder definitely committed a flagrant foul because he went for the face. What the referees are looking at now is whether that kick toward Crowder was intentional or not. This time, the referees didn't deliberate long. They soon made the call. They signaled to the scores table. Crowder, flagrant one, assessed a technical foul. Wang was fouled on a three-point attempt. 3 free throws plus the technical foul free throw. 4 free throws total. And the Lakers retained possession. 4 free throws and the ball. When the Suns players and their coaching staff hear the ruling, they all throw up their hands. How is that possible? How can this be? Our guy's hurt too. That kick was obviously intentional, especially Paul. He looks like he wants to eat the referee. He chases after the referee, complaining, pointing at you and saying to the ref, "Didn't you see that move? He's too dirty." A player like that shouldn't be on the court, but the referee ignores their complaints and instead gives them a warning. If they keep complaining, they'll give a team technical. Meanwhile, in the replay room, famous NBA referee JV explains, from emotion, Wang Yi was taking a fadeaway jumper. When fading, one foot naturally extends forward. When Crowder lunged and knocked Wang Yi to the ground, that extended right foot lifted a little higher. That was just to maintain balance, a natural reflex by the body. So even though objectively he hurt Crowder, there was no intent. Moreover, Crowder was the one who invaded Wang's cylinder. Wang did extend his leg, but it was still within his own cylinder. Therefore, we believe Wang did not foul. At this point, you sit on the bench for a moment. A teammate suggests you go to the locker room for a quick check, but you just shrug and say, "No need. I feel much better. I'm in great shape." Hearing this, there's a moment of silence. Your teammates around you all understand in their hearts, especially LeBron. He has flopped before too. He knows all the ins and outs of it. A knowing smile appears on his face. He pats your shoulder. "Attaboy. That's how competitive sports work. It's about the outcome. As long as you don't cross the line, then to fight for victory, you can do anything." Everyone knows that Miller committed a push-off foul on Jordan's game winner. But does that change the outcome? The other teammates all breathe a sigh of relief now. As long as you're not hurt, it's fine. After you shake it off, you step to the free throw line. You shoot 4 free throws. Your free throw percentage is 88%, so you make all 4 cleanly. Then the Lakers inbound again. You come off a screen and catch the ball again. Crowder, having recovered, chases after you. You hold the ball with both hands and look Crowder in the eye. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curls at the corner of your mouth. When Crowder sees your eyes and that smile, he knows it's clearly malicious. His heart tightens. A chill rises from his lower body. That sharp pain from before seems to come back again. He still tries to contest your shot, but he clearly doesn't lunge as aggressively. It's more like a token defense. That puts no pressure on you at all. Swish, the ball sails over Crowder's head and drops through the net. Your 4 free throws plus this three-pointer. You scored 7 points in 1 possession. The lead stretches to 33 points. The Suns have to call another timeout. Now, there are only 2 minutes left in the third quarter. During the timeout, Paul keeps clapping his hands to encourage the Suns players. He keeps urging Booker, "You have to step up. You're going to be the sole leader of this team in the future, so you have to step up." But the Suns' momentum has been crushed, especially when Crowder comes back on the court. His fierce defense is gone. His defense always seems a bit, especially when defending you. He dares not even press too close. It's as if that kick has given him a psychological shadow. The Suns' fate is sealed. The Lakers take this game smoothly. LeBron's stat line tonight: 23 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists. Another near triple-double that drives perfectionists crazy. He is the foundation of the team, whether the team wins or loses. The Lakers need those numbers from him as a safety net. And the biggest hero for the Lakers tonight is none other than you. Coming off the bench for 26 minutes, you put up a double-double of 28 points and 10 blocks, including 7 of 10 from 3, 5 of 5 from the free throw line, and 1 of 1 from two-point range. Your efficiency is terrifying, especially your three-point shooting percentage. You keep proving that you're a reliable three-point shooter. After the game, Paul doesn't come over to shake hands with the Lakers players. He turns and walks straight to the tunnel. He doesn't even exchange words with his good friend LeBron. Understandable. He's an extremely competitive player. Losing by 30 points like this, he's naturally not in the mood for handshakes. The on-court post-game interview naturally goes to you again. Your answers to the reporter's questions are still watertight. After showering, LeBron invites you again to join the press conference. You don't decline. Being able to attend the post-game press conference. Few players would turn that down. Meanwhile, in the press conference room, the Suns' post-game press conference is already underway. The Suns send out Paul, Booker, and Crowder, 3 players. After they answer a few routine questions, a reporter asks Crowder a question. Crowder, during the game, you and the Lakers' Wang Yi both fell to the floor. You hit in the face. He kicked you in the groin. The referee called you for a flagrant one. What do you have to say about that? Crowder shakes his head and says, without a doubt, I was going for the ball. I accidentally hit his face, but his move was obviously intentional. His style is too dirty. He should have been ejected. He's slowly recovering his composure now, so he starts running his mouth again, spouting nonsense. The reporter continues. But from the footage we can see, that ball was already way above your head. Your first instinct with your hands wasn't to reach for the ball. Instead, you swung them straight at his face. Many people are saying you did on purpose. What's your explanation for that? Crowder gets a little hot. He glares at the reporter. You're not me. How do you know what I was thinking? That Asian guy obviously did it on purpose. Why don't you go ask him? The reporter shakes his head. Following your logic, you're not him either. So how can you be sure he did it on purpose? Crowder is left speechless. He snorts. I refuse to answer your question. With that, he got up and walked off in a huff, leaving the press conference midway. In the NBA, that's seen as disrespecting the media and gets you fined. But Crowder doesn't care anymore. Shortly after they left, the Lakers' LeBron James and you enter the conference room. The reporters' cameras immediately started clicking wildly. You've held press conferences before, but this is the first time you've been snapped by so many reporters. This is the exposure of being a Laker. The Lakers, as a traditional powerhouse, and in a big market like Los Angeles, get way more attention than any small market team. So if you can perform well here, you'll never lack exposure. Once you and LeBron are seated, the reporters watch you play basketball. Your three-point shooting percentage is as high as 99%. Even Curry would call you a beast. But even so, you're still wandering in the NBA, bouncing between 8 teams, because the head coaches never gave you a chance. You couldn't prove your worth on any team until the last day of your 10-day contract with the Lakers. The opportunity finally came. On the court, Lakers 80-110, trailing the Warriors by a full 30 points. Like so many games before, the Lakers' offense is like constipation. Their 3-4, 18 three-point shooting is hard to watch. Meanwhile, the Warriors' star, Curry, has entered his heating-up mode again. 11, 4, 15 from 3. He alone has outshot the entire Lakers team from deep. The game is in the final 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. Seeing that catching up is hopeless, the Lakers' head coach has already pulled LeBron and Anthony Davis and other starters off the court. LeBron is lowering his head, intently biting his fingernails. Davis's eyes are on the court, but his mind is elsewhere. In this kind of environment, the head coach shakes his head helplessly. His gaze sweeps across the bench. Finally, it lands on you. This young man from the East before him, though average in talent, has never gotten a chance to play with the Lakers. But he works hard in practice, humble and modest. The head coach has taken a liking to you. Plus, tonight is the last night of your 10-day contract, so he thinks he'll give you a chance to shine. Although the Lakers certainly won't give you a second contract. But if some other team takes a liking to you, they might give you your next job. It's not impossible, even if the odds are basically negligible. Thinking this, the head coach waves at you. Wang, time for you to show what you've got. Your attention has always been on the head coach. Hearing his call, you feel a surge of adrenaline rush to your head. You spring to your feet. It's been 3 months since you last played. Finally, you're standing on an NBA court again. Just then, a voice rings out in your mind. Congratulations, host, on getting a chance to play for the Lakers. System activated. Reward: 10 minutes of God-tier 3-point shooting experience. You pause mid-step. Before you can think any further, the referee on the sideline is already waving you in. You have to quickly jog onto the court. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA livestream, the two commentators see you on screen. They casually mention, "Our player, Wang Yi, is on the court. Let's see how he performs." No further introduction, just that brief mention. After all, you've been riding the bench in the NBA for 2 years, and everyone has seen it. Neither of the two commentators has high hopes for you now. The live chat is full of insults. As soon as I enter the stream, I see this guy. What bad luck. He's losing face abroad. Better get back here ASAP. Back when you first entered the NBA, you were highly anticipated. Domestic fans even praised you to the skies. But later, due to a wrist injury during practice, you performed poorly on the court. Plus, many NBA coaches already have a bias against Eastern players. They didn't give you chances. Gradually, you became a fringe player. So most domestic fans started cursing you, wishing they could send you to the 18th level of hell. Although there were some who understood you. Compared to your haters, they were almost negligible. Now at Staples Center, the Lakers inbound the ball. As a shooting guard, you move to the Lakers half after the inbound. The few Lakers players on the court are all guys who only get minutes in garbage time. Now that they've finally gotten a chance to play, naturally they all want to show off. No one wanted to pass the ball. Over 2 possessions, all 4 of them took a shot each. None of them made it. Instead, the lead increased even more, reaching a full 35 points. Finally, on the 3rd possession, as the Lakers attack, the ball comes to you at the top of the 3-point arc. The moment you catch the ball, you instantly become much more alert. You feel filled with an indescribable power, as if you've been dominating the court for decades. Your shooting touch is incredibly hot. Seeing the defender standing in front of you, lax and casual, you don't hesitate. You jump up quickly. Textbook shooting form. With a picture-perfect fadeaway, the ball arcs beautifully through the air. Swish. Nothing but net. A beautiful 3-pointer. However, this shot hardly draws anyone's attention. Compared to the huge 30-point deficit, this single 3 is a drop in the bucket. A third of the audience has already left. Most of the remaining fans are chatting or playing on their phones. On the other side of the ocean, in the 10-cent live stream, the two commentators are chatting, talking about team standings. They didn't even notice that you from China had hit a beautiful 3. The live chat, on the other hand, is full of snide remarks. "Oh, he actually made a 3. Got lucky, huh?" Forget lucky. If he hits 2 more 3s, I'll eat dog shit. The game continues. After the Warriors miss a shot, the Lakers attack again. After 2 Lakers players mess up a play, they almost get the ball stolen by the Warriors. Luckily, the ball accidentally comes flying toward you. Again, you catch the ball at the top of the arc. No hesitation at all. You catch and shoot. You're in an extremely hot streak now. If you don't go all out, I'm afraid after your contract ends tonight, you'll never get another chance to play in the NBA. Then forget about pursuing your dreams. Even making a living will be tough. The 3-pointer soars across the arena. Once again, nothing but net. Another beautiful 3. 86 to 115, cutting the lead to 29 points. But this 3-pointer still doesn't stir any reaction from the live audience. Only the Lakers' head coach claps vigorously, encouraging you. LeBron James now stops biting his nails. He also claps to encourage you. As the team leader, when he sees a teammate play well, he naturally steps up right away. Next, the Warriors make a turnover. The Lakers fast break. You put your head down and accelerate, sprinting with all your might to the front court. You set up in the corner. The Lakers' point guard wants to drive for a layup, but the Warriors' transition defense is fast too. The Warriors' center is already blocking the point guard's path to the basket. The point guard instinctively passes to you, passing to the hot hand. This is a point guard's basic knowledge. You still unhesitatingly rise up and take the shot yourself. Bang! The 3-pointer clangs off the rim. A dull thud echoes out. Luckily, After bouncing up, the ball hits the backboard, then rattles around the rim 4 times. Only then does it drop through the net. 89 to 115. The Lakers have cut it down. Only 26 points left. This time, a few scattered applause comes from the crowd. In less than a minute, you've drilled 3 straight threes. That still manages to surprise them a little, but that's all. On the Penguins' NBA livestream's bullet comments, some fans start stirring things up. 2 more threes. The guy from earlier who swore he'd eat dog shit if you hit. Take it. But the poop brother already slipped away. At Staples Center, the Warriors' head coach quickly calls for calm. Even though this newly subbed-in Chinese guy for the Lakers has scored 9 straight points, it looks like a drop in the bucket. But to be safe, he still wants to quickly go over how to handle this Chinese player. He calls all the players over, pointing to the one among the bench players with the best one-on-one defense, the guy with the afro. He says, "You're guarding that Laker number 1. Better let him drive. Then let him shoot threes." Got it. The afro guy squints, glancing sideways at that Easterner in the distance, a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He nods. "Relax, coach. I'll guard him." Until he's crying for his mommy and crawling back to the east. On the Lakers side, the head coach gives a simple setup to the Laker players. Set screens for Wang. "Wang, if you got the shot, take the 3. Be decisive." He's encouraging you. Hearing that, a warmth rises in your chest. This is the first time since you entered the NBA that a head coach has actively drawn up a play for you. Even though it's just a simple screenplay, it still fills you with elation. So you nod firmly, your eyes blazing with fiery determination. Right then, the team's veteran LeBron James walks over. He grabs your hand, exchanges a heavy high five, then says, "Hey man, I like that 3 of yours, but I'm expecting to see more." You nod. Chest out, head high. You say confidently you'll see it. Meanwhile, in the Penguins' live stream room, the 2 commentators are doing an end-of-game rundown. Let's look at the Lakers scoring. LeBron, 23 points. Davis, 28 points. Wang Yi, 9 points. When they get to that, the commentator pauses slightly. "Our player Wang Yi has already scored 9 points. The other commentator says, he just hit 2, or was it 3 threes? Let me check. Yeah, 3 threes. 3, 4, 3. Nice percentage. 9 points. That's the highest single game score Wang Yi has had since entering the NBA. Let's see if he has any more threes left. But his wrist is injured. That last 3 he shot wasn't all that accurate. Maybe he won't take another 3. After all, shooting threes puts too much pressure on the wrist." With that, the game resumes. The Warriors score 2 points off a passing cut play. The lead stretches back to 28. Coming back the other way, the Lakers attack again. The Warriors' afro-haired player sticks to you like glue. The coach told him to guard the Eastern old man, so he's going to guard this Eastern old man. And he keeps muttering, endlessly spewing trash talk. "Eastern old man, with that frail little body of yours. Can you even still chuck threes? Thanks, but don't worry. I'll stick to you like a piece of taffy. Stick to you until you're crying like a woman." You ignore the afro's trash talk. After all, you've always preferred to let your play speak. Following the coach's play call, you come off a screen and receive the ball again at the bottom of the arc. By now, the afro has chased over. You have only a split second to release the shot, but you don't hesitate at all. Jump, raise the arm, snap the wrist, release, one fluid motion. The whole sequence smooth as water, as smooth as silk. The ball sails over the afros, outstretched fingertips, tracing an orange arc under the spotlight. Swish, a white splash rises from the center of the net. Nothing but net. You pull back your right hand and glance at the afro, a mysterious smile already curling at the corner of your mouth. Another incredibly smooth shot. Right then, you finally realize that tonight's scorching hot hand must all be thanks to the system's godly 3-point shooting. The moment you release it, you know it's going in. Is this what elite 3-point shooters feel when they shoot? You can't help but glance at Curry on the Warriors bench. Curry also happens to be looking your way, then at the afro. Seeing that, the afro follows behind you, still yapping. "Your opponent is me. Don't get the situation twisted. Next, I'll guard you until you question your whole life. Guard you until you crawl back to your country crying. You don't even turn your head. Rarely, you fire back. I'll shoot until you shut up." If you hadn't said anything, it might have been fine. But saying that only gets the afro more riled up. He chases you, spewing trash talk nonstop. And you don't say another word. You just treat it like a few dog barks. By now, thanks to your 4 threes, the lead has been trimmed to 25 points. From 35 to 25, it feels like no time at all. On the sideline, the Lakers players have all gotten to their feet. Even if they lose tonight, you hitting 4 threes in just a minute and a half is still stunning enough. Next possession, the Warriors miss a shot. When the Lakers attack, you start calling for the ball as soon as you cross half court. Your performance has won over the Lakers point guard. The ball naturally comes to you. The Warriors Afro guy has already locked onto you. You dribble off a teammate screen. The Afro gets bumped, giving you a little bit of space. You're still 2 meters behind the 3-point line. If you keep dribbling, the Afro will catch up in no time. So you don't have time to think twice. You stop on a dime, bring the ball up, snap your wrist, and release. Swish. Another 3-pointer splashes through. The lead is down to 22. In an instant, a third of the crowd rises to their feet cheering. Even though there's less than 3 minutes left, and the lead is still over 20, it's definitely not coming back. This Eastern man hitting 5 straight threes still reignites their passion. This Eastern guy is strong. He's like the Lakers' Curry. How come I've never seen him before? What's his name? He's a Lakers 10-day contract player, but I don't know his name either. When that shot goes in, you feel your adrenaline spike through the roof. Your confidence swells rapidly. At this moment, the rim feels as wide as the ocean. No matter how you toss the ball, it obediently drops through the net. On the Warriors bench, Curry's eyes flicker. As an all-time great 3-point shooter who pioneered the small ball era, seeing someone else hit 5 threes in a row now stirs his competitive fire. He wishes he could go out on the floor and duel this guy. But when he looks at the head coach, the coach gives an almost imperceptible shake of his head. They've got this game locked up. No need to put Curry back in. The next possession, the Warriors miss another 3. Lakers turn on offense. You call for the ball again once you cross half court. This time, the Afro has learned his lesson. Before you even catch it, he parks himself 2 meters behind the 3-point line, not giving you any room to shoot. You dribble and glance at your right hand. The Afro sees you seem a little hesitant, and he immediately gets fired up, clapping his hands loudly, over-exaggerating, motioning for you to come on. Go ahead, make another one. I bet $100. You're not making this shot. This kind of trash talk is psychological warfare shooting. Especially 3-point shooting from deep is a scoring method that really tests your mental fortitude. If your mind shifts even a little, your form will break down. And with broken form, naturally you won't make it. Hearing that, your competitive fire is ignited. You keep dribbling, but you don't move forward. Instead, you dribble backward 3 steps, your feet landing right on the center circle. Seeing that, the Afro-haired guy shows a mouthful of white teeth, laughs and says, "Center circle, you want a logo 3? You think you're Stephen Curry? Haha, you Oriental. I don't think you're awake yet." Meanwhile, the white commentator on site is taken aback. "My God, what is this Oriental trying to do?" The other commentator jokes, "He wants a logo 3. Can a Chinese even hit a logo 3? Made 5 threes in a row. Gotten cocky, thinking he's Curry." There's a hint of mockery in both commentators' voices. But before they finish speaking, you push the shot up from the center circle. You have to use extra power to heave it, but the release feels perfect. You know the shot is going in. After you release it, the ball is still in the air, but you've already turned around, back to the basket. Raising your right hand high, sticking out 3 fingers, making a 3-point gesture, the ball traces an extra long arc through the air. The moment you flash the 3 fingers, 1 second later, the ball slams into the net like a cannonball. Boom! Logo 3 done. This 3 isn't a clean swish. It's heavy and powerful, like a bullet streaking across half court. The ball crashes through the rim and explodes into the 4,000-seat center arena. The entire arena erupts instantly. Oh my God! It's a logo 3. God, what am I seeing? He actually turned and raised his hand to celebrate before the ball went in. That is so cool. The decibel level in the arena spikes sharply. After all, a logo 3 is visually stunning. And to turn and celebrate before it even goes in, such a badass move. Even Curry never did that. Not just the fans in the stands. Even the 2 commentators who were mocking you earlier can't help shouting out in amazement. My God, what am I seeing? Logo 3. Unbelievable. He actually did it. He's the Lakers' Stephen Curry. That's how a lot of NBA commentators are. Weather vanes bending with the wind. Just now they were mocking you. Now they're going all out, without even a blush. The big screen lingers on you for a long time, until a moment later it pans to Curry on the sideline. Warriors head coach Kerr shakes his head helplessly, glances at Curry. So this is what it feels like when the other team has a Curry of their own. Curry hasn't moved at all, but a fiery look already burns in his eyes. At the same time, the Lakers' bench starts moving. The reserves are vigorously waving their towels. Even the starters, because of that jaw-dropping shot, jump up and high-five each other in celebration. Anthony Davis also stands up, still hurting, his thick eyebrows shooting up sharply, his big eyes full of disbelief. LeBron James quickly gets to his feet, raises both hands to make the three-point sign, his face completely over the top, repeating "Oh my God" over and over. Oh my God across the ocean. In the Penguins' NBA live stream room, the two guest commentators are also excited, eyes shining bright. 6 threes in 2 minutes, and a logo 3. Oh my God. Incredible. Amazing, 18 points. Our Chinese player Wang Yi just dropped 18 points in 2 minutes. This is beyond imagination. In the stream room, because it's garbage time, most viewers have already left. Now, the remaining viewers start spamming the chat. Beast. 666. Holy crap. Is he about to break out? After hitting a logo 3. He doesn't even watch the rim? Celebrating early. I want a boyfriend that cool too. Of course, there are also some haters. Heh. Went to the NBA for 2 years. Scored less than 100 total points. This game he got lucky once. Threw in a few threes, and now he's all that? Better just come back home. Don't embarrass us anymore. If you're so good, hit a few more and prove it. Stay humble. Turning and celebrating before the shot goes in. Too cocky. Disrespectful. If he makes 8 threes, I'll live stream myself eating my own shit upside down. Now on the court, after you nail that logo 3, your confidence has exploded to the max. The deficit has been cut to 19. This is the feeling you were craving. Your body is trembling from excitement. Blood is burning. Turning to celebrate right after the shot. Many players have done that. LeBron has done it. Curry has done it too. But to turn and celebrate immediately after a logo 3, you're the first. And you also believe in staying humble off the court. But basketball is a game of swagger. On the court, you should unleash everything you've got. Show your personality. If you can't be bold when you play, then what's the point? Humble off the court. Loud on the court. The afro-hair guy now watches helplessly as the ball crashes through the rim, bouncing on the floor. His eyes wide open, like he's seen a ghost. Totally speechless for a long time. You look at him and say casually, "Hey, don't forget my $100, brother." The afro guy finally snaps out of it. Curses, "Shit, you oriental bastard. You piss me off." But you've already turned away, running back on defense. Next possession. The Warriors' offense is stopped. The Lakers' point guard brings it across half court and hands it straight to you. At the same time, he sets a screen for you, planning to let you come off the screen for a 3. But you're already feeling it. You wave him off and say, "No need," signaling the point guard. The guard has to just shrug and space the floor. You face the afro-hair guy. At first you think about curling your finger, but that's a taunting move. Would get you a technical foul. You're not afraid of tech, but one tech costs $25,000. For someone on a 10-day contract like you, that's a fortune. So you suppress the urge to curl your finger and say in not quite standard American English, "Come on, brother." The afro guy is already fired up now, strides right up to you, spreads his legs wide, puts up a fight to the death stance. You curl your lips into a mysterious smirk, suddenly step right with your right foot. The afro guy scrambles to slide over, but you've already pulled your right foot back and jump at the same time. The afro guy knows he's been faked, curses under his breath, "Fuck," then quickly jumps to close out. There's only a split-second window, but you still get the 3 off. On the sideline, every Laker player stands up. Every fan is locked onto the ball as it arcs toward the net. Swish. The basketball swishes through the net. At the same time, the afro guy, because he lunged too hard, knocks you to the ground. Ball goes in, whistle blows. The afro guy is called for a defensive foul. The crowd erupts again at that shot. 7 3-pointers. My God, 2.5 minutes. 21 points. That scoring explosion is just insane. This Eastern guy is unreal. How can someone this good only sign a 10-day? Lakers better give him a guaranteed deal quick, or they'll regret it when another team snatches him. Meanwhile, the two commentators on site keep screaming, "Wow, this is absolutely one of the most outrageous performances I've ever seen. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable." Compared to those two commentators, the viewers back in China have a much richer vocabulary and far more emotional expression. His emotions are much richer. Holy shit, damn, what the fuck? On the court, you look at the Afro guy, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The Afro guy's face is now black as thunder. He's no longer spewing trash talk. He says nothing at all. The guy he's guarding has scored over a dozen points on him in just over 2 minutes. Especially that last play. You called him out to guard you, then pulled up right over him and hit a deep three. That's not just damaging, it's humiliating as hell. How could he still have the nerve to talk trash? Funny, earlier he said he'd make you cry and crawl back to the East. Well now, not only did you not cry, he's the one who's about to cry from your shooting. After you sink the free throw, the scoreboard shows Lakers 97 to 112, only 15 points behind. From 35 to 15, feels like a blink. Down 15 with 2.5 minutes left. The chance of coming back is almost zero. But after your insane performance, who dares be certain? If you hit 2 more threes, the lead would be down to single digits. The Warriors head coach calls another timeout. He's a bit frustrated. He yells at the players on the court, "Double team him. Put a double on him." The Warriors players are stunned by the coach's words. They think they misheard. Double team him whenever he gets the ball. Make him pass to someone else. Don't let him take another three. The players exchange glances. A guy on a 10-day contract, whose name they can barely remember. And they're doubling him? That's giving him way too much respect. But no one dares question the head coach. After the timeout, the Warriors follow the coach's orders and instantly send a double team at you. The commentators laugh. "My God, did you see that? Did you see that?" The other commentator joins in, laughing. The Warriors are actually double teaming him. That's a huge honor. The crowd is amused too. But you're not laughing. Even with the system's help, your wrist is still injured. It hurts every time you dribble. Facing a double team now, you have to get rid of the ball quickly. You hope your open teammates can capitalize. But your teammates miss both three-point attempts. Even so, you never stop coming off screens, looking for openings. In the final 2.5 minutes, you seize 2 more opportunities and hit 2 more threes. Every time you sink a three, the crowd roars. Finally, when the halftime buzzer sounds, the score is 111 to 118. The Lakers lose by just 7 points. But the crowd shows no disappointment. They don't know your name, so they chant your jersey number, 1-1, even though the team lost. They seem happier than if they'd won. LeBron, the team leader, comes over immediately. He gives you a strong hug. He whispers in your ear, "Brother, you really did it. 28 points in 5 minutes. Thank you for letting me witness an incredible performance." Anthony Davis also comes over and high-fives you in celebration. The Lakers lost, but they act like winners. On the Warriors side, even though they won, everyone has a grim face. Some are even frustrated, especially the head coach. He breaks out in a cold sweat. A 30-point lead in 5 minutes. It should have been a blowout win, but they almost let it slip away. If it had been flipped, he'd be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. The Warriors would never recover. As usual, after the game, the key players from both sides shake hands. Stephen Curry, the Warriors star, first hugs LeBron and Anthony Davis. They exchange a few words. Then Curry walks straight toward you. A spark of battle flashes in his eyes. Your three-point shot is strong. You immediately reply. Yours isn't weak either. A signature boyish smile appears on Curry's face, even though he's grown a beard. That smile is still so cute. He truly lives up to the nickname Cute God. Curry adds, "I hope we can go head-to-head on the court someday." You nod firmly. Your eyes blaze with fighting spirit. If possible, who wouldn't want to challenge the best in their field? Just then, a Lakers bench player walks over and says to you, "Pelinka, the general manager wants to see you." Hearing this, your heart skips a beat. Your 10-day contract has expired. If the Lakers don't want to re-sign you, they just call your agent directly, only if they plan to extend you. Would the GM come to tell you in advance? LeBron hears this too, and he's happy for you. He says with a smile, "Wang, I told you, maybe tonight is the start of your luck." You reply, "Thank you." Then, you quickly head toward GM Rob Pelinka's office. Pelinka is a quiet, middle-aged man. He often stands at the far end of the stands, watching the game without a word. No one knows what he's thinking. Now he sits behind his desk, seeing you enter. He says, "Wang, your performance tonight surprised everyone. As you know, Schroeder is still injured and hasn't returned. Our backcourt is still missing a scorer. Would you be willing to sign another 10-day contract with us?" Pelinka is very diplomatic. He doesn't say, "We're willing to sign you." Instead, he says, "Are you willing to sign with us?" Although the meanings are similar, the first puts the team above the player, while the latter shows more respect. You'd already guessed that your performance on the court would impress the Lakers management, but hearing it from the GM himself still brings you joy. "Thank you, GM. I don't think I have any reason to refuse. Being able to sign another 10-day contract already feels like a win to you. As for a guaranteed contract, the Lakers definitely won't give you one yet. After all, in about a week, starting point guard Schroeder will return. Then the Lakers' backcourt will be crowded. So naturally, they can't offer you a guaranteed deal. Unless in this second 10-day, you put up another eye-popping performance. That's where it stands." You think back to earlier, the system in your mind. Your fists clench quietly. Then Pelinka continues, "This second 10-day contract is for $20,000. Hope that's acceptable." You nod immediately and say, "Thank you. I'm very satisfied." 10-day contracts range from a few thousand to tens of thousands, depending on past performance. Your last contract was only $8,000. This time it's straight to $20,000. It'll make your life less tight. Coming out of the GM's office, guard Caruso is already waiting for you. You're currently crashing at his place. So after every home game, he waits for Wang. "So, guaranteed contract." You shake your head. "Short term." Caruso pats you on the shoulder. "It's okay. As long as you keep playing like you did tonight, I'm sure it'll turn into a guaranteed deal." You nod. You don't say much more. Back at Caruso's place, after a simple dinner, you just laying down on the bed in the garage, when the cold electronic voice rings in your mind again. "Legendary superstar. System has started training. Mission, make 1,000 three-pointers. Reward, three-point constant shooting percentage increased to 45%. That night you don't sleep a wink. Your mind is full of the system's phrase. Three-point constant shooting percentage increased to 45%. This reward is insane, because 45% shooting percentage already makes you an elite three-point shooter. Even someone as great as Curry has a career three-point percentage below 45%. In the entire history of the NBA, only Warriors head coach Kerr has a career percentage over 45%. You never imagined the system's first mission reward would be this insane. If you ask what the Lakers need most right now, it's definitely a consistent three-point shooter. Pulpa, Kutzma, Schluda, Tucka, they can all shoot threes, but their percentages are honestly pretty rough. In the small ball era, without reliable outside shooting, the game becomes very. You can imagine, if you can boost your three-point percentage to 45%, that would be absolutely terrifying. At 4 a.m., before dawn, you can't wait any longer and head to the Lakers training facility. The dozing security guard recognizes you as the Lakers' newly signed 10-day contract player, then immediately lets you in. He looks out the window at the pitch-black sky and can't help muttering, "Eastern people are all this hard-working now." At the court, after turning on the lights and setting up the shooting machine, you immediately start working on the system's mission. The sound of three after three swishing through the net echoes from the court. At 8 a.m., James also arrives at the court. He looks a bit surprised to see you. After exchanging greetings, you ask James to talk to the coach about you focusing on three-point practice today. Because the team currently lacks a reliable three-point shooter, James thinks it over and nods. Disrupting the coach's practice plan is something you definitely can't do right now. Only someone like James, a superstar with absolute authority, can pull it off. However, James doesn't usually abuse that authority. Today, for you, he made an exception. At 10 o'clock, the other players arrive one after another. Most of them have just woken up, seeing you and James already drenched in sweat. They're used to it. Everyone follows the coach's plan and starts today's practice. You stay in the corner practicing threes. At 4 p.m., today's practice ends. Players leave one by one. You only have 11 shots left to complete the mission. James doesn't leave either. He stays for extra practice, seeing you shooting threes like a madman. He realizes you've been out all day. You didn't even eat lunch. James is stunned. He just stands there, watching you. Because your stamina is almost gone. Those last 11 shots take you nearly 60 attempts. Finally, as the last three-pointer goes through the net, the cold electronic voice sounds in your mind again. Mission complete. 3-point constant shooting percentage increased to 45%. You let out a long breath and collapse onto the floor, arms and legs spread wide. James and Caruso, who's been waiting for you, are both quiet. Nobody says anything. After 2 full minutes of gasping for air, you turn your head and grin at them. Believe it or not, tomorrow night's game against the Clippers. You can totally trust me. James and Caruso exchange a glance, thinking about your 20% shooting during practice. They have no idea where your confidence comes from. The next night, 8 p.m., the Lakers versus the crosstown Clippers game is about to start. Both teams are doing pre-game warm-ups. Over on the Clippers side, their guard, Patrick Beverley, the Bulldog, volunteers to the coach. Coach, let me guard LeBron. Clippers coach Tyronn Lue thinks for a second, nods, and says LeBron is yours. The Bulldog, Beverly, hears this, and his eyes light up like a hunting dog spotting prey. The Bulldog, Beverly, may not be tall, but he has boundless fighting spirit. Once he steps on the court, he'll go after the opponent's key player like a bulldog, even to death. Kevin Durant has been shut down by him before. They went head-to-head, and both got ejected. So, Beverly is usually used to guard the opponent's top scorer. Of course, the Clippers' other defensive anchor is Kawhi Leonard with his death grip. But as the team's core, Leonard needs to be protected, so normally, Tyronn Lue won't put him on the opponent's top player. Besides, in Lue's view, LeBron now is getting old. No need to waste Leonard's death grip on him. Soon the game starts. You're still sitting at the very end of the bench, watching the action on the court, while also keeping part of your attention on head coach Vogel, afraid to miss his signal to put you in. The two teams are evenly matched, so the game is bound to be tight. In that situation, the coach almost certainly won't risk putting you in, but as a professional player, you have to be ready at all times. The game begins. Both sides trade blows. The Lakers have a huge advantage inside, so they attack the paint. The Clippers are strong from three, so they play to their strength, shooting lots of threes. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Tencent NBA live stream, the guest commentator is well-known Chinese media personality Su Kun. The host is Wang Ming, and there's also a functional female host, Maina. Maina is a huge LeBron fan. She's basically always assigned to Lakers games. Host Wang Ming kicks things off. In the last game, our Chinese player Wang Yi hit 9 3-pointers in the final 5 minutes, scoring 28 points in a burst. That was absolutely insane. Teacher Su, do you think he'll play tonight? Su Kun flips through the stats and smiles. His last performance stunned everyone. The Lakers signed him to another 10-day short-term deal, clearly eyeing his three-point ability. But tonight the teams are closely matched. The game will probably be very clearly they're after his three-point shooting. But in this game, the two sides are evenly matched. Tight. His chances of playing shouldn't be high, Wang Ming said. Teacher Su's analysis makes a lot of sense, but we're still looking forward to seeing another explosive performance from him. In the live stream's bullet comments, many fans' voices had already appeared, hoping Wang Yi can play. I stopped following the NBA after Yao Ming retired. Yesterday, I saw our player drop 28 points in 5 minutes. Bro, I was genuinely shocked. Of course, the number of haters far exceeds the fans. Just that one game. Still didn't win. Can't win the game. Even if you drop 100 points, you're just a stat patter. Last game was just luck. Garbage time with no defense. This game, if someone defends him, let's see if he can still be that good. Don't worry. It's not even certain he'll play this game. At this moment on site, you don't know any of this. And even if you did, you wouldn't care. Over these 2 years, the abuse and slander you've suffered from domestic haters, hasn't it been plenty? So, Your heart has long been forged to be extremely strong, completely immune to trash talk damage. On the court, Patrick Beverley is glued to LeBron James, constantly spewing trash talk, and his movements are aggressive. James is older now. His playing style is increasingly leaning toward preservation. So in the first half, he usually doesn't attack much, mostly just standing at the top of the key and distributing. Luckily, the Lakers' three-point shooting held up today. The entire first half, 5 of 11 from 3. At the end of the first half, the difference between the two teams was only 2 points. But then came the third quarter, and the game suddenly changed. James had planned to attack the paint in the third quarter, drive and kick. But unfortunately, the Lakers' three-point shooting fell back into its usual constipation, missing 3 straight threes. On the other hand, the Clippers hit 4 consecutive three-pointers. The lead instantly grew to 14 points. Coach Vogel quickly called a timeout, emphasizing defense against their three-pointers. But just emphasizing defense is useless. The Lakers have to score themselves. But that wasn't the case. After the timeout, the Clippers drilled 2 more threes. And on the Lakers' side, because their three-point shooting was off, the Clippers adopted a packed zone defense. James couldn't drive either. The Lakers could only settle for outside shots. But things often go like this. The more you rush, the more you miss. When there were 6 minutes left in the third quarter, the Lakers were down by a full 20 points. Lakers coach Vogel, though resourceful, had no solution. Everyone knows the best way to break a zone is to hit threes. But if you can't make them, that's frustrating. The whole Lakers team atmosphere started to get gloomy. At that moment, Caruso remembered what you said yesterday. You can fully trust me. Thinking of that, he whispered something in James' ear. James' eyes lit up. He looked across the ocean. When the Lakers were down by 20, in the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, the two commentators started offering advice for the Lakers. Wang Yi spoke first. Teacher Sue, the Lakers are already down by 20. Look, Mena is almost in tears from anxiety. To make the game more exciting, and to keep Mena from getting teary-eyed, starting from these 2 points, can you give the Lakers some advice? Hearing Wang Ming's joking tone, Sukun said while laughing, the Lakers' problem right now is that their threes aren't falling. Everyone knows the Clippers defend the three-point line. The Lakers know it too. We all saw in these minutes. Caruso took 2. Kuzma 1, Tucker 1, Davis, and James each took 1. Those 5 combined went 1-4-6. With that kind of shooting percentage, on any other team, the game would already be a blowout. But it's because the Lakers' defensive efficiency is decent. But they're only down by 20. So their current problem is still solving the three-point shooting. In this small ball era, if you can't hit threes, it's tough against any team. Wang Ming nodded. Teacher Sue makes a good point. If Coach Vogel is bold enough to use our Chinese player Wang Yi, would that be better? Su Kun said, it's up to head coach Vogel now. Hope he doesn't do what he did last game, only bringing Wang Yi in during garbage time. You saw Wang Yi's explosive performance last game. Why not try him before the game is completely out of hand? Try it. On the bullet comments, fans also said, brother, hurry up and send brother E on the court. Of course, haters also said, even the starters and second unit couldn't solve it. You think a fringe player can fix it? You're too naive. I told you earlier, let him get the hell back. Don't embarrass me. I think he's about to rot on the bench, huh? At that moment at the game, the Lakers called another timeout. James came up to head coach Vogel and said, Coach, how about, before he finished? Vogel nodded. Let him try. Vogel is actually a coach who's bold with his rotations. He had already thought about putting you in, but seeing James communicating with you, he didn't bring it up himself. Instead, he waited for James to propose it. James is the team leader. If he suggests it, the other players will be more comfortable. That helps James unite the team. And Vogel also knows that by doing this, James will have a favorable impression of him. When dealing with a superstar like James, whether they accept the coach's orders is crucial to the team's success. From this, it's clear Vogel's emotional intelligence is not low. He waved his hand and called out, Wang, you are already ready. You spring up like a coiled spring, jogging a few steps to the coach's side. Vogel said, LeBron suggested putting you in. Hope you won't let us down. Your heart immediately heats up. You nod firmly. Don't worry. At the same time, the cold electronic voice sounded. Game, check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a basic Death Grip experience card. Hearing this, you're overjoyed. A 45% three-point shooting percentage. And if you use the Death Grip experience card, doesn't that mean in this game, you'll become a top-tier 3 and D player? And that's exactly what the Lakers need most right now. Thinking of this, you speak up. Coach, after I get on the court, please let me guard Kawhi Leonard. It was Leonard's continuous drives that forced the Lakers to collapse their defense, giving the Clippers many three-point chances. If someone can stop Leonard's drives, then the Clippers' three-point opportunities will decrease. Head coach Vogel was a bit surprised, because from what he knew, your physical gifts are average. Your lateral quickness isn't that fast, so your defense is also average. Yet now you're volunteering to guard the robotic Leonard. Your eyes are firm. You say directly, Coach, just give me 2 possessions. If I can't stop him, then switch someone else. Actually, your subtext is, they've already tried almost everyone on Leonard, and no one could do it. In that case, might as well let me try. But saying something like that would hurt team harmony, so you couldn't say it directly. The coach would have to figure it out himself. Vogel thought for a moment and understood your meaning. He nodded. Good. I'll give you 3 possessions. You nod firmly. Fist clenched tight, his gaze fixed on Leonard of the Clippers. Like a wolf spotting a robotic sheep. The timeout ends. You step onto the court with the Lakers. The arena announcer sees you and can't help saying, the Eastern player who hit 9 threes in 5 minutes last game is on the court. Let's see if he can work his magic again this game. Today is the Lakers' home court, Staples Center. The fans start cheering. Of course, not too many fans are cheering. First, the team is down by too much. Second, for a fringe player who's only been here a little over 10 days, many people still don't know him. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the haters see you come on, and they all pop out. Oh, he really is playing. Coming out to embarrass himself again. Now on the Lakers' possession, the ball is brought up court. LeBron makes a quick pass from the top of the arc. The opponent is still in zone defense. LeBron scans the Lakers players, and finally his eyes land on you. Wang, he calls out, and passes the ball to you. You catch it without hesitation. Bend your knees, raise the ball, jump. Flick your left wrist, and release. The basketball arcs through the air, a rainbow-like trajectory. Swish, nothing but net. The crisp sound of ball and net rubbing together echoes through the arena speakers. The Lakers DJ immediately announces in a high-pitched voice. 3-pointer from Wang. You listen to that drawn-out, not quite standard voice. Close your eyes slightly, enjoying this moment. LeBron comes over to high-five you. Enjoy it to the fullest. Brother Caruso also comes over. What you said yesterday was true. Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue sees your 3, but he doesn't care. Just 1 3-pointer. None of the Clippers players care either. Of course, they've done their homework on the opponent. They know about your last game. 9 threes in 5 minutes. But a godlike performance like that is once-in-a-lifetime luck. Like T-Mac's 13 points in 35 seconds. The Clippers know there's no way you could be that hot 2 games in a row. So head coach Tyronn Lue doesn't make any adjustments. Now the Clippers are on offense. You directly face the Clippers' core player, Leonard, with your talent. Trying to lock down the long-armed Leonard is basically impossible. So you immediately use the Death Wraith experience card. The next moment, you feel your foot speed increase by just a fraction, and your reflexes become several times faster. Patrick Beverley dribbles the ball past half-court, passes to Leonard, who quickly gets into position. You spread your legs and guard in front of Leonard. The arena commentator sees this and can't hide his surprise. What? This Eastern guy is going to guard Leonard one-on-one. Did I see that right? He's half a head shorter than Leonard, weighs way less than Leonard. Putting him on Leonard, he's going to get shredded. I wonder what Vogel is thinking. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the trolls in the comments see this and immediately get active. He's asking for a beating. He wants to guard the robot. No way. He just got lucky with 1 3, and now he's full of himself. And he thinks he can stop Leonard? With Wang Yi's height, Leonard can't just ignore him. Either pull up and shoot, or use his body to power through. I bet he'd crush him. On the court, Leonard doesn't choose to pull up. Pull-up jumpers aren't his preferred scoring method. His favorite way to score is a mid-range stop and pop after driving halfway. Now he quickly puts the ball down with his right hand, intending to drive from the right. But you reading his shoulder fake, already anticipate the footwork and direction. You quickly slide laterally, blocking his driving path. Leonard sees he can't break through, so he pivots on his left foot, turns right smoothly, intending to drive from the left. But the moment he pulls the ball around and the dribble hits the floor, a hand quietly reaches out, intercepting the basketball in midair. Leonard's dribble misses. You steal on the spot. At the same time, a figure has already sprinted toward the front court. You look up and see it's LeBron. You forcefully throw the ball forward with your left hand. LeBron catches it, takes one dribble, 3 steps and jumps. Boom! A signature, powerful tomahawk dunk. Instantly ignites the crowd. The arena camera focuses on LeBron. The image of his dunk is replayed over and over. But few notice that before that dunk, it was your steal and assist. But LeBron won't forget. He comes back to high-five you, shouting excitedly, "Brother, beautiful play." The Clippers' Leonard also turns to look at you, although it seems just a brief glance. Not really fired up. Stars of pride. "You stole one from me. I'll get it back over you." Beverly naturally knows this too. After he brings the ball past half-court, he wants to pass it to Leonard. How could you not know that? So you use fronting defense, giving Leonard no chance to catch the ball. Beverly can't pass to Leonard, so he has to pass to Paul George on the other side. Paul George faces Anthony Davis's defense. Can't force a score. Turn around. Lakers offense. The Clippers are still in zone defense. You move actively, standing beyond the three-point line in the left corner. Playing with LeBron, many things become very simple. As a three-point shooter, you just stand beyond the arc, and the ball will naturally come to you. Sure enough, LeBron fakes a drive, compressing the defense, then passes to you in the corner. Now Paul George is already closed out. Paul George, the professional backdrop, dedicated to being a backdrop for 20 years. He has years of experience being on the wrong end of game winners. Daggered by LeBron. Daggered by Lillard. Daggered by Wade. Daggered by Booker. Daggered twice by Butler. The players who have hit game winners over him could circle the earth 5 times. Of course, that's also because his defense is so good. He's usually the one guarding the opponent's final shot. But now, facing Paul George charging at you, you shoot without hesitation, with a killer instinct. Swish. 3-pointer made. Another swish, nothing but net. They were down by 20 points just a moment ago. In less than a minute, they've cut it to 8. Only 12 points left. The crowd erupts. The Clippers head coach immediately calls a timeout. In the Tencent NBA live studio, Wang Ming says excitedly, 2 threes in 1 minute. Is Wang Yi about to repeat last game's miracle? Su Kun, however, rationally analyzes, a miracle like that, once in a lifetime, is lucky enough. It's basically very hard to appear second time. But if Wang Yi can maintain a relatively high 3-point percentage for the Lakers, it would truly be a lifeline. During the timeout, the Clippers head coach points at you and says to Beverly, "Metlo, when you get back on the court, fight him to death for me." In the culture of the United States, dog is not a derogatory term. It represents loyalty. And the nickname Mad Dog is not derogatory either. It means Beverly has an almost insane fighting spirit, and he's incredibly loyal to the team. When it comes to the game, he's always hungry. So that nickname, Beverly is pretty comfortable with. "Don't worry, coach. I'll bite him to death." After the timeout, the game continues. When Leonard attacks, you keep giving Leonard the death hug. This time their coach did more than that. Leonard finally got the ball off a screen, but just as he caught it, a ghostly hand slapped the ball. Smack! The ball hit the floor. Leonard quickly dove for it, but you had already lunged forward like a fish. You saw Davis already sprinting toward the front court, so with your left hand you swatted hard. The ball chased after Davis in the front court. Davis caught it and threw down another dunk. The crowd erupted again. The live commentator exclaimed, "AD's dunk is great. I love that dunk." But we can't ignore Wang's defense. He has stopped Leonard 3 straight possessions, stopping Leonard 3 straight times. That's extremely rare in this league. Clearly, we all underestimated Wang's defense before. Great 3-point shooting. Great defense, too. A classic 3 and D player. That's exactly what the Lakers need right now. With LeBron and AD on the team, the role player's job becomes simple: defense and 3-pointers. And those are exactly what Wang Yi has right now. He and the Lakers' 2 stars are a perfect match. The Lakers should consider giving him a guaranteed contract. At this moment, you hear the commentator's voice from the court. A faint, meaningful smile curls at the corner of your mouth. 3. And D player, your ambitions go far beyond that. Now the lead has been cut to 10 points. Lakers on offense. After James brings the ball up the court, he fakes a drive again, compressing the defense's space while looking for you. But this time the Clippers are ready. They use a 4-man zone to protect the paint, and the remaining Beverly is tasked with marking you. Beverly clings to you, bodying you up, while trash-talking, old man from the East. Just hit 2 threes. Think you're hot stuff. That's only because I wasn't guarding you. If you got guts, try it now. Oh, sorry. With me here, you can't even catch the ball. You know what Beverly's capable of. This guy will keep bumping you physically, while never stopping the trash talk, trying to get under your skin. Once you get hot, he succeeded, so you won't get angry. And you won't let Beverly keep clinging to you like this. You actively go around Davis's screen. As a quality 3 and D player, you can't just wait on the 3-point line for the ball. You need to learn to actively come off screens, creating open space. Only then can the ball reach your hands. Sure enough, you free yourself off the screen. James's pass arrives to you in time. You catch the ball beyond the arc. Beverly quickly fights through Davis's screen, lunging toward you. Of course, he can't block you at this point, but when he jumps at you, his right hand is swinging hard toward your face. Your heart tightens slightly, even though you still release the shot. Your mind wavers. The ball clangs off the rim. As for Beverly, his hand stops 2 inches from your face, and he pulls it back abruptly. No contact with you at all. You frown. Beverly has always played dirty, so instinctively you thought he was really going to slap you in the face. A slap to the face would be fine, but if he pulled a Draymond and gave you an eye poke and a groin shot, that would be rough. Looks like your mental toughness still isn't rock solid, but a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. You won't fall into the same drain twice. At the same time, in the Penguin NBA livestream, the 2 commentators say, sure enough, the magic is gone. Right, but then again, that's more like a normal player's shooting percentage. Yeah, if every shot went in, that would be terrifying. In the barrage, the haters saw you miss 1 shot and immediately came out to jump around. Finally exposed. His luck is running out. He shot well before, only because the opponent didn't put pressure on him. Look now. Beverly gets physical with him, and he's done. His body is just pathetic. The mad dog just bares its fangs, and he collapses before even getting bitten. Get the hell back home. You've disgraced all Chinese people. At this moment on the court, after missing that shot, you don't feel discouraged at all. 45% shooting percentage. Not every shot is going to fall. Coming back the other way, you face Leonard's offense again. This time, Leonard uses their center Zubac screen, finally breaking free from your defense, and hits a mid-range jumper. The lead is back to 12 points. When you inbound the ball, James says to you, Wang, do you still dare to shoot? A confident smile appears on your face. As long as you dare to pass it, James. He doesn't know where your confidence comes from. Tonight, your form is clearly not as hot as last game, yet you're still this confident. Could it be because of yesterday's practice? James thinks as he dribbles up the court. You've already come off Davis's screen, arriving at the left wing beyond the arc. Right now you're facing away from the basket. Behind you, Beverly is like a mad dog, fighting through the screen, chasing relentlessly. James's pass is already on its way. You catch the ball. Then, with your back to the basket, you suddenly push off, turn in midair. Lean your upper body back. Extend your right foot slightly forward, keeping your balance. Raise your left arm. Release from elbow and wrist. This shot is no graceful arc. It's a flat trajectory. The ball travels fast, like a high-speed cannonball. Boom! It slams through the net. And Beverly, thinking you'd at least turn around before jumping, never expected you to jump with your back to the basket, then turn in midair. He had no time to block. He just hears a boom behind him, and the arena DJ announces, 3-pointer from Wang Yi. Hearing that strange, unfamiliar Eastern name, Beverly clenches his fist, mutters a curse under his breath. Then he keeps trash-talking you. Old man from the East, lucky shot. But you won't be so lucky next time. You smile confidently, ignoring his trash talk entirely. But Beverly is starting to get a little hot inside. He's defended many stars, usually when he trash talks them, and keeps provoking them with his actions. They get rattled. Even start playing dirtier. That benefits the Clippers. But this Eastern guy is different. He's been trash-talking for so long, and he's not even angry. Instead, he flashes a contemptuous smile. The feeling is like a bratty kid, constantly testing an adult's limits. But the adult just smiles faintly, because in his eyes, it's just a brat after all. It has to be said, I have to say, besides being a fierce defender, Beverly's imagination is also top-notch. Coming back, he dribbles up the court looking for Leonard. This time, that Easterner isn't clinging to Leonard. Instead, he's a step away from Leonard and occasionally glancing at Paul George. Beverly guesses that you're probably trying to prevent him from passing to Paul George. So he relaxes and passes the ball to Leonard. But just then, you suddenly dart out like a cheetah, intercepting the ball in midair. Your earlier look toward Paul George was just a trick to deceive the offensive player, making Beverly think you were distracted guarding George, when you were actually keeping your eyes on Leonard the whole time. After getting the ball, you quickly push it up with your left hand. And behind you, a figure is already trailing closely. That figure is the mad dog, Patrick Beverly. He's behind you, chasing you like a rabid dog. Your right hand is injured, so you can only dribble with your left, which is naturally a bit slower than usual. Once you cross half court, Beverly catches up and keeps reaching in from side to disrupt your dribble, all while spewing trash talk. You're not taking another point from me. You glance to the side and see Caruso has moved up. This would be a great 2-on-1 opportunity, except that under this pressure, it's hard to make a one-handed pass, so you steel yourself. In that case, I'm not passing. When you dribble to the three-point line, you suddenly rise up, gather, and jump. Mad Dog Beverly can't react in time and gets juked 5 feet away. You lift your arm, flick your wrist, and release. The whole motion is as smooth as silk. The ball leaves your fingertips, spinning backward toward the rim. Swish! Another clean net. The lead has been cut to 6 points. The nearly 20,000 fans in the arena erupt in thunderous cheers. Hearing the wave of sound, you feel your own heart surging. You turn to look at Beverly and see his brow deeply furrowed. Beverly looks back at you. He feels this Easterner is a stranger. It's not that he's never played against yellow-skinned guys. In his memory, those guys aren't fast, don't jump high, and play a softer style. He used to look down on guarding players like that. But how is this Easterner so hot today? Three-pointer after three-pointer, like daggers stabbing straight into the defender's heart. At that moment, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue quickly calls another timeout. From the last timeout to this one, only about 2 minutes have passed, but the lead has already dropped from 12 to 6 points. It's the Lakers' home court today, and if they catch up, the Lakers' momentum will surge, making it very hard for the Clippers to turn it back around. As all the Clippers players gather around, Tyronn Lue points at you from afar and says to Leonard, "You guard him." Hearing this, Beverly can't hide his disappointment. That Easterner had sparked his fighting spirit, and he was just getting ready to really go at the guy in number 1. But the coach no longer trusts his defense. Still, he has to admit, under his defense, that guy hit 2 more threes, plus came up with 2 steals. In other words, in those 2 minutes, he got completely owned by that guy. If I were the head coach, I'd switch defenders too. Leonard glances over from a distance, says nothing, just nods. He's always been a man of few words. Leonard is just over 6'7", but his wingspan is a terrifying 7'3". Add in those freakishly large hands, and when he defends an opponent, he's basically a nightmare. If you dribble at all, his long arms and big hands might just strip the ball. That's why his defense is called the death grip. Many of the league's top scorers have been burned by Leonard before. Even LeBron James has been shut down by his defense plenty of times. So, whenever an opponent has a hot hand on offense, it's usually Leonard who draws the assignment. On the Lakers side, head coach Korver addresses the team about the next steps. We hit a few threes in a row, but that doesn't mean our three-point shooting is hot. In fact, only Wang is hot from deep. So next, they'll still use a 4-man zone defense. And at the same time, they'll keep 1 man chasing me. So Wang, you can't stop moving. You nod. I'll shake free by coming off screens. Korver nods at you. Coming off screens doesn't mean you have to go around them. You can also cut right through their 4-man zone and lose your defender that way. Your eyes light up. That's like using Clippers players as my screens. Corver smiles and nods. Exactly. That way, their defense will get confused. And when their defense is confused, our chance comes. LeBron pats your shoulder at the right moment. Bro, whether we can turn this game around is up to you. Brow also slaps your butt and encourages, hope you can lead us to victory. Meanwhile, the Tucker you replaced looks a little down. If you keep playing this well, your consistency might take his rotation spot, but he also knows. That's the cruel reality of competitive sports. Play well, and you get all the love. Play poorly, and nobody wants you. Soon the timeout ends. Clippers possession. You continue to put the death grip on Leonard. But this time, the Clippers PG steps up and hits a two-pointer. The lead widens to 8 again. Now it's the Lakers' turn on offense. Just as predicted, the Clippers stay in a four-man zone. Leonard locks onto you, not letting you get the ball. The announcers at the arena quickly pick up on this. Look at that. Leonard is guarding Wang now. A 10-day contract player getting the Leonard treatment. That's already an honor. Who knows if he can still hit those threes? Under Leonard's defense? Hard to say. Leonard is taller and stronger than Beverly. For Wang to keep hitting threes over Leonard, that's a tough ask. On the other side of the ocean, on the 10-cent NBA live streams barrage, many of the haters who were scared off by your performance are now back in action. Before, it was just because Beverly was too short. Now Leonard is guarding him. This guy's probably done. The death grip is no joke. If he can hit 2 threes over Leonard, I'll eat my own shit live. That previously vanished shit brother also pops up. At Staples Center, the game continues. Leonard, like a robot, stares you down, giving you no room to catch the ball, especially his long arms and big hands, flailing in front of you, like a small tree, making it impossible for you to receive the pass. That's the terror of the death grip. Suddenly you spin and cut toward the paint. Leonard naturally follows you step for step. You run into the Clippers zone area, slip past their power forward, and then quickly sprint to the left corner three-point line to catch the ball. Leonard is bigger than you, so he can't maneuver around his own teammate as easily, and his teammate can't step aside for him, because if he does, you'll have an open look. Because if you step aside, their zone defense formation falls apart. You've already run out beyond the three-point line. Leonard quickly pushes his teammate aside, chasing out beyond the three-point line. But now you have an open look. You receive the pass from Caruso. You lift your arms directly. Leonard is still 3 meters away. Seeing you about to shoot, he leaps high in a hurry, like a giant bird diving at you. You have to say, his height, vertical leap, and wingspan, that talent is absolutely elite. Even from 3 meters away, a leap like that can fully cover you, making it impossible for you to get shot off. But you're not stupid either. That was just a pump fake. After Leonard, like that giant bird, flies past you overhead, you calmly take the three-pointer. Swish. Three-pointer made. The deficit is down to just 5 points. The crowd erupts again like thunder. The image on the big screen shows him, the one who just hit the three. The PA announcer's voice rings out, echoing through the arena once more. Three-pointer by Wang. Coming back the other way. The Clippers are on offense. You're still sticking tight to Leonard. After Leonard catches the ball, seeing you still glued to him, he takes a dribble sideways, using his body to create space. He tries to muscle up for a mid-range jumper, but you have the boost from the Death Wraith experience card. Your reaction is lightning fast. After being pushed off, you quickly step back in. Just as Leonard raises the ball, still not yet in the air, you swing your left arm around and smack. A massive block. Right in his face. You stuff Leonard's shot cleanly. Caruso on the left is quick-eyed and fast-handed. He grabs the ball first, pushes it quickly up the court. You sprint to keep up. Heading straight for the corner, 3 on the far end. Paul George has already chased you down. Caruso can't go straight for the layup. He spots you in the left corner. He fires the ball over to you. You catch it and start a jump. But Beverly has also recovered, so you pump fake again. Beverly bites and flies past you, sailing right over you. But now Leonard has also closed in. You pump fake once more. Leonard gets sent flying too. But if you shoot now, Beverly, having recovered, will definitely block it. So you take a big dribble to the right, avoiding Beverly's fingers. You jump, flick your wrist, release, swoosh. Another three-pointer goes in. The deficit is down to just 2 points. And just how spectacular that play was. You can tell from the roar of the crowd. Beautiful. So cool. He actually blocked Leonard, then sent both Beverly and Leonard flying with pump fakes before hitting the three. Hits the three. Two-way player. This is exactly the 3 and D player the Lakers needed. Now I'm starting to wonder, between Leonard and Wang, who is the real Death Wraith? The big screen replays your sequence over and over. From defense to offense, the entire process. The commentators keep shouting Wang's name in excitement. He is definitely the Lakers' biggest find this year. Wang's play here was two-way excellence. Truly a joy to watch. I don't understand how a player like this got overlooked before. And the other commentator tells the truth. Because he's Asian, some coaches wouldn't give him a real chance. Of course, on that topic, the two commentators don't dwell too long. They just brush past it. Meanwhile, in the Penguin NBA live stream, the two commentators are also delighted. Wang Meng says, today Wang Yi's threes aren't quite as explosive as last game, but the two-way play he's showing really highlights his value. Su Xing nods. That's right. If I remember correctly, since he started guarding Leonard head-to-head, Leonard hasn't scored a single point. Look at his defense. Stays glued to the opponent at all times. Doesn't let him get the ball. Even though he's shorter than Leonard, and his wingspan is shorter too, the way he plays right now deserves to be called Death Wraith. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments. Fans start chiming in. Didn't someone say Leonard was about to destroy Wang Yi? Well, now what? Where did all those doubters go? Come out and take a couple of steps. Hey, Brother Xiang, you still watching? After this game, you're going to be stuffed full of crow. But the haters have already gone quiet. Haters are like that. When you play badly, they can trash you to death. When you play well, they all pull their heads back into their shells. At Staples Center, you're guarding Leonard again. This time, with a teammate's help, Leonard finally manages an alley-oop dunk. The lead stretches back to 4 points. Your vertical is average, and you're 10 centimeters shorter than Leonard. There was nothing you could do on that one. Coming back the other way, the Lakers are on offense. You cut into the Clippers' paint again, running around their 4 interior players. Leonard is indeed great at guarding the ball handler, but he rarely defends someone like you, constantly moving without the ball. Eventually, you completely scramble the Clippers' interior. Then you burst back out to the perimeter. Leonard got burned last time, so this time he chases at full speed. But you weave around LeBron's body. LeBron hands the ball off to you. You catch it beyond the arc and rise up to shoot. As Leonard fights through LeBron, he stumbles and crashes into your side. But at that moment, because of your immense confidence, your release is extremely quick. You don't complete the full motion before the ball is already gone. At the same time, the referee's whistle blows, and your shot, it's already swished through the net. The referee signals. Foul on Leonard. Your 3 counts, and you get 1 free throw. You nail the free throw too. The score immediately becomes 86-86. The game is tied. From down by 20 to tied in what felt like no time. That comeback speed is simply terrifying, and everyone can see. It all started with your Death Wraith defense. Shutting down the Clippers' go-to player, and your steals and multiple threes open things up for the Lakers. The decibel level in the arena has hit its peak. Nearly 20,000 fans are roaring nonstop. For a moment, the Lakers' momentum is at its absolute peak. You look up at Leonard, and as always, his face is expressionless. He's like an emotionless robot. Now, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue, seeing a 20-point lead vanish in an instant, is starting to get anxious. But he doesn't call a timeout. He already used 2 timeouts in the last 5 minutes. If he keeps using them, he'll have none left for crunch time in the 4th quarter. So he can only shout from the sideline, Leonard, George. Both of them turn to look at the coach. Tyronn Lue says nothing. He just gazes at them with deep feeling in his eyes. The two of them naturally understand what the coach means. Figure out on your own. That's Tyronn Lue's usual coaching philosophy. Back when he coached LeBron in Cleveland, if it was an internal matter, ask LeBron. If it was an external matter, ask LeBron. There was even a time in the 4th quarter when LeBron was exhausted, and Tyronn Lue did the same thing. When you were already nearly collapsing from exhaustion, he called 2 consecutive timeouts, fearlessly drew up plays, just to let James catch his breath. Only he could pull off such a slick move. So, now, facing your sudden defense and 3-point shooting, he was also a bit hesitant. He could only ask the team's 2 core players, But these two core players were fine when playing individually. But when it came to figuring out solutions under pressure, they fell short. With no other choice, he had to turn his attention to Rondo again. Rondo has been in the league for so many years. He's been a seasoned veteran, rich in experience, and has extremely high basketball IQ. He once coached Cousins on defending that air play, which shows his basketball IQ. So it's no exaggeration to say Rondo is a coach on the floor, taking advantage of a dead ball situation. He said to Rondo, "Today, whether we can win this game, it's all on you." Rondo naturally felt it was his duty. Without saying much, he nodded and walked onto the court. Over the next few minutes, thanks to Rondo's orchestration, the Clippers' offense also opened up. On the Lakers' side, because your three-pointers broke their zone defense, the two teams traded the lead. The third quarter ended. The score difference was only 2 points. During the break between quarters, almost all the Lakers players came over to high-five you. You felt a little emotional inside. Having drifted around the NBA for 2 years before, when had you ever experienced such a scene? Those players, let alone high-fiving to celebrate with you. Someone even look you in the eye. And now, after just 2 games, almost every player on the team came to high-five you. How could this not make you emotional? At that moment, you looked toward the Clippers bench, your gaze fixed on Leonard. You look forward to the day when Claw is no longer a boost from a system, but something you possess yourself. Soon, the fourth quarter began. The Lakers let James rest. He did not play either. It looked like you had only played 8 minutes just now, but it was extremely draining on your stamina. On defense, you had to use Claw against the robot Kawhi Leonard. On offense, you had to keep moving, set screens, and hit threes. Even if you were made of iron, you couldn't withstand such wear and tear. So the coach didn't send you in at that moment. And Coach Vogel had his considerations. As it stands, through these 2 games, you have proven yourself to be a quality 3 and D player. Such a player is the best compliment to James. So he planned to wait until James was on the floor and then put you in together. Without James, Davis was holding the fort with a group of bench players. But the Clippers had Rondo directing the traffic. Their offense was smooth. The Lakers bench, however, continued their blacksmith ways, i.e., missing shots. Finally, with 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Clippers gradually widened the gap too. And at that moment, the most critical scene occurred. After Davis made another block, he suddenly clutched his groin. Everyone's heart immediately rose to their throats. The entire arena fell silent. The team doctor rushed over to help Davis move his left leg. After a moment, he helped Davis to the locker room. Soon, news came from the locker room. Davis would not return for this game. James's expression turned serious. He went to Vogel's side with a tone of determination. "Coach, I want to play." According to the normal rotation, it should have been his rest time. But he couldn't rest anymore. Although this was just a regular season game, the two teams were already crosstown rivals. And the Clippers were the Lakers' biggest hypothetical opponent in the Western Conference playoffs. So he had to win this game. Davis was injured. James requested to play. Head coach Vogel weighed his options and finally nodded. Then his gaze fell on you beside him. "Wang, it's your turn to shine. Your three-point shooting is the most accurate this game. So when James goes in, it's natural to match him with you." Meanwhile, Vogel also said to Drummond, "Pay attention to protecting the rebounds, especially offensive rebounds." Drummond nodded. Since joining the Lakers, he often played tricks. Hence he was called Zhuang Shun, Pretend God. So he also urgently needed to prove himself. Originally, he and James were incompatible. James's style requires the 5 players on the floor to spread the floor. But Drummond had no mid-range or long-range shooting. He couldn't space the floor. But this game was different. Your perimeter shooting could be trusted. If the opponent packed the paint and didn't come out, you could punish them with long-range shots. And if they chased out, James would have space to drive. The Clippers made substitutions and brought in new players. At this point, the Lakers' 5 players were James, Drummond, Caruso, Pope, and you, these 5. Except for Drummond's slightly slower mobility, there were almost no weaknesses on defense. The game continued. Lakers possession. You kept moving off the ball, looking for opportunities. Your defender switched to Paul George. PG's defense was also elite. Although he was called the essence of human highlight reels, i.e., posterized often, this actually highlighted his defensive skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the one. guarding the opponent's most critical player in the most critical moments. Drummond was big, and his screens were high quality. You came off his screen and managed to shake off Paul George's defense. James had excellent court vision. Seeing you run into open space, he immediately passed. You caught the ball on the left wing at 45 degrees. Without any adjustment, you rose and shot. This shot was a bank-in three-pointer. The lead was cut to 6 points. The game continued. On the other end, you still applied claw defense on Leonard. On the other side, James was tightly guarding Paul George. Although James was older, he couldn't guard for long stretches. But in crucial possessions, the defensive pressure he displayed was still terrifying. Caruso went to hound Rondo. After Rondo drove, he wanted to pass, saw that PG was guarded tightly, and saw that Leonard was being smothered, so he could only kick it to Beverly on the other side. Beverly tried to shoot, but was deterred by Pope closing out, so he didn't dare shoot. He could only dribble and pass back to Rondo. Rondo organized another attack, but seeing that everyone else was locked down, he had to force a three-pointer just before the shot clock expired. Bang! The three-pointer clanked off. Lakers continued on offense. James grabbed the rebound and immediately passed to Pope, who was sprinting on the fast break. Pope finished with a dunk. The lead was cut to 4 points. Over the next minute plus, the Lakers' high-intensity defense kept the Clippers scoreless. Meanwhile, the Lakers scored 2 transition buckets, plus James's free throws and a three-pointer from you, and once again tied the game. The Clippers were forced to call a timeout. The atmosphere in the arena reached another peak. As James came off the court, he high-fived you hard. In the Penguin NBA live stream room, most of the haters in the bullet comments had disappeared. The earlier Xianggu had vanished without a trace. Only a few haters still clung to strange points, continuing to talk tough. Shooting left-handed looks really awkward. I think he's just a stat patter. The NBA is a place to show off personality, and he still has such a plain haircut. So damn uncool. Timeout at Staples Center. Back on the court. The Clippers are on offense. You're still the primary defender on Leonard. Your death stare experience has expired, so you've already made up your mind. He'll give his all. When Leonard tries to get the ball, you keep fronting him to disrupt the pass. At the same time, you constantly body him up, even though you're at a physical disadvantage. Constantly applying that pressure will drain Leonard's stamina. And when Leonard has the ball, you keep disrupting his offensive flow. Make it extremely uncomfortable for him to catch or dribble. If catching and dribbling are off, he'll lose his rhythm. And once he loses rhythm, his shooting percentage will drop. Sure enough, over the next few minutes, Leonard goes 1 for 4 on mid-range, 0 for 1 on threes, 0 for 1 from 3. As for PG, LeBron holds him to 1 for 3. On the Lakers side, with your stamina heavily drained, your shots aren't as accurate anymore. But even so, during the stretch, you still hit 2 of 4 three-pointers. With that back and forth, the Lakers had built a 5-point lead. But then the Clippers shooters started heating up, hitting threes in succession. Even Rondo drained a 3. In the end, the game's outcome remains in doubt until the final 28 seconds. 115 to 117, Clippers lead by 2. Lakers have the ball. Right now, whether the fans in the arena or watching on TV, or those on computers or phones, everyone's heart is racing, palms sweating. Almost all the fans in the arena are standing. Many female fans have their hands clasped to their chests, heads bowed in silent prayer. On the big screen, the camera keeps cutting to LeBron. The next possession is crucial. LeBron is the team's leader and the brain of the team, the engine of the offense. It's only natural for him to take the shot, but your three-point shooting tonight is terrifying. 8, 4, 12 from beyond the arc. Giving it to you doesn't seem wrong either. What's the right choice? The atmosphere is tense. No one even pays attention to the cheerleaders during the timeout. Even some Lakers players are starting to get nervous, especially the guys on the bench. Some of them are gripping their hands tightly, praying silently. Caruso keeps wiping sweat with a towel, acting tough, gulping down water. But you, instead of being nervous, your eyes are shining brightly, blood boiling inside. Even though your stamina was largely depleted earlier, beneath this surging fire in your heart, you can't feel any fatigue at all. To be part of a battle like this, your only feeling is excitement. It's a trait you were born with. Since childhood, the more intense and tight the game, the more excited you get. You love competition, and you crave it. This trait has been with you since the womb. Coach Vogel notices your state, and he's quite surprised, because he rarely sees a player who gets more energized in tense, fierce games. And, usually, such players perform even better in the most critical moments. He asks Wang, if you take the shot, how do you feel about it? What do you think? The Lakers players are a little startled. Sure, you played well tonight, but clutch shot like this, handing it to a player on a 10-day contract, can he handle it? The more critical the moment, the greater the mental pressure on a player. Under that heavy pressure, will his 3 be steady? Never mind a 10-day player. Even many starters on teams don't dare to take that kind of shot in crunch time. That's why it should go to the star. So when a coach asks you, it's really unexpected. But you, upon hearing this, don't hesitate for even a second. You immediately say, without hesitation, I feel good about it. Hearing your words. Some players are even more surprised. Where does a 10-day contract player get that confidence? Of course, you can't explain that. The more critical the moment, the more excited you get. You just say, I'm just a 10-day contract player. If I make it, people will say I'm cool. All kinds of praise will come. If I miss, everyone will blame the guy who passed it to me. Why would you give such a crucial shot to a 10-day contract player? So the pressure's on you, not me. Your words leave everyone speechless. At the same time, they all start laughing. In such a tense moment, your words definitely ease everyone's nerves. But then LeBron says, Wang, don't run your routes for a bit. Just camp out at the left corner beyond the three-point line. I'll take the ball and drive into the paint. The Clippers will think, I wouldn't give you this clutch shot, so they'll definitely collapse on me in the paint. Then I'll pass it to you. You nod excitedly. You only say one word, but anyone can feel the hunger for battle in that single word. Back on the court. Lakers inbound. LeBron brings the ball up the court. The Lakers are down by only 2, so they can choose to go for a 2 or a 3. You do as LeBron said. Stay in the corner. Don't move. The Clippers head coach sees this and breathes a small sigh of relief. Just as expected, Vogel wouldn't give the clutch shot to a 10-day contract player, or maybe the 10-day contract player can't handle the pressure and doesn't even dare to take the shot, so he's not moving at all. Thinking about that, he yells to PG, who's guarding you. Watch for the help on the inside. Keep an eye on the paint. LeBron's three-point shooting tonight isn't great. Duron Louis knows him well. LeBron is 100% going to attack the paint. PG nods. He was on the receiving end of a LeBron buzzer beater before. No matter what, he can't let LeBron hit another clutch shot. Right now, Leonard the Robot is guarding LeBron. After a crossover, LeBron gets half a step on Leonard, then uses his body to bump Leonard off, driving hard to the paint. Now, even though there are already 2 defenders waiting inside, PG isn't taking any chances. He also rushes over to help. Just as PG lunges toward LeBron, LeBron makes a precise pass that sails over PG's shoulder, straight toward PG's manual. PG's heart sinks. He quickly spins and rushes back to you, but it's too late. When you catch the ball, PG is still 4 meters away. You catch and shoot. Without a single moment of hesitation, the ball arcs high through the air, falling toward the basket. All eyes are fixed on that orange basketball. Clippers players and fans clench up. Your three-point shooting tonight is terrifying. At this crucial moment on a clutch shot, their hearts are in their throats. Under the eyes of nearly 20,000 spectators, the ball finally reaches the rim. A loud clang echoes. The ball hits the front of the rim, bouncing high. The nearly 20,000 fans in the arena saw this, and all let out a regretful "oh." The Clippers players, head coach, and their fans all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this Lakers #1 ultimately couldn't handle the pressure and missed the shot at such a crucial moment. This was perhaps the most important shot of the game. Every Lakers fan watching this was already cursing in their hearts. Why pass to a player on a 10-day contract? The commentator spoke rapidly and said excitedly, oh no, why pass it to me? Undeniably, Wang had played well enough tonight, but his career had never seen even 1 second of crunch time. He simply couldn't handle such immense pressure. LeBron, this was a terrible pass choice. I wonder if LeBron will regret this later. In the NBA broadcast studio, the 2 commentators were also a bit disappointed. Wang Ming said. Wang Yi missed the three-pointer. Such a shame. Su Kun also shook his head. If that shot had gone in, it would have proven Wang Yi is a clutch player. That would be crucial for him to get a guaranteed contract later. But at this moment, the bullet comments were empty, because the ball bounced off the rim, and the game wasn't over yet. In this suffocating, tense moment, the haters didn't feel like jumping out to criticize. On the court, after the ball bounced high, for Clippers players packed the paint for the rebound, while Lakers players, except for LeBron, were all beyond the three-point line and couldn't get there in time. Soon, the rebound was grabbed by Clippers Rondo. He intended to dribble, but before he could bring the ball down, a pair of hands suddenly reached from the side. The man grabbed the ball directly and yanked hard, actually ripping the ball out of Rondo's hands. Apocalypseanime. That man was none other than Caruso, Los Angeles' one and only. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically. All four Clippers players swarm around. Caruso was now wrapped up like a dumpling by four men. He spotted you still standing in the left corner. Without thinking twice, Caruso leaped a big step toward the baseline, creating space for a pass. While in the air, he threw the ball to you. When the fans saw Caruso pass to you again, almost all of them screamed no in their minds. No, no. The commentator also spoke rapidly. Caruso steals it and passes to Wang again. He just missed. He probably won't shoot this time. Who will he pass to? LeBron is open on the perimeter. Pass. There's plenty of shot clock left. Wang should pass to LeBron. Reset the offense. But you didn't think about any of that. With a wide-open look if you don't shoot. Wouldn't that waste such a good opportunity? As for the pressure, that's a joke. For you, who craves battle, you don't even know what pressure is. By now, Paul George had closed out again. But after you caught the ball, you didn't hesitate even a little. Your eyes were full of determination. Bend knees, rise on toes, jump, raise arms, snap wrists, release. The whole motion was smooth and fluid, done in one breath. Paul George closed out extremely fast this time, but because of the distance, he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his fingertips. The hearts of the entire crowd rose again. Even the commentator kept shouting no, 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 no. The basketball arced silently through the air. The entire Staples Center fell silent. Everyone held their breath. All eyes were fixed on the basketball, following it through the air, until the next moment. A swoosh, as the ball in the net made that satisfying sound of friction. A white wave flipped up from the center of the rim. Three-pointer made. Staples Center erupted in thunderous cheers, like a volcano bursting forth. Across the ocean, in the 10-cent NBA live studio, commentator Wang Ming punched the air hard and shouted, "Amazing! Absolutely insane!" Su Kun also couldn't help pushing up his glasses excitedly and said, "Oh my God, Wang, he really dares to shoot. And at such a critical moment. Clutch player, he's a true clutch player." In the bullet comments, the haters who were about to flame you all went silent. As if struck dumb, the screen was flooded with 666 and beast mode comments. But on the court, the five Lakers players had no time to listen. The Clippers had used too many timeouts earlier and had none left. But the Lakers had to get back on defense quickly. The Clippers' final possession went to Kawhi Leonard. And once again, you were guarding him. You stared intently at Leonard. Head coach Vogel signaled to you from the sideline that you could commit a tactical foul. You nodded, seeing the clock down to the final 13 seconds. Just as Leonard was about to make his move, you reached out and grabbed hold of Leonard's jersey. Since the Lakers hadn't reached the team foul limit yet, under 4, this foul wouldn't result in free throws. The ball was inbound again. Paul George caught it. You stuck tight to Leonard, not giving him any chance to get the ball. Paul George tried to pass to Leonard several times, but saw that Leonard's catching opportunities weren't great, and also remembered that you had stripped Leonard twice earlier. He had to abandon the idea of passing and forced a shot from the perimeter against LeBron's defense. Bang! As the ball clanked hard off the rim, the red light on the backboard lit up. Buzzer. The game was over. 118-117, the Lakers won by 1 point. The crowd erupted once again. All the Lakers players raised their arms and cheered. Caruso was the first to rush over, hugging you excitedly and shouting, "Wang, we won." Thanks to your clutch 3. LeBron and the others also came over. Wang, this is your moment, LeBron said. Enjoy it. As someone who's been through it. He shared his experience. Tucker, Marc Gasol, Harrell, and the others all high-fived you. Wang, you're a clutch player. Bro, you've got it. The Lakers players gathered together, savoring the hard-earned victory. After a moment, their emotions gradually settled. The Clippers players came over, hugging and acknowledging the Lakers players. Leonard hugged LeBron first, then came over and hugged you. He is a man of few words, and only said, "You are a respectable opponent." You said even less. "You too, Kawhi." Then you quickly headed toward the tunnel. But during that hug, you could feel the fierce fighting spirit inside him. That's how all superstars are. The stronger the opponent, the fiercer their desire to compete. After Paul, George hugged LeBron. He also came over and hugged you. After tonight, I'll remember you. Looking forward to our next matchup. You nod and say, "Okay, I'm looking forward to it too." After they leave, another staff member calls out to you. He says apologetically, "Sorry, Wang. You can't leave yet. There's still an interview, a reporter from your country. A halftime interview. For an ordinary player, it's an honor. But for many big-name players, it's a nuisance." That's why the staff member looks so apologetic. This also shows that your status in their eyes has already risen a notch. Hearing that it's a reporter from China, you immediately nod. Let him come over. Far away in a foreign land, meeting a fellow countryman. Of course you gladly accept. Seeing you agree, the staff member hurriedly nods. "Okay, I'll get him right away." Soon, a beautiful reporter arrives with a cameraman. You turn to look. The beautiful reporter has long, flowing hair, wearing a tight, white short dress. A Lara figure, perfectly outlined by that outfit. You naturally recognize her, Zhou Lingen. Back when you first entered the NBA, she did a feature interview with you. Chinese fans who watch the NBA regularly should know her well. She often does post-game interviews with players after the game. However, her status in the NBA clearly doesn't match that of TNT or ESPN's top reporters. So under normal circumstances, her post-game interviews can't get big-name players. More often it's role players. "Hey, Wang Yi. We meet again." She waves first with a friendly greeting. You aren't meeting for the first time, and in the NBA, it's rare to hear Mandarin. It feels familiar. You also break into a smile. "We meet again." Zhou Lingen says, "Congratulations. You had a great performance tonight, and hit that clutch shot." You nod. "Thanks." Zhou Lingen continues. "Tonight you only played 15 minutes, and you went 9 for 13 from 3, finishing with 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. With such an outstanding performance, how do you feel inside?" You put on a thoughtful expression, as if organizing your words. Zhou Lingen doesn't rush you. She knows that after entering the NBA, all players receive media training. They have to know what to say and what not to say. After a moment, you seem to have thought it over and organize your words. You take a deep breath and reply, "Great." Zhou Lingen is taken aback, then can't help laughing out loud. You prepared for so long and came up with just one word. The cameraman also struggles to hold back laughter, the shot starting to shake slightly. After a moment, Zhou Lingen manages to stop laughing. She asks, "And what gave you the drive to play so well?" This time you don't think long and reply with a grin, "So I could do this interview after the game." Hearing that, Zhou Lingen can't help smiling brightly. She says, "You're really funny." Then Zhou Lingen asks one last question. "A lot of fans back home support you. Is there anything you want to say to them?" You nod. "To the fans who support me, I won't let you down. As for the haters, you can trash talk all you want. If I respond even once, I lose." Zhou Lingen is momentarily surprised. You usually seem pretty mild-mannered. She didn't expect you to come out with that. But thinking about it, you hadn't produced results for 2 years, so many Chinese fans gradually stopped paying attention. That's understandable. Haters kept saying your game was trash, and you accepted that. But many crossed the line into personal attacks, even going after your family. To say you felt no anger will be impossible. Now, after such a great performance, you can finally hold your head high. Saying that now is a way of finally letting go of all the years of hate. Zhou Lingen smiles and says, "Wang Yi, thanks for the interview. I'm looking forward to another great performance from you next game. You nod. Looking forward to next time. You say goodbye to Zhou Lingen. As you enter the player tunnel, you pause in surprise. LeBron is waiting for you at the tunnel entrance. Usually, whenever a role player puts up an outstanding performance, LeBron and Davis wait for him at the tunnel entrance on the way back to the locker room. Today, after your stellar game and hitting the near-game winner, you certainly deserve that treatment. LeBron pats your shoulder and says, "Bro, come with me to the press conference later. I told you." Your luck was about to turn. You laugh. "Thanks." Back in the locker room, you take a bath. Then you follow LeBron to the press conference. This is your first time at a post-game press conference. You answer every question the reporters throw at you. Your answers are flawless. And you even crack a joke or two, drawing laughter from the room. Meanwhile, at the jersey stand in Staples Center, a blond boy about 10 years old rushes in frantically, holding $10. He says to the clerk, "I want a Lakers #1 jersey." The clerk shakes his head. We don't have #1 jerseys." The boy looks confused. "No way. #1. The player who hit the near-game winner tonight. Wang, his jersey." The clerk shakes his head again, smiling. "I'm really sorry. He's currently on a 10-day contract. We don't sell jerseys for players on short-term deals." 10-day contract jerseys. Those contracts are non-guaranteed. After this game, he might be waived. And even if he's not, he's only with the team for 10 days. After that, he might go to another team, or no team at all. So naturally, we don't sell his jersey. The boy gets anxious. "Then what do? I really want Wang's jersey." The clerk shrugs. If you have a phone number, you can leave it. If we ever get his jersey, we'll contact you right away." Just then, the boy's parents walk into the store. After hearing the situation, they leave their number. Before leaving, the boy keeps reminding the clerk, "If Wang's jersey comes in, please tell me right away. I really want his jersey." Meanwhile, some fans are tweeting, "No Wang jersey? What the hell? I hear it's because Wang is on a 10-day. Why doesn't LA give him a guaranteed deal right now? Pelinka, get on it." At that moment, you are completely unaware of what's happening outside. As for the guaranteed contract, you aren't worried at all. After these 2 games, you've proven your worth. A quality 3 and D player is definitely in high demand in the NBA. Even if the Lakers don't give you a guaranteed deal, you believe some other team will. A quality 3 and D player is definitely in high demand in the NBA. Even if the Lakers don't give you a guaranteed deal, you believe some other team will. Everyone wants to secure themselves a guaranteed contract. What's more, right now what the Lakers need most is a quality 3 and D player. You believe Pelinka won't just sit back. In the evening, you return to the garage at Caruso's house and go to sleep early. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific, the Chinese internet, because of your game winner today, completely explodes. Online, any media covering the NBA basically mentions your name. Tencent Sport NBA section. Surprise. Wang Yi drops 28 points in 15 minutes. The first game winner by a Chinese player in the NBA. Hoopoo basketball section. King James. Sorry, a new king is about to ascend. Pelinka, what are you waiting for? All kinds of reports and posts quickly spread across the entire internet. There's no denying that many of them have exaggerated elements. But that's just how the domestic media is. When you play poorly, they'll stomp you into the mud. When you play well, they'll lift you to the heavens. As a Chinese player in the NBA, you have to be prepared to be lifted up, but at the same time, prepare to be stomped down. On the Weibo of well-known domestic basketball commentator Wang Yi, he only posted 2 words so satisfying. What do those 2 words mean? The answer goes without saying. For domestic fans, ever since Yao Ming retired, they've been waiting for the next Chinese player to establish himself in the NBA. You did go to the NBA, but for the first 2 years, you bounced around teams, only getting a few minutes of playing time in garbage time. So naturally, there wasn't much to show. But in today's game, you not only dropped 28 points, but you also hit the game winner. This makes Chinese fans feel the pent-up frustration of more than a decade. Finally let out most of it. At the same time, the news of your game winner also shoots up to number 8 on Weibo's trending list. Even people who don't pay much attention to basketball, when they see news of a Chinese player making a name in the NBA, will go search for it. And the highlight reel of you scoring 28 points in 15 minutes today also circulates on various short video platforms. As for all this, you are completely unaware. The next morning at 5:30, you just wake up, and the cold electronic voice in your head sounds again. Complete 1,000 lateral slides. Lateral quickness increased by 20%. Hearing this reward, you instantly become wide awake. If your lateral quickness increases by 20%, then you'll instantly step into the league's elite ranks. If that happens, your defensive quality will take a huge leap forward. It seems you really are going to become a top tier 3 and D player. Unable to contain your excitement, you immediately head to the training gym. The security guard, though woken up by you, doesn't complain at all. Instead, he's very enthusiastic. Wang, you're this early too? I saw your game winner last night. Amazing. When can you give me an autograph? This security guard is also a loyal Lakers fan. For half his life. Basically, he's worked at the Lakers arena and training facility. You say, anytime's fine. The guard nods. Great. I'll come find you later. By the way, you really are hardworking. Someone as diligent as you, I've only seen once before. Do you know who? Kobe Bryant. You answer without thinking. In the NBA, Kobe is famous for his work ethic. The guard nods. He laughs and says, keep it up. Bro, I hope in the near future, I'll see a second Black Mamba. You just smile. Saying nothing. Becoming the second Black Mamba would certainly be an honor, but you don't want to be the second anyone. You just want to be the first yourself, your own unique self. Entering the training gym, you take off your jacket, set up your stance, and quickly start your lateral slide drills. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Lakers players gradually arrive at the gym, and you have completed 1,000 lateral slides. Hearing the task completion prompt, you feel completely drained, as if you've collapsed. You shuffle over to a bench, gasping for air. When you've rested enough, you look up and see General Manager Pelinka, who has somehow come to stand beside you. Wang, I have something I want to discuss with you. Please come with me. Hearing this, you immediately guess what it's about. You follow Pelinka to the GM's office. Pelinka points to the sofa and says sit. At the same time, he pours you a glass of water. Generally speaking, GMs are very shrewd people. They say what people want to hear and handle devils in their own way. But Pelinka is different. He likes to be straightforward. After you finish the water in your glass, he gets straight to the point. Wang, I'm not going to give you a guaranteed contract right now. You're a bit surprised. After putting up a performance like that, Pelinka still doesn't offer you a guarantee. And the 3 and D attributes you've shown in these 2 games are exactly what the Lakers need. By all accounts, Pelinka should at least give you a guaranteed deal. You don't say anything and wait for Pelinka to explain. Pelinka continues. Your performance has earned the team's approval. It's enough to get a guaranteed contract of over $2 million. But I think your potential is greater than that. So, I won't give you the $2 million guarantee right now. Given the team's current salary cap space, we can still offer over $5 million. But for $5 million, you need to play up to that level. So I want to watch a few more games. If you, before this 10-day contract ends, can play at the level we're hoping for, I'll give you that $5 million guaranteed contract. You breathe a sigh of relief. So that's what Pelinka meant. The reason he didn't sign you to a guaranteed deal immediately was just to watch a few more games, to see through the upcoming games, whether you can earn an even higher $5 million salary. You nod. I understand. Pelinka continues. Of course, even if you don't end up earning the $5 million guarantee, I'll still give you a guaranteed contract, just within $2 million. Based on your game winner last night alone, that's worth the $2 million. Hearing this, you can't help but smile. Thanks. To be honest, Pelinka is a pretty decent guy. After finishing the team's morning practice, you go out with the other players to grab some food. Coming back from lunch, you see the security guard holding a Lakers jersey and a marker. You smile and sign it for him. The guard looks very happy. Wang, you have to keep working hard. Once you become a superstar, I'll put this jersey up for sale online, and I'll definitely get a good price for it. Hearing this, you're left speechless. The guard then laughs heartily. Just kidding. How could I ever sell a Lakers jersey? Time quickly comes to the next night at 9 p.m. Today is another game day, and the opponent for this game is the Phoenix Suns. The Suns eliminated the Lakers last year, making the Lakers the first defending champion to be eliminated in the first round. That's a disgraceful record. So the whole Lakers team is itching for revenge, especially the star player, LeBron James. After being eliminated last year, he took no shortage of ridicule, from NBA legends down to millions of netizens. Even though this is just a regular season game, LeBron doesn't want to lose either. Before the game even starts, in the Tencent NBA live stream in China, fans are already buzzing. What do you think? Can Wang Yi's threes explode again? Very possible. Hope he goes off. We in China haven't had a player who can really play in a long time. Of course, there are plenty of haters too. Go off my ass. 3 games in a row going beast mode? You think he's actually Stephen Curry or something? Heard Anthony Davis is out this game with an injury. That'll make the Suns' defense a lot easier. Their attention will be spread more to other players. Under those circumstances, if Wang Yi can still go off, that would be damn surprising. Yeah, his first 2 games were explosive, just like Jeremy Lin back in the day. Other teams hadn't scouted him yet. Now he's gone off 2 games in a row. The Suns have definitely studied him by now. If they let him go off again, then the Suns front office might as well disband. If he goes off, I'll eat my own shit live. As soon as that comment appears, someone immediately fires back, get lost. You still owe the shit from the last 2 games. Now you're here again scamming for food and drink. In this Tencent NBA live stream, the host is Kawhi. The guest commentator is well-known Chinese basketball commentator and media personality Wang Yi, and the female host is still Mei Na. Kawhi starts, Young. The game hasn't started yet. Can you predict how this game will go? Wang Yi laughs. Are you setting me up to get slapped in the face? What predictions? Can't be 100% accurate. This game AD isn't playing. Paul is playing through injury. History always repeats itself in surprising ways. As for the direction, on the Suns side you have Paul and Cook. On the Lakers side, relying on LeBron alone definitely won't cut it. Other players have to step up. Only then can the game be competitive. Kawhi hears this and throws out another question. So who do you think can step up? Wang Yi doesn't hesitate. The Lakers' 3-point shooting has been a big problem since last season, and it's carried over to this season. Pope is hot and cold. Caruso and Kuzma can hit a couple occasionally, but relying on their threes as a regular weapon still falls short. Schroeder's 3-point shooting isn't reliable either, so the ones who can step up, first is whether Schroeder can drive, and second is our Chinese player Wang Yi. But Wang Yi has already gone off 2 games in a row. The Suns will definitely prepare some targeted defense against him, so the chances of him going off this game aren't high. The game starts at 9:30 p.m. This is the last game of the Lakers' 5-game homestand. Fans have already entered the stands early, and today, Oscar-winning actor Jack Nicholson is also here. He starred in The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Won an Oscar for Best Actor. He's also the Lakers' most famous fan. Basically, for most of the Lakers season games, he shows up. Right now, he's sitting again in the VIP seat number 124 in the first row. It's his long-term reserved seat. From here, he can watch the game up close and also vent his displeasure at the referees, putting pressure on them. At this moment, his gaze falls on you, wearing the number 1 jersey. He's followed the Lakers for more than 50 years, witnessing their rise and fall over those 5 decades. This season, because LeBron is getting older, his average has dropped to only 20.1 points per game. AD is often injured, so the Lakers' ranking isn't high. It seems the Lakers are in another decline. But after those past 2 games, he seems to see a glimmer of hope, and that glimmer comes from this Easterner. The reason the Lakers have been playing poorly this season, injuries and LeBron's decline, are certainly 2 main causes, but the Lakers' terrible 3-point shooting percentage is a major factor. If the Lakers can solve their 3-point problem, then their performance will be something to look forward to. Now, this Easterner could become an important piece in changing the Lakers' outside shooting. Of course, all of this is Jack Nicholson's inner thoughts. Whether this Easterner can shoulder that burden, we'll need a few more games to determine. The game begins. Lakers starters, LeBron, Schroeder, Drummond, Pope, and Caruso. The Suns starters don't have big changes either. Right away, LeBron gives the ball to Schroeder, letting him attack first. If Schroeder can get going, the defensive pressure on LeBron will be lighter. Schroeder drives and gets 2 points. Next, LeBron hits a 3-pointer. 5-0 start. Looks like a smooth opening today, but then the game suddenly shifts. Suns Booker hits 2 straight threes, and Paul nails a mid-range jumper. At the same time, the Suns are still playing zone defense, just like in the first round last year. To break a zone defense, one way is to hit threes. Another is to push the fast break. The Lakers failed to fast break twice in a row. And as for three-point shooting, their perimeter players continued their usual three-point touch, lacking any firepower, except for that one three that LeBron hit at the start. The other starters missed 3 consecutive threes. They were practically bending the rim. On the other end, the Suns' Booker looks like he's about to explode in the first quarter. In just 5 minutes, he hits 4 three-pointers, 4 for 4 in 4 minutes. The score becomes 5-14, a 9-point gap. The Lakers quickly call a timeout. In a 10-cent NBA live stream, Mayna is stomping her feet in frustration, literally stomping her feet when the camera isn't on her. She keeps frowning, muttering silently. What kind of play is this? Kufan shakes his head repeatedly. History always repeats itself in surprising ways. Is last year's Game 6 first quarter about to happen again? Wang Yi also shakes his head repeatedly. In last year's Game 6 first quarter, Devin Booker went 6 for 6 from 3, scoring 22 points in a frenzy. Today, after 4 minutes, he's already 4 for 4 from 3, dropping 12 points. One man dismantling the entire Lakers team. The scoring explosion is absolutely insane. Looking at the game's direction, it's obviously shaping up like last year. Kufan says. Now, let's see how head coach Vogel adjusts. Will he put in Wang Yi? Wang Yi thinks for a moment, then shakes his head. Not that fast. Wang Yi should be in the rotation today, but he won't be subbed in this early. And indeed, as he said, the Lakers come back from the timeout without putting you in. Coach Vogel simply has Pope chasing Booker and has other players help double-team Booker. But the Lakers' offensive problems still aren't solved. The Suns keep playing zone defense, forcing the Lakers to shoot threes. The Lakers' three-point shooting remains wild and off-target. LeBron has no choice but to resort to driving early. But when the opponent packs the paint, his driving efficiency drops significantly. After all, he's older now. Not like before, when he could just barrel in no matter what. Leap up and throw down a rim-rattling dunk. Now, when LeBron drives in, he can basically only manage a layup or a fadeaway jumper after a spin move. He does score 2 baskets, but the Suns' Booker is on fire. Even with Pope chasing him and other players double-teaming, he still hits 2 more unreasonable threes in a row. 6, 4, 6 from beyond the arc, plus a driving layup. Already scored 20 points total. He really is replaying his Game 6 performance from last year. Halfway through the quarter, the Lakers are down by 15. Vogel quickly calls another timeout. If they fall behind by 20, coming back would be. As the Lakers players head to the bench, every one of them has a grim expression, especially LeBron. He's thinking about last year's Game 6 again. His memory is far better than the average person. This gives him a lot of advantages, like being able to remember every opponent's play, remember every opposing hand signal, and what they mean. But also brings him pain. He can't easily forget painful moments from the past. These painful moments keep replaying in his mind over and over, and every detail makes him feel like he's back there. The Lakers are down 15 just 6 minutes into the game, when they're forced to call their second timeout. In the stands at Staples Center, the crowd no longer has that high energy from before. They all remember last year's Game 6-2. Back then, Booker also went 6 for 6 from 3. The Lakers' situation took a sharp turn for the worse. They don't want to see that scene repeat. The Lakers, as a traditional powerhouse, a team that's won 17 championships, their fans are very demanding. They won't cheer for the team just because they're playing badly. They'll only curse Vogel. What kind of coaching is this? Figure something out. It's complete crap. I spent all this money just to watch you kids play house. Fuck. Of course, there are also many rational fans. Is three-point shooting the only way to save the Lakers now? But these bricklayers, their three-point shooting is worse than Shaq's. Then someone thinks of you. You've been on fire from 3 the last 2 games. Coach Vogel isn't putting you in now. What are you waiting for? Put Wang in. That shout stirs up the 100 fans around. Put Wang in. Put Wang in. Many in the crowd start chanting along. Vogel's gaze now turns to you. Originally today, he was planning to have you play for a few minutes, near the end of the second quarter. After all, He can't just put you in the rotation. Just because you played 2 good games. He has to take it slow. But the regular rotation hasn't even taken the floor yet. And the situation is already out of control. No choice, he has to send you in early and see. Wang Yi steps onto the court. Wie pleasing Schroeder. Schroeder hears this, just nods, and sits down quietly on the bench. Actually, Vogel has a reason for having you replace Schroeder. He has his reasoning. Schroeder is too short. Booker shooting over him is practically easy, so he puts you in. With your defense, you should be able to contain Booker a bit, and from 3-point range. Hopefully you can contribute there too. The moment you step onto the court, just as cold as the last 2 games. A digital chime sounds. Game sign-in successful. Receive basic block experience card. You don't look closely. And don't use it right away. Because the Lakers have the ball. No need for a block. After you check in, you're matched up against Devin Booker. Your heart starts pounding. Your eyes glint with fire. Devin Booker once scored 70 points. And even had back-to-back 50-point games. His scoring ability is off the charts. Facing an opponent like this only fuels your competitive fire more. You and Devin Booker lock eyes. He sees the fighting spirit in your eyes, too, clearly. Booker also knows about your last 2 games. On the first possession, the Suns are still in a zone defense, even though they know your 3-point threat. You've only had 2 good games, after all, so they don't immediately lock onto you. Instead, they test how your shot feels. So you're beyond the arc, and easily receive a pass from LeBron, without even a hint of hesitation. You shoot with your left hand. Swish. Quick release, clean finish. 3-pointer made. The deficit is cut to 12. The crowd finally cheers again. Devin Booker sees this and grabs the ball. As a star, he has to respond, especially since he's hot from 3 right now. You can guess what he's thinking. So you immediately activate the block experience card. Basic block experience card activated successfully. Block success rate, 50%. Duration, 10 minutes. Now Devin Booker doesn't try to avoid you at all. He's taller than you. No need to avoid. He pulls up for a 3 right in front of you. As a former 3-point contest champion, he has that confidence. The announcers are the Lakers' home commentators, naturally biased toward the Lakers. Seeing Booker about to pull up for 3, he shakes his head. Oh no, Devin Booker is pulling up. But before he finishes his sentence, you've already jumped with him. Your left fingertips just graze the ball. The ball's trajectory changes. After flying 2 meters, it weakly falls. The commentator's words are cut off. Block. It's one with a block. He blocked Cook. That's so cool. Meanwhile, Caruso picks up the ball and pushes the fast break. Kuzma is already running ahead, so he easily dunks it. The lead is suddenly down to 10. The fans erupt in cheers. Devin Booker glances at you. A surge of pride rises in his heart. After Paul dribbles past half-court, he knows what Devin Booker is thinking. Just got blocked by the Lakers' number 1, this nobody. He naturally wants to get his revenge. Paul, as a veteran, also knows the importance of letting Booker get his payback now. He passes the ball to Booker, then waits for everyone else to clear out. Devin Booker goes one-on-one with you. This time he doesn't pull up immediately. Instead, he suddenly dribbles to the right, as if to blow past you with speed. You instantly take a step back, and just as you step back, Devin Booker steps back behind the 3-point line, then raises and shoots a 3. But you lunge forward at lightning speed, just as Devin Booker lifts the ball. Before he releases it, you slap it away, catching both ball and man. A perfect Wade-style block. The announcer is stunned. Oh my god. Wang blocked another one. How is he so fast? This is unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Devin Booker is a bit dazed too. Logically speaking, his fake drive into a step back should have fooled the kid and created space. How could he close out that fast? But the truth is, the step back he took when he drove was actually a defensive fake too. You knew Devin Booker had just gotten blocked and wouldn't back down. He'd likely try to shoot another 3 over you. So when you step back, you already leaned forward, ready to lunge forward. When Booker stepped back, you followed like a shadow, which naturally made you look quick. Truth is, it was a gamble. If Devin Booker had actually driven, he could have easily blown past you. But you guessed right. You grab this ball. You dribble quickly up the court. Behind you, Paul rushes toward you with his head down. You originally planned to take the shot yourself, but considering your right hand was injured, A left-handed layup wouldn't be as smooth. So after dribbling into the front court past the three-point line, you made a behind-the-back pass to Pope trailing behind you. Pope caught the ball and leaped high with a loud bang. He slammed it home. The deficit was cut to just 8 points. The crowd's cheers rose by several decibels. Meanwhile, the DJ drew out his voice, announcing loudly, Pope's dunk, assist from Wang. The DJ wasn't blind. He naturally knew why that basket was made. 90% of the credit went to you for blocking the Suns' red-hot Booker and securing the ball. That led to Pope's dunk. So when announcing your name, the DJ's voice was especially high-pitched and drawn out extra long. And the DJ's voice was extremely rousing. The atmosphere at the venue heated up once again. Amid the cheers, the spectators started buzzing with chatter. I told you, they should have put Wang in earlier. He blocked 2 in a row, and he blocked the Suns' strongest scorer. That's so cool. Wang doesn't look like a 10-day contract player at all. I think he's a star player. Suns head coach Monty Williams was also cautious. After the Lakers went on a 7-0 run, he quickly called a timeout. During the timeout, he observed Booker carefully. Booker was holding a water bottle, drinking, but his eyes revealed a fierce fighting spirit, getting blocked twice in a row by that Easterner. He refused to accept it. Who was this nobody, daring to mess with me? Coach Williams knew Booker was young, easily gets hot-headed. If he just suppressed him, it would definitely cause problems. So he had to let Booker get his own back. If not get it back, at least do it the right way. Can't just force it. He immediately patted Booker on the back and said, Devin, you have to get it back. Teach that Easterner a lesson. Booker twisted the cap tight and said firmly, I know, Coach Williams nodded, but you can't shoot threes anymore. That kid has great blocking ability, and he seems to have experience defending the three. So you need to change your strategy. You need to drive on him. Drive him into a sieve. Got it, for the young Devin. Asking him to change strategy almost felt like asking him to compromise. If this were 2 years ago, he would never have agreed. But after last year's playoffs, he had matured. As long as he could laugh last, the twists and turns along the way no longer mattered. He nodded and said, got it. Chris Paul, standing nearby, heard this and felt somewhat relieved. For the Suns to achieve greater success, their main man Booker had to grow up. Right now, he was indeed growing fast. Back on the court, the game continued. Paul dribbled, crossed half court, and still gave it to Booker. Others cleared out for isolation. Booker faced your defense. He crossed the ball between his hands, dribbling slowly. After 4 dribbles, he suddenly changed rhythm, raised both hands as if to gather the ball. You immediately stepped forward, intending to block. But Booker's move was just a feint. The next moment, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity, planning to drive past on the left. But just as he drove, you slid laterally at lightning speed. He crashed into your chest. Booker reacted quickly. Left side drive failed. He did a behind-the-back dribble with his left hand and instantly shifted to the right, planning to go from the right. But he barely took 1 step. With a dull thud, he crashed into your chest again. Booker couldn't break through. Had to step back a few paces. After creating some distance, he tried to accelerate and drive again. But your lateral speed was just too fast. Every time, you were perfectly positioned, blocking Booker's driving path. Booker tried 5 drives in a row. Finally had to step back behind the three-point line again. This time, you were actually faked out. But even so, you couldn't let Booker get an easy shot. You lunged as hard as you could, without touching any part of his body. You tried to contest his shot. Booker, perhaps a bit anxious, or perhaps wary of your blocks. So this shot hit the back of the rim and was grabbed by Drummond. The arena commentator said excitedly, Did you see that? Did you see Wang's defense? Of course we did. Airtight. Watertight. His lateral speed is incredible. Devin Booker just can't get past him. This is definitely the fastest lateral mover I've ever seen. To put it bluntly, top tier in the league. But although your defense was strong, unfortunately, the Lakers missed this possession. Next, another Suns possession. Booker still couldn't get past your defense. In the end, he forced another shot, missed the 3. During the Lakers' fast break, they knocked down a 3. The deficit was down to 5 points. Coming back, the Suns on offense. Paul saw that Booker was starting to get anxious. He knew it couldn't go on like this. He had to calm him down. Plus, The team hadn't scored in a while. He had to step up and score. That was Paul's veteran experience. When the team's offense was flowing, he was the facilitator, feeding his teammates. When the offense struggled, he would step up and attack. This time, he didn't give the ball to Booker. Instead, he gestured to Booker. With his right hand, he motioned downward, meaning calm down. Booker still respected Paul, though inside he was still unhappy about being stopped by you repeatedly. He also knew he needed to cool off, so he didn't ask for the ball again. Instead, he set a pick for Paul. By now, the Lakers had subbed out Drummond and brought in Montrezl Harrell. The team's mobility greatly increased, so the Lakers' current defensive strategy was switch on every screen. After switching, you ended up guarding Paul. Paul, from watching your defense on Booker earlier, already had a preliminary idea of your defensive traits. Facing a defender like this, Paul had 100 ways to toy with him. Facing your defense, he suddenly pivoted to your right. You also moved right to close out. But Paul only completed half the pivot, then quickly dropped his body low and burst past your left side. You quickly slid left. By then, Paul had committed half his body forward. When you slid over, he had already gathered the ball with both hands. He made a shooting motion. He wanted to fake you into jumping and then shoot. But this time you, who usually loves to jump, didn't bite. Paul confidently thought he would definitely get you to jump, so he confidently took the shot. A mid-range shot for him was as confident as a layup. But you jumped only as he released the ball. Paul was startled. After jumping, he quickly leaned back, but your fingertips still grazed the ball. After the ball flew 2 meters in the air, it weakly fell like after reaching a climax. Paul frowned. This guy loves to jump on defense so much. Why didn't he jump this time? Little did he know, you weren't actually that eager to jump. In the past 2 years, you haven't played many official games. But apart from training and sleeping, you spend almost all your time watching footage, analyzing NBA players' moves and habits. You know all 30 NBA teams, the skills of every starter and rotation player, their movement habits, even their temperaments inside and out. To exaggerate, even those players' own teammates probably don't know them as well as you do, so you don't really love him. You only love defending players like Devin Booker. You know Paul is short, so after he drives, if he can't create much space, he always pump fakes first before shooting. So on Paul's first pump fake, you don't jump. On Paul's second jump, you go up with him. Blocking shots sounds simple, but it's actually the result of years of hard work. You block Paul's shot, and the ball lands right in their center, Ayton's hands. Ayton catches it, turns around to shoot. You're the closest. Before Ayton even releases, you jump again. Smack! You swat the ball right in his face. The ball flies straight toward the Suns' Crowder. Crowder catches it, sees no defense under the basket, pulls up to dunk. But you slide sideways, appear in front of Crowder in a flash, then leap high. Both hands up in a volleyball block. Crowder's dunk smashes into your palms. The ball drops and LeBron grabs it. He fires a trademark long pass to Kuzma, who already broke for the fast break. Kuzma throws down a one-handed dunk. The arena erupts like a volcano, a tidal wave of roar. The rafters of Staples Center, facing this deafening cheer, tremble. And you've just blocked 3 straight shots. You roar at the sky, as if letting out all the emotions you've held in for the past 2 years. Then you raise your right hand, stick out your index finger, and wag it 3 times. The announcers lose it. Oh my God, consecutive blocks. Consecutive blocks. What am I seeing? The Mount Matambo. Not the Mount Matambo, the Asian Everest. He is the insurmountable Mount Everest. Inside the 10-cent NBA livestream, the barrage comments are flooded with 666 and badass all over the screen. After the game, Team GM Pelinka finds you. You thought your performance was enough to earn a guaranteed $2 million a year. But to your surprise, Pelinka says you're worth far more. He believes your potential is worth $5 million a year. But he needs you to prove it during this 10-day contract. Play to that level. Pelinka wants to see a few more games from you. If you don't shine again, he promises he'll still give you a guaranteed $2 million contract. Because that near-game winner you hit was totally worth it, and you don't disappoint him. 2 days later, in the Lakers versus Phoenix Suns game, Devin Booker of the Suns is on fire. In just the first 5 minutes, he goes 6 for 6 from 3, almost recreating last year's first quarter, where he single-handedly destroyed the Lakers. The Lakers are getting crushed at home. The crowd is furious, shouting for you to be subbed in. Head coach Vogel glances your way. He didn't plan to bring you in this early, but the rotation hasn't even entered the game yet, and the situation is already spiraling. So you step onto the court again against the wind. But now, the Suns' Devin Booker looks like he's unstoppable, yet nobody expects that you immediately block him twice in a row. Devin Booker is stunned. The Suns' head coach quickly calls a timeout to calm Booker down, but they don't realize those 2 blocks are just an appetizer. The game resumes. Suns veteran Chris Paul gets the ball. He thinks handling a rookie like you is easy, but you've completely figured out his game. Another block. Because your fingertips graze the ball, Paul's shot flutters weakly after 2 feet, then dies. The ball lands right in their center, Ayton's hands. Ayton catches it, turns around to shoot. You're the closest. Before Ayton releases, you jump again. Smack! You swat the ball right in his face. The ball flies straight toward the Suns' Crowder. Crowder catches it, sees no defense under the basket, pulls up to dunk. But you slide sideways, appear in front of Crowder in a flash, then leap high. Both hands up in a volleyball block. Crowder's dunk smashes into your palms. The ball drops and LeBron grabs it. He fires a trademark long pass to Kuzma, who already broke for the fast break. Kuzma throws down a one-handed dunk. The arena erupts like a volcano, a tidal wave of roar. The rafters of Staples Center, facing this deafening cheer, tremble. And you've just blocked 3 straight shots. You roar at the sky, as if letting out all the emotions you've held in for 2 years. Then you raise your right hand, stick out your index finger, and wag it 3 times. The announcers lose it. Oh my God. Consecutive blocks. Consecutive blocks. What am I seeing? The Mount Matambo. The Mount Matambo. Not the Asian Everest. He is the insurmountable Mount Everest. Across the ocean on the 10-cent. NB Olivestrelm. The barrage comments are flooded with 666 and badass all over the screen. Inside the live stream, Kufan and Young, he can't stop marveling. His defense has leveled up even more from the last game. Yeah, he blocked Booker twice. Paul once. Ayton once. Crowder once. That's 5 blocks in just 5 minutes. He's only 1.92 meters tall, but his shot blocking is truly outstanding. Everyone sees his blocking ability, but what I'm more focused on is how he defended Booker on those plays. His lateral quickness is insane. Booker had no room to drive at all. This makes me even more excited for the rest of the game. Just as they say that, the broadcast cuts to the referee. The referee makes a T sign. What's going on? A technical foul? Young is also surprised. What happened? The camera was following Harrell on the fast break. We didn't see what happened. Let's check quick. The replay appears. You're seen wagging your finger at the air after those 3 blocks. It's the finger wag. Wang Yi wagged his finger after those 3 blocks. Young, he shakes his head. Finger wag. In the entire NBA, only Matambo is allowed to do that by the league. Wang Yi, his second short-term contract is for $20,000. This one technical will cost him $25,000. Kinda not worth it, huh? Kufan says. I'm sure LeBron will pay the fine for him. The haters who disappeared from the barrage pop back up. No respect. Your play shows your character. Such poor sportsmanship. You must be a terrible person. 3 blocks. And his tail is already up in the air. He gets cocky. You got humiliated on the court, but you don't regret it. The NBA has always been a place to flaunt your personality. If you don't show out after 3 straight blocks, then when will you? Since you got humiliated, the Suns get free throws. After Paul makes the free throw, they continue the possession. This time, your big block sent the ball flying into the stands. The crowd erupts again. The system's block experience card theoretically boosts your block chance to 50%, but combined with your familiarity with these players' techniques, moves, and habits, that percentage is even higher. Coming back on offense, you drain another 3-pointer, and because Cook jumped too aggressively, he gets called for a reach-in foul, so it's a 3+1. you're still rock solid on free throws. After making the free throw, you tie the game, ending the first quarter. Wang Yi from Penguin NBA's livestream comments. The Lakers really are a magical team. Down by 15 halfway through the quarter, then tie it up in the other half. Kufan nods and says, that's right. The Lakers no longer have to relive the process of losing Game 6 last year. Everything changed the moment our player Wang Yi stepped on the court. To be honest, in these 3 games, Wang Yi brings us something new every time. Wang Yi continues. In the first game, his threes were like divine intervention. In the second, besides threes, he brought out the death grip defense. In this third game, he unveils his shot-blocking prowess. It's like he has an arsenal of weapons, bringing out a new one each game, keeping his opponents guessing. Suns head coach Williams encourages his players while making adjustments. Pace. We have to slow down the pace. Play as slow as possible. Don't give them transition opportunities. He knows the Lakers' defense is strong, so normally you'd want to play fast against them. But playing fast now causes too many turnovers. Easy for the Lakers to capitalize in transition, so he can only try to slow the pace, relying on Paul's playmaking to see if they can score. It's like having 2 bottles of poison in front of you. You picked the first one and got poisoned. Now, after being reborn, even knowing the other bottle is also poison, you still have to pick it just to get a try. After the huddle, his gaze drifts almost unconsciously to the far end of the Lakers bench. The Suns had everything going for them earlier, but once that guy stepped on the court, everything changed. If they want to win, they need to deal with that. Thinking that, he turns and looks at Crowder, then after a moment shakes his head slightly. Let's see how it goes first. If it really doesn't work, we'll use him in the third quarter. When Crowder checks in at the start of the second, most of the Lakers starters are resting. Only Schroeder leading a group of bench players. Those bench players, perhaps inspired by your 3 straight blocks, play with extra ferocity. Morris and Little Shrimp hit back-to-back threes. Even Drummond knocks down a 3-pointer. Plus Schroeder drives to the rim 3 times in a row. On the other side, the Suns, maybe shaken by your 3 blocks, seem low on energy. They can't hit from outside. And inside, they even miss dunks. With 3 minutes left and a half, the Lakers are already up by 12. Then you check back in, and you get 2 more blocks, plus 2 3-pointers before halftime. By the time the half ends, the Lakers have stretched the lead to 20. Halftime. The on-site commentators are excited. At the start of this game, it looked like it was going to repeat last year's Game 6. But after Wang stepped on the court, he completely changed the momentum. Now the Lakers are up by 20. Wang didn't just change the momentum. He flipped the game's direction entirely. Let's look forward to the second half. See if Wang can keep up the great play. In the VIP seat number 124 by the court, Oscar-winning actor Jack Nicholson's crimson eyes. Behind them, a pair of eyes filled with excitement. So far, this Easterner has been a constant surprise for the Lakers. Maybe the hope for the Lakers' revival lies in him. At this moment, in the visiting locker room, the Suns players are all down. They've been down by 20 before, more than once. Normally, they wouldn't be this low, but today's game is different. Ever since that Lakers number 1 stepped on the court, they've been sinking deeper and deeper into a pit, seeing no way to cut the deficit. Can't score, can't defend. How are we supposed to play? Even the team star, Devin Booker, has his head down, a towel over his head, not saying a word. Veteran Paul sees this, claps his hands loudly. Already giving up? Are you going to be called soft? Get your heads in the game, damn it. Remember how we eliminated them last year? They were the defending champions. We turned the defending champs into losers, and now we're scared in front of those losers? Paul is definitely one of the most competitive, most spirited players in the NBA. His words slowly lift the players' spirits one by one. But being down by a full 20 points, just his motivational speech alone, is far from enough. So, head coach Williams looks at Crowder again, saying, Crowder, shut down that Easterner in the third quarter. By shut down, he doesn't just mean pure defense. It means constantly provoking and angering the opponent, even resorting to dirty plays. Back when the Heat were in the finals, Crowder, then a Heat player, gave opposing players plenty of trouble. Fans don't like such villains. Players despise them. But if a team wants to achieve results, they need someone like that on the roster. Back in the day, Bruce Bowen on the Spurs, Draymond Green, Zaza Pachulia, Andrew Bogut on the Warriors, and Crowder during the Heat's Big 3 era. I'll play that role. Crowder knows his job. He makes an okay gesture, saying to his teammates, "Leave that Easterner to me. Don't worry." At the start of the third quarter, they keep the same starting lineup from the first quarter. But the Lakers' Schroeder seems distracted, committing 2 turnovers in just 3 minutes, and gets subbed out by the coach. You check in again. Now you're truly part of the rotation. On the bench, Talon Horton-Tucker looks disappointed. Normally, he would be the one in the rotation. But because of your stellar performance, his minutes have been cut significantly. But that's the brutality of competitive sports. Whoever performs gets to play. If you don't, you get left out. All he can do is train hard. And when he gets a chance to play, sees it to prove himself, not sit on the bench, complaining like a bitter ex. As for Schroeder, his eyes seem to wander off the court. No one knows what he's thinking. After you come in, your three-point shooting isn't as hot as the first 2 games, but with a baseline 45% accuracy, your threes are still better than most. That forces the Suns to change their defensive strategy. They can't use zone defense anymore and have to extend their defense outward. As a result, the Lakers get space to drive inside. That forces the Suns to change their defensive strategy. They can't use zone defense anymore and have to extend their defense outward. As a result, the Lakers get space to drive inside. LeBron drove in 3 straight times. Caruso also drove once, scoring inside and out. As for the Suns, you block them twice more. Plus Booker's shot is off, and you've locked down his drives. The others aren't as hot as before either. Paul hit 2 mid-range shots, but under the Lakers' wave after wave of offense, he's just one man against many. The lead is heading toward 30 points. Now the Lakers are on offense. You do what you always do. Keep coming off screens to catch the ball beyond the arc. Right then, Crowder, while the ref's attention, is on the ball handler at the perimeter. Subtly grabs your arm and yanks it hard. Startled, you go down with a pull. Your whole body crashes to the floor. Good thing you went with a fall. Otherwise, with Crowder's strength, your right shoulder might have dislocated. Crowder stumbles forward a couple of steps. He also falls on purpose and keeps complaining to the ref that you fouled him. "You pull me down." That's a dirty play. The villain actually complains first. But since almost everyone was watching the top of the key, the ref didn't see what happened down low either. The ref signals to play on. You get up and roll your shoulder. Keep running. And while chasing you, Crowder keeps using little cheat moves. The sneakiest is pinching your waist, like a vindictive old woman. He keeps twisting your side. You've studied Crowder. You know he never used to do this. In the entire NBA, the one who pinches waists most often is Paul, because Paul isn't tall. So when defending, he often uses these sneaky little moves. It really hurts. Makes you hesitate. And in the heat of the game, the refs rarely catch it. Now Crowder has learned that trick too. Seeing this, you sneer inside. It's just waist pinching. Who can't do that? So, when Crowder chases too close, or when you're tangled together, you secretly reach over and pinch his waist too. Crowder mutters a curse. Another 2 minutes of this. Your waist is already black and blue. Crowder isn't feeling great either. Being black, his bruises aren't as visible on his skin, but he's also covered in purple spots. That's how you deal with dirty players. Use his own methods against him. Don't talk about sportsmanship or court ethics. Crowder's sneaky moves are hard for refs to catch. Complaining to the ref does nothing. In this situation, are you supposed to just take it and let him keep pinching you? Crowder chases you again. As you tangle, you give his waist another hard pinch while he's still wincing. You sprint out beyond the three-point line. Catch and fire a three-pointer. Crowder holds his waist, cursing viciously under his breath. Fuck, fuck, fuck. And he gets in your face and snarls, "Asian, you're gonna get it later." This waist-pinching exchange between you and Crowder is subtle, so even the other 8 players on the court don't know what you did, let alone the refs. Crowder is boiling inside. He wanted to pinch you to anger you, to provoke the Asian. You've already got 1 technical. If he makes you lose your temper, and you come at him with fists, or even just curse at him and get another T, you'd be ejected. But instead of getting mad, you pinch him back. It hurt like hell. And you've been hitting threes over him. That really ticks him off. He stares at you as you backpedal on defense, and a plan forms in his mind. He meant to teach you a lesson. Make you back off. But since you won't learn, he has no choice. So on the Lakers' next possession, when you come off a screen at the top to catch and shoot, Crowder knows he can't block the shot, yet he still lunges at you. Right arm high, pretending to go for the ball, but actually slapping down hard at your face. Not only that, because he puts so much force into it, you're knocked out of the air and crash hard to the floor. Crowder finally vents his frustration, but before he can celebrate, he feels a sharp, agonizing pain in his groin. In that instant, the whole world disappears, or in his world, everything else vanishes, leaving only pain. Pain deep in his bones, pain that tears at his heart. You know Crowder's dirty habits. You know that when he can't stop you, he'll escalate, even resort to dirty tactics. So you're ready for it. When Crowder slaps you down, your upper body falls backward toward the floor, but your right foot aims and kicks him square in the groin. Is that dirty? Very dirty. But when someone else uses non-basketball moves, should you stay polite, smile and take it? Be a gentleman? And for a player like that, the refs will at most eject him, fine him. But next time he'll do it again. Sometimes a move like that can end a player's career. For someone like him, do you need to be polite? Give him a taste of his own medicine. Now Crowder, from the agony below, clutches his groin with both hands and collapses to the floor, writhing in pain. You were ready. So even though the fall looks bad, when you land, your left hand protects you, so it only hurts a little. But you don't get up right away. Crowder made the first dirty move, and he's still down. You're the victim. If you jump up now, won't the ref feel more sympathy for him? Fine, might as well play the actor for a bit. With that thought, you hold your waist with your right hand, grinding your teeth and grimacing, while your left hand keeps pounding the floor. Your teammates rush over, asking how bad you're hurt. You don't answer, of course, as if in too much pain to speak. Many fans courtside go quiet. Dudley on the bench wants to step in for you. That's his role on the Lakers. But the assistant coach holds him back tight. At this moment, any bench player entering the court would be a technical. Caruso also wanted to step up for you. But when he sees Crowder writhing on the floor in pain, he's confused. Is that guy faking? He was the one who slapped you out of the air. Why would he be hurt? Then the arena big screen shows a replay. Everyone sees Crowder going straight for your face. The crowd erupts in anger. Damn, he's a killer. Can a killer even be on the court? He should be in prison. He went straight for the man. He should be ejected. But when everyone saw you in the process of falling, your right foot kicked Crowder in the groin, first they all screamed in unison, especially the experienced male fans. They felt Crowder's pain for him. Then the crowd started cheering. Nice one. If I were Wang, I'd do the same. Crowder deserves it. Right then, teammates from both teams came over to check on the injured player. A teammate asked Wang, "What does it hurt?" "Your pain seems to have eased a little. Holding your lower back," you said. "Feels like my back, but I'm not sure." Anyway, everything hurts. The teammate asked a few more questions. Then finally, "Can you stand up?" You sneak a glance at Crowder. You see Crowder already being helped up by his teammates and sitting on the bench. You say, "Help me up. I think I can still go." So your teammates help you up. Under the trainer's guidance, you slowly move your body. Gradually, your pain seems to have eased quite a bit. The sideline referees watch the replay over and over. First, it's certain that Crowder definitely committed a flagrant foul because he went for your face. What the referees are looking at now is that kick you aimed at Crowder. Was it intentional or not? This time, the referees didn't take long. They quickly made the call. They signaled to the scorer's table. Crowder, flagrant one. One technical foul counted. Wang was fouled on a three-point attempt. 3 free throws plus the free throw from the technical. 4 free throws total. And possession goes to the Lakers. 4 free throws and the ball. When the Suns players and their coaching staff heard this ruling, they all threw up their hands. How is that possible? How can this be? Our player is injured too. That kick was obviously intentional, especially Paul. He looked like he was about to eat the referee alive, chasing after the ref and complaining. Pointing at you, he says to the ref, "Didn't you see that move? He's too dirty. A guy like that shouldn't be on the floor." But the referee not only ignored their complaints, he actually gave him a warning. Complain again, and I'll give you a team technical. In the replay center, Famous NBA referee JV explains, based on the motion, Wang Yi was naturally going into a fadeaway jumper. When fading, one leg naturally extends forward. When Crowder lunged and knocked Wang Yi to the ground, that extended right foot rose a little higher. That was just to keep balance, a natural reaction of the body. So although he objectively hurt Crowder, there was no intent. Moreover, this was originally Crowder invading Wang's cylinder. Wang did extend his leg, but it was still within his own cylinder. Therefore, we believe Wang did not commit a foul. Right now, you sit on the bench for a moment. A teammate suggests you go back to the locker room for a quick check, but you just shrug and say thanks, but no need. I feel a lot better. I'm in great shape. The team doctor falls silent at this. The teammates around you all understand what's going on, especially LeBron. He's flopped before, too, and knows all the ins and outs of it. A knowing smile spreads across his face. He pats you on the shoulder. Attaboy, brother. That's competitive sports. Results-oriented. As long as you don't cross the line, then to fight for victory, you can do anything. Everyone knows. Miller committed a push-off foul on that game winner over Jordan. But can you change the result? The other teammates all breathe a sigh of relief now. As long as you're not seriously hurt, it's fine. After you've recovered your composure, you step to the free throw line. You take 4 free throws. Your free throw percentage is 88%. So you hit all 4 free throws solidly. Then the Lakers continue inbounding the ball. Again, you come off a screen and catch the ball. Crowder, now recovered, chases after you. You hold the ball with both hands, looking Crowder in the eye. A faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of your mouth. When Crowder sees that look, that smile clearly means trouble. His heart tightens. A chill rises from his lower body. That piercing pain from before seems to hit him again. Though he still tries to contest your shot, he clearly doesn't close out as hard. It's more like a token defense. That's no pressure on you at all. Swish, the ball arcs over Crowder's head and drops cleanly through the net. Your 4 free throws plus this 3-pointer. You scored 7 points in 1 possession. The lead is stretched directly to 33 points. The Suns have to call another timeout. Right now, only 2 minutes remain in the third quarter. During the timeout, Paul keeps clapping his hands, rallying the Suns players. He keeps urging Booker, Devin, you have to step up. You're going to be the only leader of this team in the future, so you have to step up. But the Suns' momentum has already been broken, especially when Crowder comes back on the floor. That fierce defense he had earlier is gone. He always seems hesitant on defense, especially when defending you. He doesn't dare to press too tight. It seems that kick left a psychological scar. The Suns' fate is sealed. This game, the Lakers win comfortably. LeBron stats for this game: 23 points, 11 rebounds. Another near triple-double that drives perfectionists crazy. He is the team's foundation. Whether the team wins or loses, the Lakers need his numbers to keep them afloat. And the biggest hero of this game is none other than you. Coming off the bench for 26 minutes, you put up a double-double of 28 points and 10 blocks, including 7 of 10 from 3, 5 of 5 from the free throw line, and 1 of 1 on 2-pointers. Your efficiency is terrifying, especially your 3-point shooting percentage. You keep proving that you are a reliable 3-point shooter. After the game, Paul doesn't come over to shake hands with the Lakers players. He turns directly and walks toward the tunnel, not even saying goodbye to his good friend LeBron. Understandable. He's an extremely competitive player, now losing badly by 30 points. Of course, he's not in the mood for handshakes. Naturally, the post-game on-court interview is you again. Your answers to the reporter's questions are still watertight. After showering, LeBron again invites you to attend a press conference. You don't refuse. Getting to attend a post-game press conference. Few players would turn that down. At the same time, in the press conference room, the Suns' post-game press conference is already underway. The Suns are represented by Paul, Cook, and Crowder. They answer some routine questions. Then a reporter asks Crowder a question. Crowder, during the game, you and the Lakers' Wang Yi fell to the floor. You hit his face. He kicked your groin. The referee called a flagrant one on you. What do you have to say about that? Crowder shakes his head and says, no question, I was going for the ball. I accidentally hit his face, but his move was obviously intentional. His play is too dirty. He should be ejected. He has gradually calmed down by now, so he's starting to run his mouth again, spouting nonsense. That reporter continues. But from the footage, we can see that ball was clearly way above your head. Your first instinct wasn't to reach up and swat it. Instead, you swung your hand straight toward his face. Many people say you did it on purpose. What's your explanation for that? Crowder was getting angry. He glared at that reporter. You're not me. How would you know what I was thinking? That Easterner obviously did it on purpose. Why don't you go ask him? The reporter shook his head. Following your logic, you're not him either. So how do you know he definitely did it on purpose? Crowder was left speechless. He snorted. I refuse to answer your question. With that, he stood up and stormed off, leaving the press conference early. In the NBA, that shows disrespect to reporters. It'll get you fined. But Crowder didn't care anymore. Shortly after they left, the Lakers' James and you entered the room. The reporters' cameras immediately started clicking wildly. You've been at press conferences before, but it's the first time you've been swarmed by so many cameras. That's the exposure of being a Laker. The Lakers, as a traditional powerhouse, and in a big city like Los Angeles, receive attention that is far greater than smaller market teams. So here, as long as you play well, you won't have to worry about exposure. After you and James sat down, the reporters began asking questions. A reporter asked James, LeBron, tonight Wang once again put up an efficient performance. From what we've seen, he seems to have the potential to become an important helper by your side. What do you think about that? James glanced at you beside him and answered with a smile, he's really a good teammate. Having him on the court eases the pressure on me. I'm looking forward to seeing his next game. The reporter then asked James a few more questions, but basically all of them were about you. After being asked the fifth question, about you, James couldn't help joking. I feel like I'm a bit redundant. If you want to ask about Wang, why not ask him directly? He's right here. Actually, these reporters were very shrewd. You may have played 3 very good games, but you don't have much name recognition. Also, in those 3 games you scored under 30 points. Nothing to brag about. So if they only reported on you, there'd be no real buzz. So they had to interview James first to get his impression of you. That way, they could choose any headline they wanted. James' best helper, or LeBron praises him too. LBJ can't stop complimenting him. This way, the topic would be much more interesting, and readers would be more interested in reading. Finally, the reporters were done asking James. A reporter started questioning you. Wang, you scored 28 points tonight, and a double-double with blocks. As a guard, to get 10 blocks, what's your secret? You smiled and said, the secret is to eat as little as possible. The less you eat, the lighter you are, and the higher you jump. Naturally, you'll block more shots. That was, of course, a joke, causing laughter in the room. Then another chubby reporter adjusted his glasses, a sly glint in his eye, and asked, Wang, you've scored close to 30 points in 3 straight games. Such performance can be considered a representation of current Chinese players. What do you think about that? You looked at him and said flatly, I think while sitting. The reporters were stunned, then burst into laughter again. You then said, actually, saying I'm a representative of Chinese players is not correct. I am Chinese, and I deeply love my country, but I'm only myself. I can't be arrogant enough to say I represent anyone. Of course, I also don't think anyone can represent me. We cannot impose our will on others. The chubby reporter looked a bit disappointed, nodded, and said, thank you for your answer. Actually, that chubby reporter was trying to trap you. Their country advocates independence and freedom, at least on the surface. So he dangled bait. If you dare to say you represent China, then he can make a big deal out of it, saying this Eastern country is not free, too authoritarian, and so on. But you didn't fall for it. At that moment, a female reporter who hadn't asked much raised her hand. She was a blonde, and even in professional attire, you could tell she had a great figure. She was smiling, making people feel at ease. Wang, currently the NBA is the world's highest-level basketball league, and you're the only Chinese person in the NBA. My question is, China has 1.4 billion people. Can't they even find 5 people who can play basketball? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere in the room changed. Everyone went quiet. This question was different from the chubby reporter's earlier one. The chubby reporter had set a hidden trap for you. But this pretty female reporter directly asked such a sharp question, clearly unfriendly. Of course, many reporters were secretly excited, waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. James frowned. turned to look at you, and shook his head slightly. He knew you were already angry. When such a question is raised, anyone would be angry. But at this moment, you couldn't do anything bad. If you did, these reporters would blow it up, which would be very detrimental to your future. So he used his eyes to advise you to endure. And would you endure? Of course not. If this only concerned yourself, maybe you could endure it. But it concerned your country. You couldn't endure even a little. You looked sharply at that pretty female reporter and asked, "May I ask which country you are from?" That female reporter was still smiling, making people feel at ease. She answered, "I'm American." You replied with confidence, "You Americans have 300 million people. Can't you find even one person who can play table tennis?" As soon as you said that, the room fell silent. The smile on the female reporter's face instantly disappeared. The vast majority of reporters there were American. They had been waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. But now they felt like they'd been stabbed in the heart. You stared sharply at the female reporter, waiting for her answer. That female reporter, after a long moment, couldn't utter a single word. Admittedly, the level of basketball in China is indeed not as high as the NBA. But if someone with ulterior motives tries to use this to mock China, you cannot tolerate it. This is like many school graduates. They can say their alma mater is not good here, or bad there. But if someone else dares to say the alma mater is bad, then I'll argue with you. At that moment, the room was completely quiet. You paused and continued. Everyone has their own strengths. Every country has sports they're good at. Your country has the highest level of basketball. Our country excels at table tennis. That's also a beast. We should not use our strengths to mock others' weaknesses, and we should not use our country's best sports to ridicule other countries. If you do, then it's a matter of your personal cultivation and character. With a few sentences, you brought the issue from a national level back to the personal level. That's a high level of skill. That female reporter, publicly criticized by you for personal cultivation and character, had no comeback. You feel all the eyes around you, all stabbing into you like needles. A moment later, a reporter suddenly starts clapping. About half of the reporters around join in clapping. Your words draw applause from many in the room. But there are still many American reporters. No, they're all itching to speak, especially the one next to the attractive female reporter. A male reporter in a suit and tie. A flicker of cunning flashes in his eyes. Then he raises his hand high and asks, "Wang, is it true that people from your country think everything in your country is better?" You can see this suit reporter has bad intentions, but you don't back down at all. You counter, "Shouldn't it be? It shows we love our country." The reporter, seeing you take the bait, a smug smile of a successful scheme appears on his face. He continues, "Since your country has everything better, why aren't you playing your CBA? Why come to the NBA instead?" This question is clearly meant to slap you in the face. The other reporters in the room fall silent again. This question is still very sharp, still hostile. If it were any other player, they might have stormed off the stage. And earlier, the attractive female reporter you had shut down earlier now raises her head. Right, why didn't I think of that question before? If she had come up with it earlier, she wouldn't have been left speechless and humiliated. LeBron looks at you with slight concern, but sees no anger on your face. Instead, there is a hint of boldness. Your eyes are blazing with fire. Then you say something that even LeBron has never said. You look at the suit reporter, then glance at the female reporter next to him, and finally sweep your gaze across all 50 reporters in the room. With a firm tone, you say each word distinctly, "I came to conquer the NBA." Silence. Complete silence in the room. After you say that, the scene is dead silent. Such arrogance is simply ridiculous. A player on a short-term contract played 3 good games, and he boasts about conquering the NBA? Isn't that laughable? Even LeBron, Kobe, even the basketball god Michael Jordan never said anything so arrogant. But not a single person in the room laughs out loud. No one makes a sound. Because your gaze is so resolute, your words so firm. You don't give the impression of joking. And in fact, you really did come to the NBA with that purpose. After speaking, you sweep your gaze over the reporters again. Under your gaze, these reporters, none of them dare to meet your eyes. One by one, they unconsciously lower their heads. Seeing this, you continue. Since no one has any more questions, today's press conference is over. With that, you stand up and walk out of the venue with your head held high. LeBron snaps back to reality, looks at the reporters, seems to want to say something, but in the end, only his lips move, saying nothing. He also gets up and leaves. As he walks into the hallway, LeBron calls out to you, Wang. You turn back, huh? LeBron wants to tell you that was an ugly thing to say. He wants to tell you that the words you just said will cause a huge uproar in the entire NBA community. How many legends will look down on you? How many fans will attack you? How many players will challenge you? But in the end, he just pats your back and says, Wang, the words are out. Now you have to prove it with your actions. You nod heavily. You know that by the next morning, the entire NBA community will be in an uproar. Celtics legend Paul Pierce directly tweets, this Chinese guy is full of crap. Bullshit. Bulls legend Scottie Pippen tweets, even God never said something like that. He's too arrogant. He's a piece of dog shit. Suns legend Charles Barkley tweets, him? Conquer the NBA? If he can score 30 points in a game, I'll kiss a donkey's ass again. Prominent North American reporter Stephen A. Smith, the American version of Wang Yi, says on his show, this kid clearly hasn't figured out what the NBA is. Of course, we don't need to blame him too much. Who would argue with a 3-year-old who can't control his mouth? But the fans are not so polite. They're all cursing online. At the same time, your words also spread across the ocean. Several 10-cent NBA commentators post on Weibo, Wang, he really shouldn't have said that. Having such ambition is good, but you shouldn't say it out loud, especially after only playing 3 good games in 2 years. Saying that will put enormous pressure from public opinion all on his shoulders. It's too harmful for his development. Wang Yi is still too young. He's likely to pay the price for his youth. Your fans also think you shouldn't have said that. I watched Wang Yi's press conference. He did well earlier. He slapped the female reporter's face. That was indeed worthy of praise. But what he said later was way too arrogant. Is that really okay? I don't like arrogant people. Unfollow. Our culture values restraint. It values being slow in speech and quick in action. Do more, talk less. Wang Yi completely goes against our ancestors' teachings. The haters, seeing the situation favorable to them, also jump out one after another. Damn, he said something even God wouldn't dare say. I'll just watch how he survives saying that. In the NBA, I predict that in every upcoming game, he'll be targeted. It's going to be a good show. At this moment, it feels like the whole world is against you. You lie on the bed in the garage, scrolling through these comments, taunts, and insults. You just chuckle. 2 years of drifting through the NBA have tempered your mental endurance to be extremely strong. You don't care about this little bit of comments, taunts, and insults at all. Saying that at the time was indeed a bit impulsive. With so many reporters there, half of them, because you were Chinese, harbored ill intentions toward you. In the heat of the moment, you hit back with words. There's nothing wrong with that. Besides, this isn't arrogance. You feel that now you are completely qualified to say that. You are tougher than 99.9% of NBA players. You've studied almost every player's technical characteristics, habits, and temperament. More importantly, you have a system that came from nowhere. Any NBA player with fighting spirit in their heart will more or less have the idea of conquering the NBA. Didn't Kobe? Didn't LeBron? Didn't young Chris Paul? They all did, but they only thought it in their minds. Didn't say it out loud. They knew that after saying it, there would be consequences. But you just said what no one dared to say. After looking at your phone for a few minutes, you lock the screen. You head to the training facility to practice. You're already familiar with the security guard at the entrance. He looks at you with confusion. Wang, the next game is away. We're flying to Washington at noon. So the team isn't practicing this morning. Why aren't you resting at home? Why did you come here? You reply, can't sleep, so I came early. I can rest on the plane anyway. The security guard nods, opens the gate for you. Then he says, Wang, what you said last night will bring you big trouble. Are you ready? You make an okay sign and say, just wait and see. Then you go to train. At the same time, the system's voice sounds in your ear again. Training mission released. Complete 1,000 block training repetitions. Task reward. Block chance increased to 51%. You don't hesitate at all. After a quick warm-up, you immediately start training. Meanwhile, across the ocean, you've been trashed on the trending list. 5th on the trending list. Wang Yi's arrogant words disgrace our country. Click on that trending topic. Half of the comments are pessimistic, and the other half are all insults. He's thrown away our ancestors' virtue of humility completely. I said earlier that going to the NBA just brings shame on us. What an idiot. Yushua Sports also updated a video today. In the video, Su Jingyu took a sip of water and said, Wang Yi's still running his mouth. He's been in the NBA for 2 years, hasn't accomplished anything, and now after just 3 good games, he's getting cocky? Doesn't he think about how he's been getting by these 2 years? Can't even crack the regular rotation, and still blabbering. Conquer the NBA? If he really could conquer it, then first conquer that freak in the next game. First conquer Botsuanle. If you don't have the skills, don't run your mouth. It's irresponsible to you, and irresponsible to all Chinese fans. U.S. time morning, 8:48, in the training gym, you finish your last block practice, 12 o'clock noon. After lunch, the players start boarding for Washington. On the plane, a few players barely speak to you. They already had prejudice against you because you're Asian, and now, with your remarks, they're even more biased against you. You don't really care. Over these 2 years, haven't you faced enough cold shoulders? That being the case, if you want to conquer the entire NBA, start by earning the respect of these teammates. You clench your fist quietly. During the flight, LeBron is listening to music. Some teammates are on the phone. Some are reading. You, on the other hand, are on your laptop, studying the Wizards' recent game footage. Fans only see what players do on the court, but actually to become a good player, you have to do much more than what fans see. Even though you know every player's strengths, before the game, you still watch the opponent's tape to see if any opponent has developed new moves, or if the opposing team has new plays. 6:30 p.m. The team arrives at a hotel near the Washington Arena. Lodging. After nearly 6 hours on the plane, and another half hour by bus, the players are exhausted, so the coach doesn't schedule practice. Players have free time. The Wizards' home court is called the Verizon Center. This arena is right in the Chinatown business district. Since coming to the NBA, you've been training nonstop, hardly ever visiting Chinatown. This time you have a chance to look around. Most importantly, in Chinatown, you can hear your native language. Far from home, you hear English every day. But now entering Chinatown, hearing some Mandarin, you instantly feel at ease. In Chinatown, a few Chinese-American fans recognize you. They come over to take photos with you. Apparently, they aren't as hostile toward you as fans back home, probably because they're also striving in a foreign land and cherish the bond between countrymen more. The next afternoon, 2 hours before tip-off, both teams hold the pre-game press conference. At the press conference, a reporter asks Russell Westbrook a question. That Asian guy from the Lakers said he's here to conquer the NBA. What do you think about that? Westbrook rubs his head and says, he said what I wanted to say, but never dared to. I'll be watching closely. All the reporters are taken aback. They didn't expect Westbrook's attitude to be seemingly supportive of that Asian guy. The reporter's thoughts race, and he ends up thinking of Botsuanle. His eyes light up. He asks a second question. Mr. Ba, what do you think of that Asian guy's remarks? And says, arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of the NBA veterans. I'll make him learn how to respect his elders and how to respect the fans. These remarks on one hand put you down, and on the other hand, put him on a moral high ground. Admittedly, his way with words is impressive. The reporter then digs further. When you say teach him a lesson, do you mean you'll destroy him on the court? Westbrook glances at Botsuanle, a hint that this is a trap. Botsuanle knows it's a trap too, but he doesn't care. He lifts his head and looks at all the reporters. Yes, I will destroy him, and destroy him on both ends of the floor. Make him remember. Make him respect his elders. When he says this, the reporters immediately get excited. Mr. Ba, can you elaborate on how you will destroy him on both ends? Mr. Ba, his words have caused public outrage. If you can teach him a lesson, we'll all be grateful. Mr. Ba, we look forward to you teaching him a lesson. In the visitors' locker room, the Lakers players and coaches watch this, and they all instinctively turn to look at, but see you still clutching your tablet, studying the Wizards game tape. It seems you haven't heard any of it. Actually, of course you heard, but you just don't show it. However, inside you've made up your mind. Tonight we'll see who destroys who. To protect you, the coach didn't have you attend a pre-game press conference. Soon it's time for warm-ups before the game. LeBron, as he walks through the tunnel, says to you, "Bro, you ready?" You nod firmly. In the tunnel, you look at this massive arena that can hold over 22,000 fans and quietly say to yourself, "Conquer the NBA, start from this arena." As you warm up, you glance at the stands and see a few fans holding up signs, handwritten, "Wang Yi, go for it. Support Big E." These fans are Chinese American. It warms your heart a little, but these fans are very few. Most of the fans are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself tonight. Soon warm-ups end. The game begins. You still don't start. On the Wizards side, Sunlei is now a starter. As he walks past you on the court, his eyes are full of provocation. Your eyes also show fighting spirit. 5 minutes into the game, the Lakers keep scoring inside, while the Wizards are cold from three-point range. But Sunlei is hot, hitting 2 mid-range shots and 1 dunk. With just over 2 minutes left in the first quarter, the score is 27-26. Lakers up by 1. Then Coach Vogel subs out LeBron and says to you, "Wang, get in." You glance at the score, somewhat relieved. This is the first time when you step onto the court. Line incomplete. The Lakers lead the opponent. As usual, the moment you step onto the court floor, the system prompt sounds, "Arena check-in successful. Obtain an unstoppable mid-range shot experience card." As the saying goes, use the best steel for the blade. You plan to wait until the Lakers are struggling to score before using this experience card. That way, it will definitely work wonders. At this moment, LeBron James goes off the court for the Lakers, and the Wizards' star Beal also goes to rest. Westbrook and Butler are still on the floor. When you pass by Sunlei, he says something in Japanese. You naturally don't understand what he said. You reply in Chinese, "Can you speak human language?" Sunlei naturally doesn't understand you either. He stares into your eyes and says fiercely in English, "Are you ready to be battered by the storm?" You just shake your head slightly and let out a light laugh. This kid must have watched too much anime, huh? Now the Lakers have possession. Caruso dribbles past half court. You keep coming off screens. Find an opportunity to receive the ball at the three-point line without any hesitation. Take a three-point shot. Clank. That was your first shot, right? Coming back on defense. Sunlei catches a pass from Westbrook and dunks it. After landing, he roars to the sky. The veins on his neck are bulging out. Second possession. You again create space off a screen and take another three-pointer. Clank. Another three-point miss. You shake your hand. Looks like you're ice cold today. Even though you have a 45% three-point percentage, there are still times when you're off, just like Curry. He shoots over 40% from 3. Many nights, he could be unstoppable, but sometimes he'll go 2-4-10, or 3-4-10 from 3, and it's reversed by fate. You studied shooters like Curry long ago. You know that when you're cold. For a shooter, the most important thing is to keep shooting with confidence, even if you miss the first 100, as long as you have a chance. The 101st must be taken just as decisively. If a shooter hesitates, then he's already lost. Coming back, the Wizards are on offense. Sunlei posts you up. With his height advantage, he easily scores with a hook shot. Turning around, Sunlei raises both arms at you, flexing his muscles. The arena DJ drags out his call. 2 points. From Sunlei. You see this and sneer inwardly. You're cold from the field, and he's being this cocky. Normally, you might think of other ways to avoid going straight at him. But against Tawale, you will never back down. You have to go right at him. The first quarter ends. Since you're ice cold, going 0-for-3, and after LeBron went out, the team lacks an offensive organizer, so the Lakers' offense is struggling. On the other hand, the Wizards' Butler is playing very well. 4-for-4, scoring 8 points in the first quarter. The Lakers are already down by 5 points. On the Penguin NBA live chat, it's all insults. Trash Lakers. Trash Wang Yi. It's one thing to get schooled by someone else, but getting owned by a little Jap is embarrassing as hell. Wang Yi, get the hell out. Commentator Duan Ran says, Wang Yi's shot isn't falling today. Let's see if he can find another way to help the team. Coach Zhu, your specialty used to be threes. What do you think, Wang, you should do to break this deadlock? Zhu Fengyu beside him says, as a shooter, everyone has off nights. The key is to stay focused and not force shots. But at the same time, if there's a good opportunity, you can't hesitate. When it's time to shoot, shoot decisively. When your threes aren't falling, you can also try to help the team through defense, passing, rebounding, and other ways. During the quarter break, Lakers head coach Vogel looks at you and asks, how are you doing? I'm fine, coach. Vogel sees the confidence in your eyes when you answer and feels a little relieved. What he worries about most is you losing confidence after a few missed threes. Now it seems his worry was unnecessary. He says to you, you'll start the second quarter. Just keep playing your normal game. When you have a three-point opportunity, take it decisively and step up your defense. This kind of arrangement clearly shows he's approved of you being in the rotation. For a player who hasn't had playing time in years, you would surely be thrilled to agree, but you unexpectedly shake your head. Coach, please let me match up with Ba Sunlei the whole time I'm on the court. Vogel glances at Ba Sunlei on the far end and tries to persuade you. Wang, what he said in the press conference was indeed over the line, but we should prioritize the bigger picture in this game. Besides, he's a power forward, and you're a guard. Even if you're both on the court, you won't be matched up. But you say solemnly, Coach, trust me. You'll be rewarded. If I can't dominate him, you can pull me out anytime. Vogel ponders for a moment. Reba Tsunlei's role on the Wizards now is becoming more and more important. If he gets going, then they'll have to tighten up on his defense, which will make it easier for Westbrook and Beal to drive. So the priority now is to shut him down first. Since you're so determined, maybe you do have some way. Vogel has always been an open-minded coach. During the championship season in 2020, Rondo often held the playbook and drew up plays for the players. So this time, he chooses to let you try it out first. Then, in the second quarter, before Ba Sunlei enters the game, you stay on the bench as well. When the second quarter reaches the 4-minute mark, Ba Sunlei checks in. You also step back onto the court. The Lakers are still trailing. You find an open spot off a screen, and again take a three-pointer decisively. Swish, your first made 3 of the game. Ba Sunlei sees this, and his eyes darken slightly. Vogel, watching, clenches his fist secretly. In the Lakers' current game, the three-point shot must fall. LeBron is no longer the young man who could fly and tear the rim off, who could do everything. He can't carry the load like before in tough moments, with a bomb in hand, charging inside every single play. So the Lakers' three-point shooting is the team's barometer. Once it's falling, things get easier. Wang also pounds his chest. Now that the 3 is going in, it's fine. You had been thinking, if your 3 still wasn't falling, you would have used that unstoppable mid-range experience card. Coming back on defense. The Wizards are on offense. You don't guard their guard. Instead, you chase after Ba Sunlei. The Wizards' backup point guard sees this. After Ba Sunlei gets into position, he passes the ball directly to him. Ba Sunlei skitsas hot centimeter. You are 192 centimeters tall, a full 14 centimeters difference. Right now, it's a classic big-on-small opportunity. Duan Ran, the NBA commentator for Penguin, was puzzled. What's this supposed to mean? Wang Yi actually volunteered to guard Rui Hachimura. Zhu Fengyu said about this. Wang Yi's mindset is actually understandable. I was the same when I played. You get fired up facing players from that country, but you also have to read the situation. Can't just blindly rush in. Rui Hachimura has solid fundamentals. His back-to-the-basket game is good too. Picking a fight with him is probably not a wise choice. The 20,000 fans at the Verizon Center, seeing you matched up against Rui Hachimura, immediately started chanting, "Destroy him! Destroy him!" The local commentator also said, "This guy is way too arrogant. He actually says he came to conquer the NBA. Rui Hachimura has to teach him a lesson." The other commentator nodded repeatedly. Arrogant talker usually doesn't end well. Rui Hachimura must destroy him. Let him know what the NBA is. Make him realize how insignificant he is now. How small. Rui Hachimura thought the same, seeing you guarding him. A hint of a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. He said, "Kid, Class is in session. You'd better pay attention. With that, without any hesitation. Or fake moves, facing you, who is 14 centimeters shorter. He just rose up for a mid-range jumper. You had studied Rue Hakamura many times before, and you were very familiar with his habits. Before Rue Hakamura rises for a jump shot, he always habitually glances at the rim. The move is extremely subtle. He doesn't even move his head. Just his eyes shift slightly. So almost no one has noticed this trait. But you, by reviewing the footage over and over, going through player profiles repeatedly, you even watched Rue Hakamura's old tapes from his JA days and training footage several times. And that's how you found this unconscious habitual motion of Rue Hakamura's. Not even Rue Hakamura himself knew. He had such a habit. Right before Rue Hakamura rose up, you keenly caught that motion, immediately jumped, extended your left hand to block. At that moment, Rue Hakamura had just raised the ball, preparing to jump. A crisp smack sound. You swatted him and the ball out of the air, and your move was very clean. No physical contact at all. Rue Hakamura crashed heavily to the floor. The Wizards' backup point guard saw this and quickly tried to grab the ball. You dove, scooping the ball into your chest. Then you whipped the ball forward down the court. Harrell sprinted down the floor. After tracking down the ball, he picked it up and threw down a two-handed power dunk. The fans in the crowd were all stunned. Their gaze shifted from Harrell quickly to Hakamura and you. This arrogant Easterner actually managed to block Hakamura, who was more than 10 centimeters taller. It was almost unbelievable. The two local commentators were also incredulous. What's going on with Hakamura? Maybe it was just a fluke. We believe in Hakamura's ability. This is definitely a fluke. Well, one fluke doesn't mean anything. Next, Hakamura will definitely destroy this Easterner. By now, the deficit had been erased. Rue Hakamura got up from the floor, looking a bit dazed. How could that guy block me? Impossible. Back on the other end, the Wizards attacked again. You were still the primary defender on Hakamura. This time, facing you, he didn't just rise up immediately. Instead, he caught the ball and turned his back to you, posting you up. Then he used his body to overpower you. Of course, you couldn't hold your ground against Hakamura. Too much of a weight difference. Hakamura backed you down once. You gave ground a little. 3 consecutive bumps, and he was already near the basket. Normally at that point, it was Hakamura's preferred scoring spot. He could easily turn and shoot. But facing this Chinese guy, he didn't just want to score. He wanted to throw down a vicious dunk. So he backed into you again. But this time, when he pushed off, there was nothing there to brace against. He suddenly felt emptiness behind him. His balance instantly wavered. His feet tangled, and he sat down hard on the floor. The ball slipped out of his hands, rolling away. Turns out, knowing you couldn't match Hakamura physically, you pulled the chair out from under him this time. The Lakers converted the fast break again. The fans in the stands stared at you in amazement. The local commentators were also a bit subdued. Hakamura seems to be struggling a little. Is he nursing an injury? Back on defense. The Wizards came again. The Wizards' point guard, seeing Hakamura fail twice in a row, didn't plan to pass it to him this time. But Hakamura had you sealed on his back, demanding the ball aggressively. The Wizards' backup point guard had no choice and passed it to Hakamura again. This time, the fans weren't shouting destroy him anymore, but watching Hakamura intently. After Hakamura got the ball, he didn't dribble any further inside. Instead, he dribbled once with his back to you, then executed a reverse pivot about to shoot. But you reacted incredibly fast. When he was already more than halfway through the turn, just as he was about to square up, you suddenly slid to his side, reached in, and chopped hard at the ball. Smack! The ball was knocked straight down, bouncing off Hakamura's foot and rolling quickly out of bounds. The referee signaled Lakers ball on the sideline. The crowd in the arena erupted in gasps of amazement. My God, this guy's defense. He stopped Hakamura 3 straight possessions. The local commentators were also lost for words. This Easterner seems stronger than we thought, especially his defense. Hope Hakamura doesn't get discouraged. Don't let those 3 plays get to him. Against this Easterner, he can use his height to shoot over the top, not giving the Easterner a chance to touch the ball. On the next possession, the Wizards didn't feed the ball to Hakamura, but went to Bradley Beal instead. Beal clanked a 3-pointer. Hakamura grabbed the rebound and tried to dunk. The crowd roared. But before he could even jump, you suddenly flew in from across from him, your fingertips grazing the ball. His dunk attempt clanked off the rim, but Hakimura leaped high again, grabbing the offensive rebound, then rose again for putback. You anticipated and jumped early again, your fingertips getting a piece of the ball, altering its trajectory. The ball popped up again. Hakimura grabbed another rebound, and after pump-faking 2 Lakers help defenders, he prepared to shoot again. But just as he raised the ball before releasing it, there was a loud smack, a sound that pierced the entire arena. The ball was swatted far out of bounds. Hakimura, stunned, turned around to see you staring at him, a look of mockery in your eyes, as if to say, "Come on, destroy me." You had stopped Hakimura 5 times in 2 minutes, blocked him 4 times, and on that last possession, you swatted him 3 consecutive times. He drove to the basket on 4 of 5 possessions. And this last time, you blocked him 3 times in a row. Every time Ba Tsunle got the ball, the crowd in the arena cheered with all their might. But when you blocked Ba Tsunle, they all gasped, "No. No, no." The commentators on site all start exclaiming in surprise. "Oh my God, how'd he do that?" He actually blocked it 3 times in a row. Blocked a player half a head taller than him. Absolutely incredible. Hope Hakimura can pull himself together. Don't let these 3 blocks affect his fighting spirit. The 2 commentators have unknowingly changed their tune. At first, they were convinced that Hakimura would definitely dominate. Then they said Hakimura wasn't playing well today. And now, they just hope he doesn't let your repeated blocks affect his game. In the 10-cent NBA livestream, the barrage was full of slow before. But after those 3 consecutive blocks, a third of the viewers have changed their tune. Block Butler 3 times in a row. Tough and badass. He is a man of few words, but tough as nails. With just these 3 blocks. With just the player he dominated. Respect, respect. Bro, just for locking down this guy. I forgive your earlier arrogance. Of course, there's still many who dislike you. Haters gonna hate. But even those haters who hate everything have softened their tone a little. These few plays were. Just as long as he's not so arrogant. Play more, talk less. If he keeps playing like this, he has a future. The home crowd, because of your 3 blocks, the atmosphere is a bit gloomy. On the contrary, the Chinese-American fans who came in earlier are now all getting excited. Goei, he always supporting you. Their excitement stands in stark contrast to the surrounding Wizards fans. Hakimura looks at your face, beaming with confidence, and mutters viciously in his heart, "Ada, I'm going to destroy you." At this moment, due to a dead ball, the Lakers have subbed LeBron James back in. Vogel watches LeBron and you on the court, his eyes full of anticipation. You and LeBron together. This combination might have some potential. Now nearing the end of the second quarter, Westbrook also checks in. After Westbrook inbounds the ball, he doesn't pass it to Hakimura again. Although Hakimura needs encouragement right now. But after failing to score 5 times in a row and getting blocked 4 times, the coach not subbing you out is already giving you enough face. How could he let you be the primary scorer again? When Westbrook drives hard and gets to the paint, seeing the paint heavily guarded, he quickly kicks the ball to Beal in the left corner. Beal passes again. After several passes, the ball arrives once again in Butler's hands. Hakimura is near the free throw line, facing you, who is a dozen centimeters shorter. He could have gone for an isolation move, but after your 4 blocks earlier, he's already got a mental shadow, so he didn't dare to attack directly. Instead, he chose to trust his solid footwork and back to the basket skills. After 2 post moves with his back to you, he finally turns and shoots a jumper. This time, you ultimately fail to block Hakimura. Hakimura watches the ball fly past your fingertips, headed toward the rim. He breathes a sigh of relief in his heart, but just then, a crisp slap sound. The basketball is once again slammed away. At the same time, a burly figure flies in from Hakimura's side. It's LeBron. At the moment Hakimura released the shot, rotated over for help defense. You come over and high-five LeBron. The 2 of you share a knowing smile. At this moment, Hakimura is utterly devastated. I only take a dozen shots a game, and you've blocked 5 in a row. Damn, do you have to be so ruthless? This is too bullying. Westbrook pats Hakimura on the shoulder, a gesture of comfort. Then he goes to inbound the ball. This time, after several ball rotations, the ball reaches an open Hakimura. Hakimura doesn't shoot immediately. Because of those previous shots, he's developed a serious mental shadow. He always feels that as soon as he shoots, a figure will surely fly over from the side and violently swat the ball away. So he subconsciously looks to the side. That one moment of hesitation, and you're already in front of him. The commentator nearby says, "Good. Hakimura once again faces Lakers #1. Now is a good time to regain his confidence. Take him, Hakimura. Destroy him, go." Hakimura seems to hear the commentator's words. He stares fiercely at you and roars inside, "Blast." Then he fakes a shot and fakes you out. Now he is only 1 meter from the rim, ready to dunk at any moment. But he still subconsciously looks back and sees that you've indeed been faked out. Only then does he plan to dunk. But that one look back. Harold is already under the basket, raising his hands high, blocking the way between him and the rim. Hakimura freezes. He has to raise the ball and fake 2 more times, faking out Harold. But you have already closed out on him. As soon as Hakimura sees you, he feels uneasy. Finally, from 1 meter away from the rim, facing you, who is more than half a head shorter, he makes a choice that baffles everyone. He actually passes the ball out. Westbrook on the perimeter sees the clock winding down and can only take a step-back three-pointer. Bang! The three-point shot clangs out. The Lakers seize the opportunity and quickly push the fast break. This time you seize the chance, sprint down, and get the ball, and lay it in with your left hand, adding another 2 points. The atmosphere among the home fans becomes even more gloomy. The 2 commentators on site are both a bit dumbfounded. What's wrong with Hakimura? This Hakimura isn't in the right state. Facing an open basket, he doesn't dare shoot. He could dunk, but doesn't. What's wrong with him? Inside the Tencent NBA livestream room, Duan Ran watches in surprise. What's wrong with Hakimura? He doesn't even dare to shoot on offense. Clearly he can dunk, but doesn't. Zhu Fangyu, can you explain this? Zhu Fangyu, after all, a former professional player, basically doesn't need to think, and smiles as he answers, hesitation, playing with hesitation. Why the hesitation? The reason is simple. His confidence has been destroyed. In his previous 5 shots, Wang Yi blocked 4 of them. LeBron blocked 1. He's probably developed a mental shadow. Every time he shoots, he always feels someone will fly over and block him. It's like the saying, once bitten by a snake. For 10 years, you fear a rope. So for a professional player, confidence is extremely important. Building confidence is difficult. It takes years of training and consistent on-court performance to accumulate. But confidence can be shattered in an instant. Zhu Fangyu pauses for a moment, then continues about shattered confidence. The most classic example is the mailman not working on weekends. The mailman doesn't work on weekends. Back in the first game of the Jazz Bulls finals, it happened to be a Sunday. Karl Malone, known as the mailman, was scoring repeatedly in the final moments. With 7.5 seconds left, the game was tied at 82, and Malone was shooting 2 free throws. If he made them, it could have sealed the game. But as he was about to shoot, his opponent Pippen whispered in his ear, "The mailman doesn't work on weekends." Those words rattled Malone. He missed both free throws. In the end, Jordan hit the game winner, and thus they lost the championship. It was because of that game. His confidence was shattered. From then on, every time in clutch moments, his free throws were off. Because every time he shot free throws in crunch time, Pippen's words always echoed in his mind. The mailman doesn't work on weekends. And now Ba Tsunlei is showing that same trend. In the next 2 minutes until the end of the first half, Ba Tsunlei didn't score another point. Actually, there were 2 opportunities in between, but each time he looked very hesitant. In an NBA game, opportunities come and go in a flash. His hesitation cost him the shot. In the end, he could only pass the ball out. Because he was playing hesitantly, it affected the flow of the offense. The Wizards' offense was as clogged as constipation. Finally, at the end of the first half, the Lakers led by 11 points. You didn't have great touch in the first half, going 2-4-5 for only 5 points. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room was pretty relaxed. LeBron patted your butt and said, "Wang, good work. Keep it up in the second half." Caruso said while dragging his sneakers. That Ba Tsunlei was really cocky in the pre-game press conference. "Wang, is this your response to him?" The other players also nodded to congratulate you. You rewrap the tape around your ankle and say, as if joking, "This is just the beginning." It sounded like a joke, but only you know. That's exactly how you feel, beating the opponent until they lose confidence. That's not nearly enough. You want to make the opponent despair. Make them never dare to be arrogant in front of you again. Make them take a detour whenever they see you in the future. You remember, a famous quote from a certain fat guy who can't play ball. Just don't let them live. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, the atmosphere was heavy. Ba Sunlei was especially down, head low, sitting in silence without a word. Beal kept clapping his hands to pump up the team. They're not scary. LeBron is no longer the king. He's old. Besides him, the Lakers don't have any standout players. We just need to stop LeBron, force him to pass the ball, and we've already won half the battle. Westbrook then reminded them, that number one is playing well too. You need to watch out for him. Beal shook his head. He's only had 3 good games. His threes aren't that sharp tonight. I noticed. He only scored 5 points in the first half. Even if he gets another 10 in the second half, as long as the other guys don't get going, we can still beat the Lakers easily. Westbrook wanted to say more, but in the end he didn't speak. Instead, he turned and grabbed Butler by the shoulder, saying, show your fire in the second half. Play with the same energy you had when you scored 30. Remember, he's just a pathetic 10-day contract player, and you're a star who's dropped 30. He's nothing but a miserable worm in front of you. Got it? Bakunli notet instinquito. His eyes, which had been dim all along, seemed to brighten a little. Back in the third quarter, the Wizards' first possession still went to Ba Sunlei. This time, Ba Sunlei used a screen and finally got to an open spot. He didn't hesitate. He raised the ball high, already jumping, ready to release. But just then, you suddenly went around the Wizards player, setting the screen for Ba Sunlei, and lunged at Ba Sunlei. Ba Sunlei's heart skipped a beat. A shadow of panic swept over him. In his panic, he didn't dare to shoot. He turned to look for an outside player, but in his field of vision, not a single perimeter player was open. In that moment of hesitation, he was already coming back down. As he descended, you swung your left arm in a full arc, and with a sharp crack, a huge block came right down on him. Oh my God! The crowd in the arena shouted in unison. The arena announcer also gasped. No, no, no. My God. He's blocked BAS again. As the Wizards' home announcer, I hate his blocks, but from an objective standpoint, I have to say his blocking ability is incredible. According to official stats, he's only 1.92 meters tall, but to possess such outstanding blocking instincts, that's truly rare. It reminds me of Vic. I pulled up his stats from the last game. My God, he had 10 blocks in his last game. Unbelievable. On the court, that glimmer in Ba Sunlei's eyes went dark again. Seeing this, Wizards coach Brooks furrowed his brow tightly. It's only the first possession, and the little courage Ba Sunlei just mustered has been crushed again. This can't go on. Losing this game is one thing, but I can't let these players lose their confidence. Before he loses it completely, I need to get him to rebuild his confidence in this game. With that thought, he subbed out Ba Sunlei during a dead ball. Ba Sunlei sat back down on the bench, still with his head down, eyes blank. Coach Brooks took a bottle of water and handed it to him. Ba Sunlei took the water woodenly, drinking with a blank expression. Coach Brooks said, Ba Cun, have you forgotten what you said before the game? You said you would destroy him. Teach him a lesson for the older guys. Give him a real schooling. Have you forgotten all that? Ba Sunlei's eyes flickered slightly. Coach Brooks continued, think about it. You've already said it. If you can't deliver, and he destroys you instead, how embarrassing will that be? Your country, your family and friends. What will they think of you? Ba Sunlei's eyes began to waver. His right hand, gripping the water bottle, tightened. The plastic bottle in his hand made a cracking sound. Coach Brooks knew his words had hit home. By now, Ba Sunlei was fired up, but he didn't put him back in right away. He knew clearly that Ba Sunlei had anger in his heart now. But anger alone isn't enough. In Ba Sunlei's current state, if all he has is anger, he'll only make more mistakes. So he had to let him calm down first. Coach Brooks, Hendi Ba Sunlei Otaul, and soften his voice. I won't put you back in the third quarter. First, do some reflection. I'll give you one last chance in the fourth quarter. If you seize it, you'll grow. If you don't, I won't use you again. I won't give you even a minute of playing time. Do you understand? Bakunli notet heavily. I understand. Coach, Brooks, of course, wouldn't really keep Ba Tsunlei on the bench forever. Ba Tsunlei has made considerable progress this season, going from 13 points per game last season to 17 this season. No matter how foolish a coach is, he wouldn't permanently bench a scoring threat like that. He said that to put pressure and motivation on Ba Tsunlei, to help him bounce back as soon as possible. For the rest of the third quarter, Ba Tsunlei indeed did not step onto the court. The Wizards lost a consistent third scoring option, but far from widening the gap, the Wizards quickly erased the deficit because Westbrook exploded without warning. Within just 5 minutes, he scored 15 straight points, driving inside and shooting outside. The DJ's high-pitched shout rang out again and again. Three-pointer from Russell Westbrook. 2 points from Russell Westbrook. Dunk for 2 from Russell Westbrook. Westbrook's performance instantly ignited the crowd. The more than 22,000 fans in the arena screamed wildly again. Brody, Brody. Brody is one of Westbrook's nicknames in the U.S. Also his favorite nickname. Westbrook wasn't just scoring himself. He also dished out 4 assists, so that at the end of the third quarter, the Wizards successfully took the lead 93-85. On the barrage comments of Penguin NBA's live stream, praise for Westbrook was flooding the screen. Westbrook is a beast. Westbrook is insane. 666. My baby Westbrook is about to go off. During the break between quarters, the Lakers players were all a bit down. Although they play 82 games almost every year, they've been through so many comebacks and blowouts. From leading by 10 to trailing by 8, their emotions don't change much. But still being down by 8 points, everyone inevitably fell a bit silent. In those crazy 5 minutes of Westbrook, you only played the last 2 minutes. You witnessed firsthand an eruption from a player like Westbrook. Some players are unstoppable when they catch fire. At this moment, head coach Vogel was also instructing the Lakers players. Can't let Westbrook keep going crazy like this. Double team him. Absolutely double team him. Force him to pass the ball. Got it? The players all nodded. LeBron naturally agreed. LeBron's one-on-one defense is strong. But after all, he's older, and he also needs to organize the team. The team needs to preserve his energy, so they can't have him guard Westbrook one-on-one too early. However, even though the coach arranged this, he felt uneasy inside. If they double-team Westbrook, and Westbrook passes the ball out, the other Lakers players will face a numbers disadvantage. If he passes to others, it's okay. But if he passes to the talented Beal, then Beal might catch fire too. If someone could guard Westbrook one-on-one, that would be good. But now that Westbrook has transformed into a beast, who can guard him one-on-one? Caruso can't. Pope can't either. As he was thinking, Coach Vogel's eyes fell on you. He remembered your terrifying lateral quickness and the image of you locking down Schroeder. Westbrook and Schroeder are both players with explosive driving speed. At that moment, your eyes met the head coach's. Your eyes were full of excitement and passion. Coach Vogel's heart stirred. You were anticipating. You were looking forward to facing Westbrook. Many players get excited when facing stronger opponents, but as excited as you. So eager for battle. He had never seen before. That desire for battle was already spilling from your eyes. Wang, fourth quarter. You guard Westbrook. Coach Vogel gave the order. You immediately felt your whole body filled with pre-battle excitement. In fact, Coach Vogel was right. Since childhood, you loved all kinds of competitions. And what you loved most was challenging those stronger than you. This made you extremely excited. It was as if you were born for battle. It could be said, your competitiveness is no less than Jordan, Kobe, and Paul. Start of the fourth quarter. Normally at this time, LeBron should be resting. But today, down by 8, Coach Vogel had to keep LeBron on the floor. On the Wizards side, Westbrook was still on the court. Beal temporarily sat out to rest. Wizards possession. Westbrook dribbled past half court. You actively stepped in front of Westbrook. Spread your legs apart. Arms extended. The on-site commentator saw and said with a sneer, "What is he doing?" Lakers number 1 wants to guard Westbrook one-on-one. Is Vogel senile? At this time, he actually sent an Easterner with average physical attributes to guard Westbrook? Doesn't he know how explosive Westbrook's physique is? Even after Westbrook's major injuries, his physique is not what it used to be, but it's still far beyond what this Easterner can match. Vogel will pay the price. The Lakers will pay the price. As for this Easterner, he might pay with his life. Haha. Both commentators burst into laughter. As they spoke, Westbrook started to drive. He had watched the tape of you locking down Cook last game, and specifically studied your defense. So he wasn't like others, who didn't care about your defense. He dribbled slowly, eyes locked on you. At a certain moment, he suddenly crossed his legs front and back. The signature scissors step. After crossing, he pushed off hard with his right foot. His whole body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, bursting forward violently. Only with Westbrook's explosive power can a scissors step be executed so sharply. Facing such a sharp drive, if you only rely on that increased 20% lateral speed, it's no longer enough. You also need anticipation. But you had also studied Westbrook, and since Westbrook was one of your many imaginary opponents, you had studied him dozens or hundreds of times. The moment Westbrook initiated the scissors step, based on Westbrook's habit of glancing right at you, you had anticipated he would go right past you. So almost simultaneously with Westbrook's start, you had already slid to the right. Westbrook's scissors step drive is indeed sharp, but it has a flaw. If something unexpected happens mid-move, he can't adjust in time. So seeing that you had already blocked his driving path, he couldn't stop and crashed straight into you. A dull thud. You were sent flying backward from the collision. Westbrook also fell to the ground. The referee's whistle blew urgently at that moment. Judging by the scene, Westbrook started quickly, and you also started at the same time. You and Westbrook fell at the same time, but the referee then gestured with both hands toward his waist. Lakers number 1, blocking foul. You frowned slightly. You and Westbrook started at the same time. Although you, with the 20% lateral speed boost, were probably just a tiny bit earlier than Westbrook in reaching the defensive position. But in the blink of an eye, it's hard for the referee to see clearly, even if they challenge and review the footage. For a collision where both arrived almost simultaneously, the rule is to protect the offensive player. Looks like you need to think of another strategy. LeBron and Caruso came over to pull you up. LeBron leaned close to you, said, "If you can't stop his drive, no need to foul. Let him come in. I'll help defend." You understood when you heard that. Back when Westbrook was with the Rockets, they met the Lakers in the playoffs. In that series, Westbrook got blocked plenty by LeBron. Wizards inbounds. Westbrook drives again with the ball. This time you give Westbrook 2 steps of space. Adopt a strategy of guarding against the drive and giving him the shot. Westbrook's shot has always been inconsistent. Let him take a couple first. See how he shoots. Westbrook sees you giving him space to shoot. He doesn't hesitate. Pulls up directly from beyond the three-point line and shoots. Clang. 3-point miss. On the other end, Lakers offense. James assists Caruso for a 3-pointer. Wizards offense again. Sticking to the strategy of giving up the 3 to protect the paint. Westbrook just missed a shot. This time he doesn't try again. He dribbles straight at you. By now you've dropped back to the free throw line. Westbrook keeps driving into you. You can't give any more ground. When Westbrook is about a shadow's distance away, he explodes with a crossover step again. You keenly catch that before Westbrook starts. He switches to a right-handed dribble, and often before drive. After switching to the right hand, Westbrook's crossover step drive might not be straight to the rim. Instead, he'll step back to the left for a jumper halfway through. Sure enough, halfway through his crossover drive, he suddenly gathers and steps to the left. Then comes the signature zombie jump shot. Westbrook's zombie jump shot has a high release. Under normal circumstances, blocking it is impossible. But because you anticipated his move, you jump a split second before he did. Just as Westbrook raises the ball, you swat it away with a massive block. The commentator immediately shouts, "Oh my God, he blocked Russ. Oh my goodness." The Lakers seize the opportunity on the other end. Fast break. Easy layup for 2. Vogel's eyes light up on the sidelines. He actually stopped that drive. There aren't many in the league who can stop Westbrook's drive, and Wang did it. Coming back. The Wizards are on offense again. This time Westbrook doesn't use the crossover. Instead, he calls Beal over for a pick and roll. 2 players with immense individual ability. Running a pick and roll is incredibly dangerous. In theory, the Lakers' defensive strategy here is switch everything. You should switch on to Beal. But you notice that after Westbrook uses Beal's screen, he doesn't even look at Beal. Through hundreds of hours of film study, you know he won't pass it back to Beal. He plans to attack the rim directly, so you don't switch. Instead, you abandon Beal and chase Westbrook straight to the basket. By now, James has rotated over from the weak side. Westbrook has experienced firsthand how strong James's blocks are, so he fakes a drive from the right, but in midair, he adjusts with a layup fake to avoid James's block, switches the ball to his left hand, a left-handed underhand layup. The ball seems destined for the backboard. Westbrook's heart settles slightly. As long as he avoids LeBron's block, this shot is practically guaranteed. But just then, a figure in purple flies in from his side with a sharp slap. A palm smacks hard against the ball. The ball slams into the backboard and bounces far away. The entire arena, over 20,000 fans, gasps again. Westbrook only sees the big number 1 on the back of that purple jersey. It's that Easterner. A hint of disbelief crosses his face. He knew this Chinese player had strong blocking ability. But this strong? That's insane. How many blocks is at this game? 7? 8? Little does he know. The reason you can block him is that you knew. Against James, he would definitely avoid the block and go left. Beyond that extremely high block probability, there's your day in, day out analysis and study of each player. The Lakers fast break for another 2 points. As Westbrook passes you, he says, "Hey, bro, that was a nice play. But I've got more than that. So you'd better watch out." That's not exactly trash talk from Westbrook. He's always had a fondness for Chinese people and Chinese culture. He's worn Tang suits to press conferences many times. So seeing your performance, this is genuine praise. You nod. Confidently reply, "I've got more too. Bring it on." That's not trash talk either. It's more like banter between friends playing one-on-one. Next, Westbrook drives on you twice more. But the more he drives, the stranger he feels, no matter how he attacks. This Chinese player seems to know his next move, always able to adjust his defense in advance. Like the guy has precognition. This is just ridiculous. This ancient Eastern country is mysterious. Are even their players this mysterious? At this point, the Wizards head coach, seeing Westbrook struggling on drives, uses a dead ball to sub in Hakamura. Before Hakamura steps on the floor, the Wizards head coach puts an arm around him and says, "Remember, this is your last chance." Hakamura nods firmly. Then he looks over at you. The look in his eyes, hard to tell if it's anger or determination. Westbrook is mature now. He's no longer as stubborn as before, refusing to believe it. Since this Chinese guy's defense is so tough, he'll just pass more and get assists. So, on the next possession, he fakes another drive, draws the Lakers' defense halfway into the paint, then kicks the ball out to the left wing to an unguarded Hakamura. Hakamura has less than a second to shoot. This time he doesn't hesitate at all, catches and releases immediately, his eyes full of resolve. Swish. Nothing but net. After landing, he clenches his fist and punches the air fiercely. A roar escapes his throat, as if releasing long-suppressed anger. The dying flame in his chest is reignited. After pumping his fist, he looks back at you. If he wants to rebuild his confidence, he has to beat this Chinese player. Seeing this, you shake your head slightly. Looks like someone's itching for trouble. But for now, your main assignment is Westbrook, so you ignore him. When the right moment comes, you'll crush him completely. Make sure he never shows off in front of you again. He'll take the long way around whenever he sees you. Over the next few possessions, under your tight defense, Westbrook tries a couple of shots. Maybe because the burst of energy has passed, both shots are off, and you've locked up his drives. Even when he does get inside, there's James and Drummond waiting. So Westbrook can only pass the ball out. But Hakamura is starting to shine. 2 mid-range jumpers, 1 dunk, and 2 hook shots in the paint all go in. He's getting it done on offense. On defense, he's full of energy too. Blocks Drummond's putback, hedges on James's drive, and forces a miss. Also defends Caruso into a 24-second violation. This rejuvenates him completely. He's a lively young man again. Every time he makes a good play, he punches the air and roars loudly. The crowd's emotions are brought to a peak by him again and again. On the sidelines, the Wizards head coach breathes a sigh of relief. Hakamura is finally alive. Now, when Hakamura looks at you, the challenge in his eyes is even more obvious, almost arrogant. You glance at the game clock and shake your head inwardly. Not yet. With Hakamura's strong play, the Lakers have fallen behind by 13 points. Luckily, James takes over the game at this point. Hits 2 straight three-pointers, then converts an and one, plus a mid-range jumper. That keeps the Lakers from falling too far behind. When it got down to the final 5 minutes, the Lakers were only trailing by 4 points. The last 5 minutes of a game, with the gap within 5 points, is defined as the clutch period. And right now, this was the clutch moment of the game. The camera cut to LeBron James of the Lakers. All the Lakers players looked toward James. James is 38 years old now. His stamina's fading. Usually, he only takes over the game in the final 5 minutes. But today, because the Lakers were down by a lot, he started going all out early. In those last few minutes, he attacked the rim and hit shots, putting up 11 points and 3 assists. Now he was breathing heavily. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with a towel, took the bottled water the coach handed him, and chugged it down. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Even the coach felt a little sorry for him. A 38-year-old veteran. You really can't make him go all out like this. And even if he went back in, with his current stamina, could he hold up for that last 5 minutes? Even putting that aside, even if he dragged his exhausted body through today, hitting a bunch of clutch shots and winning the game, would it even be worth it? This is just a regular season game. The little fuel left in James's tank should be saved for the playoffs or even the finals. If they wear him down like this in the regular season, it really isn't worth it. Thinking that, Vogel's lips moved slightly. He wanted to tell James, winning the game is great, of course, but if you can't, don't kill yourself trying. But as the head coach, he also had to consider the other players. The other guys have been fighting hard almost the whole game, too. If he said that now, what would the players think? They haven't given up yet, but the coach already has. At this moment, Vogel was caught in a dilemma. Among the players, the veterans all understood what Vogel was thinking, but younger players like Kuzma and Caruso had no idea. In their eyes, there were still 5 minutes left, and the gap was only 4 points. The game was still winnable. Right then, the veterans all looked to the head coach. It all depended on how the head coach weighed things. But everyone knew, no matter what the head coach ultimately decided, it would hurt the Lakers in some way. Choosing to go for the win would drain James's body. Choosing to strategically give up would crush the young player's morale. You're a young player yourself. You can't fully understand how much your body's functions decline once you get older. So, you didn't know what the head coach and veterans were thinking, but you could tell the head coach seemed to have a dilemma. You pondered for a moment, then walked up to head coach Vogel. Coach, you said, if there's any trouble, just give me the ball. The moment you said that, all the Lakers players were stunned. Give me the ball. Those words sound bold, but there are 2 prerequisites. 1, you have to have the skill. 2, you have to have the standing. Back when Kobe was here, only he had the right to say something like that. His skill and his standing. No one dared to question them. Now on the Lakers, even James has never said something like that. James has the standing and the skill. But he's a team player. In clutch moments, he makes what he thinks is the best choice. A shot or a pass. Now you, a player on a 10-day contract, at such a critical moment, actually said something like that. To them, it sounded like an absolute fairy tale. But, considering you'd already said that crazy thing, I'm here to conquer the NBA, you saying that now wasn't surprising anymore. But anyone can talk big. Actually making those big words come true, that's the hard part. Head coach Vogel looked at you. He saw your figure standing straight as an arrow, like a spear piercing the sky, young and confident, full of vigor. Especially in your eyes, they were filled with a hunger for battle. That hunger for battle. Vogel had seen it in a young Jordan. He had seen it in Kobe back in the day. Now he saw it in you again. In that instant, he understood the fighting spirit of this young man. It was no less than Jordan or Kobe. Something stirred in Vogel's heart. He turned to look at James. James was looking back at him. In you, he too seemed to see a trace of his former big brother Kobe. After a moment, James nodded to Vogel. Let him try. Vogel also nodded. Wang, I'll give you 2 possessions to try. Give it a go for 2 trips first. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to James. That way, James essentially got to rest for 2 possessions. For James right now, every second of rest was precious. Seeing the head coach agree, you clench your fists. The blood in your chest was already boiling. In the 10-cent NBA livestream, Duan Ran turned to Zhu Fangyu, general manager Zhu, and asked, It's crunch time now. The Lakers are still down by 4. What do you think the Lakers should do next? Zhu Fangyu thought for a moment, then answered, if the Lakers still want to win, it's simple. Give the ball to James. After all, none of the other Lakers players have the ability to handle tough clutch situations. But at the same time, it puts too much strain on James's body. So, is it still worth doing? Duan Ran nodded in agreement. Exactly. James can't be overused in the regular season. So, is it possible the Lakers give the ball to Wang Yi? He's played really well the last 3 games. Zhu Fangyu heard that and burst out laughing. He kept shaking his head. He obviously thought Duan Ran's remark was absurd. Wang Yi didn't play badly in the last 3 games, sure. The coach even rewarded him by giving him enough playing time tonight. He's been on the court the entire 4th quarter, but he hasn't proven his clutch ability yet, and his seniority is nowhere near enough for the team to trust him with clutch plays. So in these final 5 minutes, if he gets lucky and catches a pass from a teammate, drops in 2 or 3 baskets, that'd already be great. Becoming a clutch performer in big moments is earned through years of outstanding play. It's not like you play 3 good games and the team hands you the ball in crunch time. Back from the timeout. Lakers ball. James dribbled up the court. Now he's not like when he was younger. He doesn't have that overpowering. Teams don't double-team him anymore. But because of James' strong performance just now, 2 players from the West team came up to trap James. James, a seasoned veteran, saw the double coming and got rid of the ball early, passing it to the player at the left 45-degree angle. Since your 3-point shooting wasn't very accurate tonight, Westbrook, who was guarding you, wasn't too alert. You had a split-second 3-point opportunity. In that instant, you didn't hesitate even a bit. You caught and shot. The 3-point training before hadn't just improved your 3-point percentage. It also greatly increased your release speed on 3-pointers. Seize this instant opportunity. Take the shot without hesitation. Westbrook can't get there in time to block it. The shot has a flat arc. Bang! The ball crashes through the hoop like a cannonball. The net flares up like white flame, burning inside the rim. The lead is down to 1 point. Hakamura sees this as he passes you. He says then, let the final battle begin. With that, he sprints to the front court. But just then, from behind him comes your casual reply. You? Just that one word. Hakamura's anger flares up instantly. He turns around and snarls, I'll show you whether I'm worthy. The Wizards come back on offense. Westbrook fakes a drive, then passes to Beal. Beal and Hakamura run a pick and roll. He takes 2 dribbles inside, then kicks it back to Hakamura, who's on fire. Hakamura has just hit several in a row, so he's full of confidence. Even though Drummond is guarding him, he makes a simple pivot, jumps up to shoot. But just then, a purple figure flies in from behind. Smack! Another sharp sound directly blocks his shot. He only sees the big number on the back of that purple jersey. Bastard, Hakamura mutters under his breath. He glares at the number 1, then quickly runs back on defense. Back on the other end, the Lakers fast break. You sprint desperately to the front court. Your starting position is behind Hakamura, but you're a step faster. When you reach the front court, Caruso's pass just bounces back to you. You grab it and go for transition 3. But Hakamura has caught up behind you. He yells and leaps, reaching out to block you. You expected Hakamura to go for the block. You pull the ball back. After Hakamura flies past from the side, you calmly shoot the 3. The arc is still flat. Bang! The ball still crashes through the net like a cannonball. The Lakers take a 2-point lead. You clench your left fist tight. The 3-point feel is back. The Wizards' head coach is cautious. He quickly calls a timeout. He calls the players over, pointing at you. He yells at the players, Beal, get right on him. Don't let him shoot 3s anymore. Got it. Beal nods. The coach continues, Hakamura, don't lose confidence. If you have a chance, keep shooting. Hakamura nods firmly. On the Lakers' side, from the coach to the players, everyone high-fives you. When you said to give you the ball, they were still a bit skeptical. But now, with 2 straight 3s and a block, you've instantly turned the game around. More importantly, the fighting spirit radiating from you, that confidence, always gives people a feeling of adrenaline pumping. Even LeBron, a battle-hardened veteran, can't help feeling a hint of jealousy. He shakes his head slightly and mutters, youth is damn good. In a Penguin NBA livestream room, Duan Ran turns to Zhu Fangyu. General Zhu, what do you say now? Zhu Fanyu knows what dojoanime means. He can't help laughing again. Half jokingly, he says, I said earlier, Wang Yi can make 2 or 3 shots in this crucial moment. That's already pretty good. Now, as I predicted, he's made 2 shots. But as it gets closer to the end, he'll touch the ball less and less. And the Wizards won't give him any more 3-point chances. So these 2 shots are probably his limit. The 20-second timeout passes in an instant. Back on the floor, the Wizards continue their offense. This time, Westbrook and Beal execute a pick and roll properly. Then Westbrook hits a zombie jump shot, sinks a 2-pointer, tying the game. Coming back, the Lakers try to keep feeding you, but this time Beal is right on you. You try to go around screens, but the Wizards keep switching and still stay glued to you. You run multiple routes, finally finding a chance to catch the ball. But as soon as you get it, Westbrook and Beal both close in at once. They give you no room for a 3, so you decide not to shoot the 3. Because they commit too hard, you blow past both of them with your left-hand dribble. Hachimura, guarding the paint, sees this. He immediately steps up to defend, shouting, no way. Seeing Hachimura also closing in, you stay calm. In your mind, you activate the unstoppable mid-range card. Then you stop on a dime, pull up and shoot. The ball sails over Hachimura's fingertips, flies toward the hoop. Unlike before, the 2 cannonball 3s. This mid-range shot has an incredibly soft touch. The ball drops through the net with a whisper, as light as a feather. Hachimura curses under his breath. Damn it. Of course, no one pays much attention to that mid-range shot. In their eyes, your biggest threat is still your 3-point shot. Just a mid-range jumper. Nothing to get excited about. On the other end, the Wizards, thanks to Westbrook's explosive drive, score another 2. Lakers on offense. As you come off a screen, Beal sticks to you like glue. You curl out to the 3-point line, catch the ball again. Seeing Beal charging at you, you dribble again, easily blow past him. Once again, you reach the free throw line. Wizards' big man, Butler, closes out. You pull up and shoot just like before. The ball again floats softly into the net. Exactly the same way. The exact same spot. The exact same shot. Next, Wizards' Beal hits a shot. When the Lakers attack, LeBron has the ball at the top of the arc. You're in the process of coming off a screen toward the strong side. Suddenly, you cut toward the baseline. Beal reacts too slowly. A split-second opening appears. LeBron is the type who, if you get an opening, will always deliver the ball to you. And that's exactly what happens. Taking advantage of that instant gap, he throws the ball to you. You are now at the right elbow, mid-range, because you've just made 2 straight mid-range shots. Hachimura has taken notice, so this time he's ready. If you catch and then jump to shoot, Hachimura will be able to block you. So this time you do something surprising. You don't wait to land before shooting. Instead, in midair, after catching the ball, you go straight into your shooting motion. Flick your wrist and release. Hachimura. Though he closes out much faster than last time, your shot is quicker. The ball flies over Hachimura's head, still a soft arc, floating gently through the net. My God, how'd he do that? Attacking the mid-range. He's just too accurate. Even the Wizards fans are all gasping in surprise. The live commentator cries out in amazement. Oh, my God, this Easterner. An alley-oop mid-range shot, though they don't want to admit it. But you gotta admit, so far, that's the best play of the night. Lakers players come over to high-five you. First, to congratulate you, and second, to try to catch your hot streak. LeBron pats your ass. Bro, these hands of yours are deadly. Butler's expression is complicated right now. He said he was going to teach that Chinese guy a lesson, but tonight he's been burned by him several times. And now, in this crucial moment, he's let him hit 3 straight mid-range shots right over him. This one was even more ridiculous. An alley-oop mid-range jumper. How should he respond? The guy turns around. Wizards possession. This time the ball goes to Hachimura. Hachimura spins left, then spins right again, gets to the basket, and goes up for a hook shot. But his hook is only halfway up. When smack, a huge block. He swept the ball down hard. Hachimura turns to look, and there's that Eastern guy again. Hachimura, the confidence the coach had barely built up in him, was already shaky, and now that massive block has knocked most of it away. Why does this Chinese guy have to keep coming at him? It's like every time he shoots, He's gonna get blocked. Damn it, damn it. What a bastard. Hakamura glances at the coach. He sees the coach's gloomy expression. He recalls what the coach said earlier. If you don't seize this opportunity, you'll never get another. He looks away, clenches his fists, and in his eyes as he looks at you, there's a bit more viciousness. Caruso now brings the ball up the court. You start running off screens, ready to catch the ball. Hakamura rushes back to the front court. You run 2 loops and get the ball. You're now at the left baseline, mid-range. You rise up to shoot. Hakamura just got back. Seeing you about to take another mid-range shot, he yells, "Shine," and lunges at you. You're in the air. Hakamura crashes into you hard. In that split second of losing balance, you use a soft touch to change the arc and release. Then you go flying out of bounds. In that fall, you land right into the arms of a beautiful woman courtside. Only now does the ball softly drop through the net. Hakamura also hits the floor, skidding 3 meters across the court. His head bumps into the lens of a courtside camera. He's left wincing in pain. Seeing that, not even a foul could stop the Chinese guy from scoring. He pounds the floor in fury. The referee's whistle blows urgently. The ref rushes over. Caruso, Kuzma, and LeBron quickly run over. The 3 surround Hakamura, shouting at him, "Is that basketball? You're assaulting the player. Too dirty. You're a filthy player. Guys like you don't belong on the court." The refs quickly step in. To keep things from escalating, security guards also rush over and hold back a few players trying to crowd in. You get up from the woman's arms, gently pat her head, and give an apologetic smile. That woman is a Wizards fan, but seeing that smile, a thought suddenly pops into her head. This Eastern guy is kind of handsome. The sideline ref reviews the footage. Final call, Lakers number 1 and 1. Hakamura gets a flagrant one. Lakers get an extra free throw. You sink the first free throw. The Wizards head coach quickly calls a timeout. He can already see that Hakamura is about to lose it. A timeout is a must to calm him down. And you, starting from those 2 threes, have now hit 6 straight shots. 2 threes from mid-range jumpers. That scoring efficiency is terrifying. It feels like you're never going to miss. Hakamura, you need to stay calm. It's just one game. You're just on fire tonight. You don't need to risk a flagrant foul over this. If you want to go at him again, there's plenty of time later. Right now, just focus on what you do best. Boxing out, rebounds, second chance points. You don't have to get into a war of egos with him. Got it. Hakamura nods mechanically, but at that moment, for no reason, he recalls those 3 words you said earlier. You worthy? On the other side, Lakers head coach Vogel has his arm around your waist, telling you, the Wizards are going to lock in on you next. They might even double team you. If they do, you need to pass it to the open man immediately. Understood? But of course, you're not going to listen to the coach. You're shooting 100% from mid-range right now. Why would you pass? But you can't just tell the coach that. So you pause for a moment. Then say, "Coach, do you trust me?" Of course I trust you. As a coach, Vogel can't say, "I don't trust you," to a player's face. You continue, then just give me the ball. I'll bring you a win. The moment you say that, every teammate around stares in shock. How can this Eastern guy be so confident? Games could turn on a dime. No one dares to say they'll 100% beat the opponent. Even the strongest teams can stumble against underdogs. LeBron looks at you with surprise, checking you out from head to toe. How can this guy be so confident? Even more confident than he was at his age. The coach, equally amazed, glances at LeBron. LeBron gives the coach a subtle nod. Not because he actually believes you, but because he thinks it's worth a shot. He's getting older now, and often feels out of gas. AD gets injured every other week. The Lakers need to develop a reliable scorer. If you really can grow into that consistent scorer, then the Lakers' games will become a lot easier. The coach's thinking is exactly the same. He says to all the Lakers players, then give the ball to Wang. Maybe next, we'll witness a scoring show that'll blow your minds. The players look at the coach in shock. One dares to say it. The other dares to do it. The coach actually believes you. Timeout over. Wizards possession. Westbrook assists Beal for a bucket. Coming back. LeBron brings the ball past half court. You keep running off screens. And now, the Wizards are no longer sending just one guy to chase you. Instead, when you run past a Wizards player, if one can't keep up, another quickly switches onto you. So now, you can't shake off the defense just by running through Wizards players. You also have to use your own teammates as screens. This run goes on for a full 18 seconds before you finally create an opening. You catch the ball on the left wing, 45 degrees beyond the arcade, and pump fake. Westbrook and Beal both dive at you. But just like before, it's a pump fake. You take one step into the three-point line, but you don't shoot immediately. He didn't shoot directly. Instead, he fakes a pass to Caruso in the left corner. A pass fake. He shakes off another defender. Now the only man inside the paint is Hakimura. You don't shoot immediately even with Hakimura in front of you. Instead, you make a tiny motion the ref won't catch. But Hakimura can see. You curl your finger at him, as if to say, "Come at me." Their head coach had said earlier, "Don't let Hakimura guard you." But now you're the only one left in front of him. He has no choice but to charge at you again, trying to block the shot. He closed out fast enough. He jumped high enough. He thought that under normal circumstances, he'd block that shot 100%, but you lean back as you rise. The ball just grazes past Hakimura's fingertips. What does beyond one's reach mean? This is it. Hakimura watches in despair as the ball slips past his fingers, sails over his head. Swish. He hears again, that hateful sound behind him. The commentators keep exclaiming. The crowd keeps exclaiming. The truth is, your performance in this stretch is just too visually stunning. But to Hakimura, it's like mockery, like ridicule. From the final 5 minutes, when the Lakers trail by 4, up to now, he's 7 for 7. Is this guy even human? He's not human. Too accurate. Way too accurate. Even Wizards' home crowd can't help but marvel at your terrifying shooting percentage. Next, the Wizards, relying on their weak driving ability, manage another 2 points. On the other end, you come off another screen. This time, the Wizards tighten the defense on you even more. Basically, as soon as you have a chance to catch the ball, 2 defenders immediately swarm you. But you show no fear. After catching the ball in the right corner, you fake past those 2 defenders. Still, you don't shoot right away. Instead, you dribble 1 step to get in front of Hakimura, then calmly hit a floater. Hakimura finally realizes, this guy won't shoot on anyone else. He only shoots on me. Is he humiliating me? The problem is, you humiliate him like this, and he can't do a thing about it. On offense, he can't get the ball, even if he does. You'll block him with everything you've got. On defense, you target him exclusively, and he simply can't stop your mid-range shot. In his eyes, your mid-range is like a machine. Absolutely insane. Under this constant beating, Hakimura no longer has any anger in his chest, only growing despair. He even has a strange feeling. This guy is unstoppable for the Wizards. The head coach sees this, and his heart sinks. Hakimura is about to collapse again. On defense, the moment you see Hakimura with the ball, you go all out to contest. Even if it means leaving your own man, you still fly over to block. Other guys can score, but Hakimura can't shoot. And when the Lakers attack, you specifically go at Hakimura. You always get in front of him to take your shot. You have open looks, but you don't take them. You insist on shooting right in front of Hakimura. Under this relentless assault, Hakimura breaks down once more. From then on, every time you get the ball, the home fans hold their breath. The sweet sound of the ball swishing through the net rings out again and again. Your shots never seem to miss. Not only the opponents stare wide-eyed, but your teammates, the commentators, and the fans are the same. Every one of them has their eyes wide open. The comments in the NBA livestream chat shift again. Damn, does he ever miss? Since those 2 threes, he's gone 10 for 10. This is insane. Is he really going to single-handedly take down the entire Wizards team? Did you notice? He's taking almost every shot over Hakimura. Love you. He is a beast. Because of your incredible performance, the fans seem to have momentarily forgotten your earlier bold claims. Duan ran, with a mischievous grin, turns to Zhu Fangyu. General Zhu, Wang Yi's playing like this now. What do you have to say? Zhu Fangyu, he gave a wry smile. What can I say? Wang Yi is heating up. When he's on fire, nothing can stop him. The Wizards can't defend him at all. As he speaks, he sees you get the ball again on screen. Here we go again. Let's see if he can hit this one. Oh my God. Amazing. Absolutely insane. This is just ridiculous. facing 3 wizards, including Hakimura, all closing out. You still managed to score. Unbelievable. On the court, the halftime buzzer sounds. The final score is 128-120. Lakers win. In the last 5 minutes, you went 12 of 12, including 2 of 2 from 3, 10 of 10 on 2-pointers, and 1 of 1 from the free throw line. In just 5 minutes, you scored a ridiculous 27 points. For the whole game, you finished with 32 points. Another bizarre double-double. You really did single-handedly take down the Wizards. The moment the halftime buzzer sounds, Hakimura drops his head in defeat. He doesn't shake hands with any Lakers player or exchange hugs. He ignores the fans courtside. Head down, he hurries toward the tunnel. The Wizards' head coach shakes hands with the Lakers' coach, then quickly follows him into the tunnel. Hakimura just walks silently with his head down, not saying a word. The coach's heart sinks to the bottom. Losing one game is not scary. What's scary is a player losing confidence. And Hakimura has clearly lost his. It might take a long time to recover, or he might never recover. On the court, the Wizards players come over to greet the Lakers. Westbrook hugs you, then says with a half smile, until now, you were unknown in the NBA, so it's normal that I didn't know your name. You start to answer, but before you finish, Westbrook says, Wang Yi, I know you. You're a little surprised, but then you think about it and understand. Westbrook has always been friendly toward China. Even back when he was with the Rockets, during the Mori incident, he wore a Tang suit to multiple press conferences. So it makes sense that Westbrook would pay more attention to an Asian player. Westbrook continues, you said before that you came here to conquer the NBA. Did you mean it? You nod firmly. Yes. You answer without hesitation, not a trace of doubt. Westbrook nods. If you want to conquer the NBA, just tonight's performance isn't enough. You need to put up more amazing, greater games. You have to go one by one. Beat every NBA superstar, then beat every legend, and finally beat every fan. Along the way, you'll face all kinds of insults, ridicule, even malicious attacks. You have to be mentally prepared. You nod. Thanks. I will. Westbrook pats you hard on the back, then says goodbye. At this moment, you look around the court. Most of the Wizards fans have already left. The arena, once packed with people, now feels empty. But in the stands on the left, there are 20 or 30 Chinese fans. They're all wearing bright red, still holding up signs cheering for Wang Yi, waving, hoping you can see them. Your heart warms. Being in a foreign country, nothing is more moving than the support of your compatriots. It stirs even more emotion. You raise your right hand and wave to them. Those fans immediately get even more excited, shouting, Go, E, I love you. Just then, a staff member walks over, says to you, Wang, TNT's beautiful reporter Kristen Ledlow is coming to interview you soon. Please be prepared. You look up and scan the sidelines. You see a few reporters there, mostly attractive women. Among them, the TNT reporter is the prettiest, also the most famous. TNT is a network under Time Warner, specializing in sports programming. In the U.S., TNT is one of the 2 most well-known sports television networks. Usually after each game, TNT and ESPN get first pick of interview subjects. The other networks can only interview role players. Among these female reporters, you also spot a familiar face, Chinese journalist Zhou Lingen. Compared to the others, he's not as famous. His eyes are scanning the players on both teams, like a wolf sizing up its prey. However, his gaze mostly stays on the role players. He knows that given his status in the NBA, at most he can only interview some role players. Even though he's your compatriot, it's still hard for him to be assigned to interview you. After all, you were the best player tonight. All the top reporters are already lined up. How could he possibly get spot? Just then, he catches sight of you. He breaks into a warm smile and waves at you from distance. But then, his gaze goes back to scanning the other role players. You turn to the staff member and ask, Can he interview me? The staff member puts on an apologetic expression. Sorry, this is arranged from above. I don't have the authority to change it. You frown slightly. Then you say, after the TNT reporter finishes her interview, let him interview me too. The staff member looks a bit surprised, says, usually a player is only assigned one interviewer. Are you sure you want him to interview as well? Multiple reporters? An interview is possible, but only if the player agrees. You nod. The staff member nods too. Okay, I'll go get him right away. You watch the TNT. Beauty reporter approaching, and then look at Zhou Lingen. You're still not famous enough. Your words carry no weight. But one day, it will be you who decides who gets the interview, and only they will be allowed. Then, whatever TNT, whatever ESPN, they can all just cool off. They'll have to wait until the Chinese reporter finishes first. During the sideline interview, the TNT beauty reporter asks you 3 questions. First question, Wang. Before this game, you made a bold claim, saying you came to conquer the NBA. That made almost everyone unhappy. Charles Barkley even said that you'll never score 30 points again. If you did, he would kiss your leg again. Today, you scored 32 points. What do you think about that? Hearing this, you glance at the beauty reporter. She looks pretty enough, but she's got plenty of bad intentions. You, a Chinese man, trying to make a name in the Western-dominated NBA, and these reporters are constantly trying to set traps for you. You slap Barkley's face with facts. Everyone knows that. By normal logic, since he was hostile to you, there's no need for you to be polite to him, since you've already slapped his face. When a reporter asks about it, naturally you'd mock him back. Isn't that what many NBA stars do? But you previously said you came to conquer the NBA, which already made almost everyone unhappy. If you say something inappropriate now, these reporters will definitely embellish it. Then the fans' impression of you will be even worse. You spoke the truth about conquering the NBA and accepted the trouble that came with it. But now there's no need to cause more trouble. You face the female reporter. A signature Eastern expression of reserved smile appears on your face. You say, I believe Charles. The beauty reporter is slightly taken aback. She expected you to go on a long rant mocking Barkley, so she could make a big story out of it. She didn't expect your answer to be so brief. I believe Charles. These words sound very friendly. No flaw at all. But if you think about it, it's not that simple. Barkley said, if you scored 30 points or more, he would kiss a donkey's butt. You say you believe him. Isn't that forcing Barkley into kissing a donkey's butt? It seems like there's a story to be made, but the statement is ambiguous. No matter how big the story, you could just explain it away in the end. I just said I believe Charles. No other meaning. The reporter is twisting my words, thinking this. The beauty reporter's impression of you deepens a bit. This Chinese man is not simple, so she throws out another sharp question. Ba Tsunlei said earlier he was going to teach you a lesson, but he only got 15 points and 5 rebounds, while you got 32 points and 6 blocks. 20 of those points were scored over him. 6 of those blocks were against him. For an opponent like that, what do you have to say? To this question, you lift your head and answer directly. He is my opponent. The beauty reporter is confused. She asks back, isn't he? You smile, your tone carrying a hint of intimacy. Directly deny, I never considered him an opponent. This statement is still ambiguous. It could be understood as, you don't see him as an opponent, but rather as a friend or something. Or it could be understood as, you never took him seriously at all. Simply put, he's not worthy. Of course, with your expression and demeanor matching these words, as long as someone is Chinese, they'd know it's the latter. However, the NBA has clear rules. During interviews, you cannot insult or provoke opponents. Ba Dunleai's pre-game trash talk was already borderline provocative. You just received news that the league will investigate. If confirmed, Ba Tsunlei will face a fine or even a suspension in serious cases. So you answered with this ambiguous statement, seeing that you didn't take the bait. The reporter shakes her head slightly. She asks the third question briefly, then wraps it up quickly. Only at this point does Zhou Lingen walk over quickly with his cameraman, slightly excited. He says to you, Wang, thank you for letting me interview you. When the staff came to inform me earlier, I was really flattered. You shake your head. Our status in the NBA is still too low. When Zhou Lingen and the cameraman hear this, their eyes both dim a little. No one feels this more deeply than them. Overseas, Chinese people face discrimination. And in the league, that feeling is even more obvious. When domestic reporters are courtside, they always get the worst sidelines. During post-game interviews, they can only talk to role players, rarely getting to interview stars. Everyone knows this situation won't change anytime soon. So for now, they just have to put up with it. No other choice. You lift your head, your face full of confidence and a fighting smile. But I believe that one day, our reporters will interview whoever they want, wherever they want. And that day won't be far off. Zhou Lingen hears this and looks at you a little surprised. He doesn't understand why you're so confident. Still, he's infected by your passion and can't help nodding. I believe it too. Even the cameraman nods hard. Me too. Of course, you said this in private. After his excitement, Zhou Lingen signals the cameraman to turn on the camera. Let's begin. The footage from the cameraman is sent back to the Penguin NBA livestream. The two commentators in the studio are discussing the game just played. When they see the feed cut to you, their eyes light up. They thought Zhou Lingen wouldn't get an interview with you, but he actually succeeded. On screen, Zhou Lingen asks his first question. Wang Yi, you scored 32 points tonight, a double-double with blocks. To play so well, what's your secret? You smile. This kind of question feels much better. Not like those foreign reporters trying to trap you. You think for a moment, then answer, maybe because the opposing team has that little. As you say this, you quickly pretend it was a slip of the tongue. You cover it up, that little, the folks with a nice little life. So, I had a little extra fire in me. The moment you say this, the NBA live stream chat explodes. Ha ha ha, the GOAT knows how to play with memes. Big GOAT, I'm instantly a fan. Decision made. I'm riding with Big GOAT from now on. Big GOAT after this one line. I forgive all your previous lies. Even the haters don't dare to show their faces. Zhou Lingen can barely hold back his laughter. But as a professional journalist, he can only keep a professional smile. As for laughing out loud, no matter how funny, he cannot laugh. He forces himself to hold it in and continues with the second question. Earlier you said you came to conquer the NBA. What did you mean by that? Then he repeats the question in English. The intention of this question is very clear. He wants you to explain yourself. Those comments you made before offended a lot of people. If you could give a good explanation now, like, I came to conquer the fans of the NBA. Or, by conquer, I mean earning everyone's respect. People misunderstood me, something like that. He believes people's impression of you might improve. He's giving you a way out. You understand what he means, but you don't explain. You simply say exactly what it sounds like. Zhou Lingen is stunned. He shakes his head to himself. Looks like you're set on this. Having ideals is fine. But in the current situation, a player on a 10-day contract saying something like this, it's really ill-timed. Yet, at the same time, Zhou Lingen can't help admiring you, daring to speak your true mind against the whole world. He's imagined doing it too, but never had the guts. People who would dare. Probably number few. Thinking this, the look in his eyes toward you changes with a hint of something different. After the interview, he asks, you free later? Let's grab a meal together. Consider it a thank you. You shake your head. I have to go back, shower, then fly to Portland tonight. Probably no time. Zhou Lingen says, a little disappointed. Next time, then. You nod. On the bus to the airport, you get a call from your agent. The agency you signed with is a newly established CN agency. The owner behind it is Chinese-American. However, this owner clearly underestimated the NBA's network. So the agency isn't doing well. The players they've signed are almost all guys who barely get on the court. Your agent, Luo Lin, is also Chinese-American, and a rookie agent at that. No connections, no money, only the most desperate players would sign with such an agency and such an agent. The players under him are basically all on short-term deals right now. Now Luo Lin calls. Wang Yi, Palinka just called me. He said, after these 4 games, you've proven yourself. He wants to convert you to a guaranteed contract early. A $5 million guaranteed deal. There's a barely contained excitement in Luo Lin's voice. $5 million. He gets a 4% cut. That's $200,000. How could he not be excited? Then Luo Lin continues, but your performance has been beyond expectations. Do you want to wait for offers from other teams? I believe the teams with salary cap space can definitely offer more. But you shake your head. No need to wait. These days,